All right, folks, good morning. We're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside of our nation's capital. We're currently in the round of 16 playoffs for both the A and the B divisions here, qualifying down two people matches at a time, going from 16 to 8 to 4 to 2, down to our eventual winner in each division. I'm here today. I'm Joe Schober. I'm here today with my lovely and talented wife, Julie. Hey, Julie.
Howdy.
And also with Fred Cochran. How you doing this morning, Fred?
Very well, thank you.
Awesome. On the screen right now, we've got an A-Division match on Twilight Zone between Sanjay Shah, who just walked off the game with 100 million plus Powerball Mania, and Mike Jin, who just took the game. Obviously, his first ball wasn't too successful there, but as we've seen from a lot of people, it's pretty quick to rack up some points on Twilight Zone here. Popular strategy we saw yesterday was the Powerball Mania approach, just playing that over and over as much as possible. So let's see what approach Mike takes on the game here.
It looks like the Powerball is up in the gumball machine, so how will he get that out?
Well, the way you get the gumball lit, there's actually technically a couple ways to do it. The most common is you shoot the left and right ramps, which do two things. They light lock for you for normal multi-ball, and they also will enable the right orbit for loading the gumball machine. Now, the gumball machine has, I think in this particular model, it has two balls in there, so that means every couple times you shoot the right orbit, you're going to get the Powerball out. You put the Powerball back in the gumball machine and start Powerball Mania. So not too much luck there on the power field by Mike. He not too personally familiar with Mike's play style here, but he seems to be more of an on-the-fly kind of player. He's not really trapping the ball much. He's just playing it on the fly as it goes, and well, as you see there, sometimes that means you drain really quickly, unfortunately. So with about 37 million, Mike ends the second ball, and Sanjay's back. All the matches we're going to be watching today are best of three. So the way it works, in the first game of each pairing, the higher seeded player gets choice of choice. In other words, they can either choose the machine or they can choose whether they want to play first or second. And then the other person gets the other choice. On subsequent games per match, the loser gets choice of choice. So most cases, if you get the choice, you'll probably choose machine. And in this case, Sanjay was the higher seeded player. So Sanjay probably chose the game here, leaving Mike to choose play order. And of course, it's pretty traditional to choose player number two if you have that choice, because then you get to see what your opponent's doing, and you get a little advanced information about their strategy as well as their score at the end of ball three.
Yeah, at the end of ball three, usually, if you're the second player and you know you need a certain amount of points, then you can be as aggressive with the machine as you want and not worry so much about tilting. Exactly.
Not only that, but you might take a more aggressive strategy just in the software as far as like stacking modes and maximizing your points because you know you need them.
Or if you don't need them, you might take a much less aggressive strategy.
Exactly. Sanjay had gotten an infamous Twilight Zone lock reject a moment ago on his restart, but he managed to get it back in and got the jackpot there on the restart. Great sound effects on sound and visual effects on that jackpot on Twilight Zone. You know it, and everyone else in the room knows it when you get a jackpot on Twilight Zone. So the way the regular multi-ball works on Twilight Zone, the jackpot is lit on the piano shot, which is that shot on the upper flipper, kind of cross the field. And then once you collect the jackpot, the camera shot, which is another cross the play field shot from the upper right flipper, is used to relight the jackpot. So right now, Sanjay is going to be trying to get it into the piano. Now, Twilight Zone's interesting. It has magnets on the orbits, so it'll actually help you try to make those jackpot shots by trapping the ball, slowing it down, and then giving you a controlled feed for the piano if that's lit or the camera when that's lit. Sanjay just shot the ball into the gumball machine, which moved the power ball lower in the gumball machine. It should now be the next ball to come out of the gumball machine should he or the other player, Mike Jin in this case, should either of them lock another ball into the gumball. Wow, nice save there. Should either of them lock a ball in the gumball, they will get the power ball and be able to start Powerball Mania.
Nice combo.
All right, so Sanjay not only shot the left and right ramps, he got up into the power field, and he qualified the gumball shot, which I'm going to guess he's shooting for right now.
Yeah, he made quick work of that power field. And there it is.
Yep. So the Powerball, if you're not familiar with Twilight Zone, it is a ceramic ball. It's the same diameter as normal pinball, but it is much lighter, and it is not affected by magnetism, which is used to great effect in Twilight Zone. Did he just lock the Powerball?
He did not want to do that.
No, I'm pretty sure he didn't. That kind of places that out of reach. I mean, he has the option if he wants to now just to keep shooting the lock until the Powerball works its way back out. I'm not sure what his approach is going to be. Super skill shot anyway. In tournament play, the super skill shot is actually not as useful as you might think because two of the choices are special and extra ball, neither of which is really any use in tournament play. The power fields can be worth a lot of points as you go through them. The value per switch hit increases, and then when you defeat the power field by going through the back, as he just did, it doubles the value you've accumulated, and also starts your next mode, which in this case is Town Square Madness.
Maybe he's just going for multi-ball.
You know, he might be at this point, and if he does, you know, there's a... I don't know if I would use it for tournament play, but there's an interesting thing you can do with the Powerball and regular multi-ball, which is it doubles jackpots. So we'll see if that comes into play here. Yep, he is cued with that Powerball and did not get the jackpot with it, which is too bad. But still 2 balls in play for multi-ball. Not so much. So Sanjay now can relock the ball or not.
Fumble.
Still pretty good ball.
Yeah, it was a very good ball. You know, right now, I think Sanjay's got about 390 million. Yeah, 387 it looks like. So it's pretty good. The downside is he did leave the Powerball in the trough for Mike. So it's possible for Mike to capitalize big on this just by shooting the right orbit and starting his Powerball Mania. Kind of an unusual choice there, certainly in tournament situations. By nice shot straight into the orbit, but by letting the ball go into the rocket launcher, Mike didn't really get a controlled feed there on the ball. He was subject to the whim of the pop bumpers. It happened to work out well for him, but you'll often see a lot of players instead choose to plunge the ball fully, just ignore the skill shot points, in exchange for getting the clean kick-outs from the slot machine.
Assuming the slot machine has a clean kick-out.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. That's not always true, but this particular Twilight Zone, it looks to be fairly friendly. So that was a Powerball Mania jackpot there. In addition to the jackpots during Powerball Mania, there's a frenzy that runs for the first 20 seconds or so of Powerball Mania, where all switches are 250,000 points, and that also contributes to the Powerball Mania total that you see up on the screen. But I believe, looking at the clock, it looks like the frenzy part has stopped. So Mike's only choice is to get Powerball Mania jackpots for big points. Balls a flying. right ramp, then right ramp shots. 2 of them didn't make it up there. That's a harsh drain. Oh, and that was an even more harsh drain. All right, so it was a good Powerball Mania, but not really enough. And that ends the first game in the match between Sanjay and Mike there, with Sanjay taking that first game. So Mike is going to end up getting the choice of where to go next.
Now we're switching games. I'm going to do the payouts for the tournament. The payouts for the tournament are going to be $12.50 for first place, $9.40 for second place, $600 for third place, $300 for fourth place, fifth place through eighth place is $100, ninth place through 16th place is $50, and Lyman will get $100 for being the top qualifier in the main tournament.
I think those numbers you just read off were for the A division. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Papa TV here is sponsored by CGR, Classic Game Room. If you haven't seen them, they have some pretty cool videos up talking over some of the games you can find at Papa headquarters. They're fun to watch. You can find those videos off of papa.org.
Party like it's 1979.
Oh, yeah, baby. I was 6 and rocking it up.
Very informative and very funny.
All right, we've moved on over to Star Trek Pro. What is that? Is that Trent up on the game right now? In this round, Trent is playing against El Tomka. Trent actually came into, after qualification, came in into the number 3 seed. Whereas El Tomka has worked his way up. He's was number 2 after qualifying.
So I'm guessing that Trent picked this game.
Yeah, I'm going to guess so. I'm guessing this is still the first game in their series. So there have been too many graphics up on the dot matrix, so we can't even tell if he's player 1 or 2. But if he's player 1, we can make the guess he chose the game and let L choose choice of order. So it looks like Trent just got into a vengeance battle. Star Trek is a heavily mode-based game. You can see in the just above the flippers there's a little pyramid of modes in the game, but also up direct center is a starship. It's the Starship Vengeance, which you can shoot a number of times to qualify for different battle modes. This particular one that Trent's playing right now is a multi-ball mode, but they are not all. Another thing that the display just showed was Trent has super ramps active. Completing 3 in a row of the regular modes, or I think missions as they're called in the software, qualifies one of super ramps, super pops, or super spinners, the value of which is actually dependent on how you did on the corresponding modes. So the better you do in the modes, the more valuable those modes are. And it does look like Trent is player 1 here with 45 million, which is a pretty solid place to be right now. It looks like Al maybe didn't have too much. I think Trent just started Kobayashi Maru.
Yep.
That's a mini wizard mode you get by completing the 6 modes in the pyramid we talked about. Star Trek's actually really interesting. There's actually technically 18 modes. Each of the 6 modes in the pyramid is staggered 3 deep. And each of the level 2 and 3 have their own distinctive sub-modes to them. But Kobayashi Maru it lights all shots in the playfield, again, based on your performance in the individual modes along the way to get here. Other cool thing about Star Trek, it's a very combo-based game. If you just trap balls and shoot one shot at a time, you're really not going to maximize your points in Star Trek. The game really wants you to shoot from one shot to the next, because when you do that, the value of everything you hit is doubled for as long as you are in a combo.
He's doing a great job of ball control here, trapping the balls on the flippers, passing them around.
Yeah, he certainly is. Trent is a pro at that. He's a very patient player, a very controlled player. And well, he ends up with 8 million in Kobayashi Maru. Could have been a lot more, I'm sure, but not bad for the state of the game right now. And that was just a pure pilot error, I think, right there.
Still, he has to be happy with the position he's in here.
Yeah, I haven't seen Al play Star Trek yet in this tournament. I don't know how familiar he is with the game. It is a newer machine by Stern, just came out a few months ago, but it's become very popular with players, I think, so I think a lot of people have gotten some play time on it and are familiar with the layout and the rules. One of the interesting shots in Star Trek is you can see on the right side there's a blinking light under the upper flipper. That is one of the ways you can start a mode. It looks like Al actually chose the other, which is a saucer on the left side of the play field. But that under the flipper shot, I'm sure for newer players must completely confound them how the heck you're supposed to get a ball under there.
It's really hard to shoot that unless you have the ball trapped on the left flipper.
It really is, and obviously to make that right-hand start mission shot, you have to raise the right flipper, which, in a way, maybe for new players it's not so bad because a lot of new players just hit both flipper buttons at the same time anyway.
Wow, he's really getting a lot of play off this machine. The tilt is not sensitive.
No, we were dealing with that yesterday. It was definitely very favorable.
Punch it when it flashes up on the screen. There's torpedoes you can earn off targets on the right side of the play field there, those orange targets. When you do that, it lights a button that's actually on the lockdown bar to spot you shots towards the Vengeance. That's a little trend we've seen recently on some Stern's games. AC/DC has a similar concept with its fire button there. So Al finished off that mode. He's up to 10 million points now. Just took a swing and a miss at the left side mode start. That shot is... Ooh.
Wow.
That is a really friendly machine, huh?
Yes, it is. And shooting that left mode start shot is very difficult. It's a narrow shot, and it's not a favorable kick out in any way.
Yeah, and it's very late on the flipper. It's later than you think it is. I think that was Al's problem there, is he was shooting a little early and not making it all the way to the saucer.
But there we saw him use that right-hand mode start underneath the upper flipper. Well shot.
So right now Al is in his third mode in a row on the pyramid. So when he concludes this mode, he will start one of the super modes.
I believe it's the super spinner on the bottom.
Is that spinner on the bottom? Yeah, I can't remember. I know right side is ramps.
Yeah, and then the pops are the left side.
Right. So this particular mode features mostly left side shots. Each of the modes focuses on different sets of shots you need in order to make progress in the mode. And with that, Al finishes that mode, gets his mode bonus, his 3 in a row, and his super spinner.
It's a great light show shooting it through that left spinner. When you shoot it, it's pretty blinding.
It really is. And in fact, this game is just pretty blinding overall. Great light effects. More so on the premium and LE versions that feature controlled colored LEDs on every bulb. Looks like Al was getting pretty dialed in there now on that left start mission shot. But you were saying, Fred, that the kick out is... that didn't look too bad.
Occasionally it'll hit off the top of the sling or hit the sling itself and just kind of send it out of control.
Sure.
A lot of times with that sort of kick out, people will hit the side of the machine as the ball is released to kind of push it away from the top of the slingshot there.
Yeah, it's a short release point, too, so it makes it even more difficult.
So right now, I'm guessing Al is just going to work his way through the modes. That was a nice little nudge there to save it. The other major multi-ball he could be going for is kind of in the middle of the play field, almost dead center. There's a row of 3 lights there, which are backed by stand-up targets, the ones he just hit. Those targets light locks for Klingon multi-ball, which he just locked the ball for. It was very nice of him to demonstrate that for me.
It was right on cue.
Can you make him start Kobayashi Maru?
Well, I'm working on that for you. I mean, we have another mode going there towards Kobayashi Maru.
He could take the easy way out and just time everything out, but then it wouldn't be worth anything.
Exactly. I mean, since not only the super modes, but Kobayashi Maru, both their point values are based on how you do on the modes. It certainly pays early on to play through the modes as much as possible, and they can actually be worthwhile on a mode like this on Prime Directive. I've had maybe 8 million points in the mode just by continuing combo shots all the way through. The shots get to be pretty worthwhile.
Yeah, the ram shots aren't very difficult.
They aren't. However, the orbits can be, just because the game plays very fast. So you hit that orbit a couple times, and the ball is flying, which is a Steve Ritchie trademark, who is the designer of this game. And it looks like Al just started a vengeance battle there. So, I mean, you can see, I think he was already up to 22, 23 million points or something. Between this battle and the modes running and the super modes running, the points are going to start accumulating quickly in all likelihood. So, while it looks like Trent had a crazy margin with, 60, 66 or something like that million points, but certainly Al is in good position right now to make a nice comeback here. Balls flying, and during the vengeance battle, you can really appreciate some of the nice light shows in this game.
Oh.
Now, one thing that doesn't appear to be lit at the moment, there's a stand-up target just to the right of the vengeance. It's called the Black Hole, and that's a typical mystery award, but the not-so-mysterious mystery award on Star Trek and multi-ball will add a ball, which can be useful, but not a bad showing there for Al, up to 36 mil, where, what did he do, about 10 times his first ball score?
Yeah.
Or first two ball score, I guess.
And he's 2 modes away from Kobayashi at the end, so hopefully he'll be going for that.
So Trent's up on ball 3 here. He's got a clear matrix, so he's going to be playing all the level 2 modes on the modes now, which are a little bit harder to get through the modes. Tends to make the shot choices a little bit harder, and you have to complete a few more shots to actually get out of the modes.
It looks like you can stack all the modes with a multi-ball, so that's probably a pretty good way to get through your modes.
Yeah, definitely. I know personally I don't like to start either a Vengeance or a Klingon multi-ball unless I have some mode running that I can make progress on. Trent there just used his punchets, his photon torpedoes, to basically complete all the hits he would need on that Vengeance shot in order to start a Vengeance battle.
So why isn't he trying to lock a ball here?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what his lock status is as far as whether Klingon multi-ball's ready or not.
Nice loop pass.
Bonus jackpot 0. I've seen that display effect before. I'm not exactly sure what it's supposed to say, but bonus jackpot 0 doesn't make much sense. Have to ask Lyman about that later. So, I don't know. Maybe he's thinking about shooting that lock on the left. I don't know. He's just thinking right now. Nope, definitely looks like he's going for the Vengeance shot.
Looks like he was going for the lock on that one there. That Vengeance kicker up the middle is pretty deadly whenever it's firing it back at you for Vengeance scoring.
Yeah, it is. So this particular Vengeance mode is not a multi-ball. It is just a hurry-up on the Vengeance shot, which you have to do a total of 5 times to complete it.
Looks like he's just going to give this one a miss.
Time it out, yeah. It's not really worth it. Like most of the shots in the game, you can double the value of the hurry-up by comboing the shots, but that Vengeance shot is pretty narrow, pretty deadly, as Fred was talking about. It will literally fire the ball back at you. So, yeah, it's not really a shot you want to take on the fly if you can help it.
And now that he timed it out, he can shoot the lock up the middle instead of that dangerous left-hand shot.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. That's what he was probably doing the whole time there.
And there he goes.
There it is.
Was that enough? No, that was ball 2, so he has one more shot on... that one's going to have to be on the left-hand side to start Klingon multi-ball if he wants to do that. Another bonus jackpot 0.
Nice use of the upper flipper there. Use it as a guide as opposed to just taking a wild shot.
Ah, nice shot. All right, so we've got Klingon multi-ball going now. In this particular multi-ball, every shot's going to be lit, and you have to hit them all twice in order to kind of complete the requirements for the multi-ball. And I didn't see it in there, but I'm guessing Trent, well, he added a ball on that black hole target up top. And I'm guessing if he didn't already complete his mission, Nero mission, it'll get completed really soon, like right about now it looks like.
You can see at the start of the multi-ball when he still had the ball save lit, he was much more aggressive about flailing or flipping and trying to hit things because he didn't have to worry about losing the balls. But when the ball save went away, he moved to a more controlled, more patient method.
Nice live shot on that.
And yeah, you're absolutely right, Julie. That's one of those things you want to pay attention to. As long as that ball save light is blinking, you are protected. You cannot lose the ball. So that is a great time to maybe shoot those Klingon multi-ball stand-up targets to light lock, because that's a weird thing, or to shoot Vengeance, or to shoot any shot that you think might be dangerous because you get some protection against the drain while the ball saver's going. So Trent is in, what is this, Destroy the Drill 2, I guess. He's got about 3 shots to go. Again, the modes do get harder as you work your way through the layers.
So if he completes the bottom row again, will he get another round of super spinners?
I personally have never gotten that far, so I don't know.
I'd have to say the same thing, but I believe that's the case, but I can't promise you one way or the other. Nice save there. I think Trent may have noticed earlier that the tilt on the machine's pretty liberal, so you know that also affects one of the things you definitely want to pay attention to when you're playing in tournaments. Is you watch other players, even if you're not in the match. You see how machines are performing. You see how the kickouts work. You see if the tilt on a particular machine is very tight or very liberal, and you use that as part of your strategy on how to work the game. 1 shots left. You write the software, Julie?
Yeah, I love that.
Very nice shot there. It's almost 2 million points to finish that mode.
He batted it down with it, too.
Punch it. I saw that Trent, it looked like he was holding the left flipper when he launched the ball. I don't know if he thought he'd get a skill shot opportunity, but I do not think you can do a skill shot except on the initial plunge. You can't do it when you're starting missions. Star Trek's actually interesting that way. It has at least 3 different skill shots that I know of that can be done by either soft plunging the ball and or by holding the flippers when you plunge the ball at the start of a ball. And there's a warp ramp skill shot, and there's a different skill shot that randomly chooses a shot for you to hit.
Try to usually use the upper flipper one. That's the easiest one for me.
It is the easiest one, and I know if you hold the right flipper and plunge, it kicks it around for a warp skill shot for 1.5 million plus. I think it's the most valuable of them as well. So Trent does have, I think, his third Vengeance queued up that he's going to try to start soon. While we wait for that, we'll just remind viewers that we are watching this morning the Fairfax Pinball Open here in Fairfax, Virginia. This is the round of 16 playoff round. And we're currently watching a match between Trent Augustine, who's on Star Trek, versus Al Tomka. And you guys had asked the question a minute ago if completing a 3 in a row in level 2 will also give you super modes, and we just got the answer to that. It most certainly does, and even the value of the 3 in a row was higher. It was 1.5 million instead of just 1 million.
So maybe these will be super spinners.
They may be super duper spinners at this point, yes.
He's doing a great job backhanding that left ramp here. That's a pretty easy shot on Star Trek.
It is, and yeah, if you look there, just brushing the spinner, he's getting several million.
Nice
so
combo.
between the normal incrementing of the spinner value and super spinners, that spinner is actually becoming very worthwhile. And another mode coming up. Trent's working his way through. We may at this point actually see a completion of the entire level 2 of the mode tier. If he manages to get that, I believe the mini wizard mode he'll get is called Enterprise Amok. But I freely admit I'm not a skilled enough player to do that sort of thing myself.
Watched the Keith Elwin video when he did it. Seemed pretty effortless.
Yeah, a lot of things look pretty effortless to Keith, but he's a special player.
So one of the shots is blinking different colors. Wait, what does that mean?
In the final shot of a mode, the game, as far as I can tell, randomly will choose a shot that's worth, I think, double. It's certainly worth more than the other shots that are lit for that mode. Sometimes they're lined up for it well, sometimes they're not. Nice shot there to...
You got a special. I've never seen a special on this.
Yeah.
Those points or not.
I don't know. It didn't show any graphic.
I guess Trent is special. Well, he is really in the groove here.
He really is. I mean, what's that, 5 in a row on the warp ramp?
Wow.
That alone is impressive. Trent did save the Enterprise 3, which is the 3rd tier. Even though he had not completed the 2nd complete tier, you are allowed to start levels 2 or 3 of a mode if you choose to do so. If you actually complete level 3 of a mode, it lights a shot multiplier. Which shot it is corresponds to the mode you completed level 3 of. And that shot multiplier, it can be lit either for the rest of the ball or the rest of the game. That's a configuration setting, but since this is ball 3, it doesn't really matter which it is. I don't know if he really did that to get a shot multiplier locked in or what his thinking was there, but I'm not going to argue it because Trent's having a great game here with 138 million points.
Just one danger on that. That was nice.
That was, yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't take a little moment there to let the tilt bob settle down.
He played quite a bit this weekend. I think he knows where the threshold is, so
Clearly.
which is pretty much nothing.
Yeah, it seems that way. I wonder if the tilt bob fell off completely and we just have a rod left. So while we watch Trent get control of the ball again, I'm Joe Schober. I'm here with Julie Schober and Fred Cochran. And we're watching Trent defeat the Vengeance in his Vengeance battle. I've got to think right now, Al Tomka, he probably thought after ball 2, he had a pretty solid ball 2, caught up from what was a bad start for him. I'm sure he was thinking that he had a chance in this game, and he still does. There's always a chance, but it's pretty rough when you watch your opponent just demonstrate complete mastery of the machine like Trent's doing right now. That can, the psychological battle of pinball tournaments can be almost as much as the actual pinball playing. Some people get energized by watching their opponents kick butts, and other people can get completely shut down. Seems to be some sort of question. I'm not sure what it is right now, but
I'm sure it was related to the it punching.
Ah, yes. Well, it looks like the It's got punched. There's another interesting little Roland. Ooh, it finally caught up to him.
Look at that.
That was a fantastic ball by Trent. 153 million total for the game.
Yeah, he got a little round of applause for that one.
Yep.
Well deserved.
Very well deserved. And, bonus actually is not all that terribly lucrative on Star Trek. He may have tilted away, I don't know, maybe $3 million or something at that point. I'm not really sure, but it wasn't a monstrous amount of bonus like you see on some games where it could be, a significant portion of your score. So no real harm done there by tilting and trying to save the ball. So L takes command of the machine again, and, he's got his work cut out for him. But like we talked about before, he knows what he needs to do right now. He needs 120 million points right now. It's hard to do, but it means he's going to choose a strategy to get the most points he can. He's going to take any risk he can to save the ball because, in a match play situation like this, coming in second, doesn't matter if you have 36 million or 152 million right now. If you come in second, you're losing the game. So no reason not to take every risk and every opportunity you can to try to catch up.
I wasn't surprised by him timing that out just to get something started, just so he could start feeling good about his game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Kobayashi Maru would be a good start to that, which he just nailed.
That's one thing playing against Al in Pittsburgh a lot is that he can come back at any time. He's a tremendous player.
Although, frankly, everyone we're going to be seeing and talking about here today are all excellent players. Some you hear about a little bit more than others because maybe they play in more tournaments or whatever, but the skill level demonstrated by everyone is just wonderful. And it's a great way to improve, too. I've said many times, but the best way to improve your own pinball talents is by, number one, play more pinball, and number two, play pinball against people who are better than you. You learn flippers techniques like Al's demonstrating here. I'm sure we're going to see a cradle separation in a second. But you learn flipper techniques, you learn play strategies, you learn all sorts of cool stuff. So play as much as you can against better people. Don't let them intimidate you. Just enjoy it. Everyone here is fun and friendly and more than willing to play with you. And
your mileage may vary.
And I think if you ask people for strategies, especially when the matches are over, they'll be more than glad to help you with any rules or strategies that you might want to learn.
Sure. There's even some folks who will volunteer some strategies even during the match. At some point it becomes a matter of how well can you execute, and if you think you can execute better than your opponent, go ahead, share some information. But I might be the kinder, gentler opponent. I don't know.
I've done that before in middle of match. Some people have asked me, what were you doing?
Yeah.
I usually just make things up.
I thought your answer is you just use the buttons.
That's my strategy.
Also, don't drain. Excellent strategy.
Wow.
That, How often does that happen after you have a terrific save? The ball's just out of control and it just drains right away anyway. It was a good score by Al. I mean, no disrespect, no shame there for what he put up, but Trent totally owned that game, and what I believe was the first game of their best of three match.
I don't know if we'll be seeing anyone picking Star Trek against Trent today.
Possibly not. We're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open. It's the round of 16 playoffs. These are all two-player matches. Both A and B division are going on right now. And so we're going from 16 to 8 to 4 to 2, and the eventual winners in both divisions there.
Just an update for everyone to let them know the status of everybody's matches. Sanjay defeated Mike Jin 2-0. Steve Bowden is up 1-0 on Brian Tetsier. Chris Stevens is up 1-0 over Lyman. Jason Wardrick is 1-0 over DJ Ryle. And Scott beat Keith on Tron to take a 1-0 lead.
Awesome, thanks. Looks like we switched over here to Indianapolis 500. Who do we got on the game there? Is that Chris Stevens?
That's Chris, yes.
Yeah, so you must be playing against Lyman. Indianapolis 500, a 1995 Bally Williams game. It's pretty typical game of the era. You got a multi-ball, which can be pretty lucrative, and you have a lot of modes, which are represented by the little flags on the racetrack around the middle of the playfield there. Right now it looks like Chris has lock 2 lit. The lock is a upper flipper across the playfield shot towards the top of the machine. And in this particular game, once you lock your second ball, it serves up a ball to immediately start multi-ball, which is a little different from a lot of games where you actually have to lock 3 balls. You typically light locks as well as light modes, or light mode lit by shooting the left orbit, and you start modes by shooting the right orbit.
And the lock shot's been a little bit inconsistent, so I know Chris has already hit it a couple times, and just got to keep on plugging away at it so it locks in there.
Yeah, it likes to bounce out. That said, it's very satisfying if you hit that left orbit to the lock combo. It actually gives you awards for that. It's a loop turbo combo, which increases in value, and it just feels good.
It's a tough shot, too, because you don't see the ball coming around the orbit there. You have to be dialed in on that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure yet what approach Chris is going for. I'm sure you'd love to get that ball to the lock and start multi-ball. He could choose to do a post pass here and get the ball over to the right flipper for a feed to the upper flipper, or he could shoot the center and do it that way.
It looks like he's taking the safer shot as opposed to trying to use the orbit.
Yeah, like you were saying, Fred, that the feed around the orbit is very fast, and God knows it's easy enough to shoot the ball straight out the left out lane if you're not careful.
I've done that a few times myself.
You can see the level of concentration from the players here. The people all around him are shaking their machines around, and he's just looking at his game.
That's one of Chris's styles. I know he gets kind of deep in thought and takes his time, very methodical about how he plays.
Chris is a player based in, oops, that was rough. Chris is a player based up in the Pittsburgh area. He actually just took the Pennsylvania State Championship in the IFPA State Championship Series. That was just played a couple weeks ago. So he's qualified himself to go to Denver in May and compete for the IFPA national title. And up on the machine, oh my goodness. Up on the machine now is Lyman Sheets, who, well, that was ball 3. So Chris doesn't even have to play out his ball 3 and worry about that multi-ball lock. That was over 20 million points on Indy 500 is it's an exceptionally low score, especially for a player of Lyman's caliber.
Yeah, he can't be happy with that.
No, most certainly not. Maybe his coffee hasn't yet kicked in for the day. This is circuit event number 11 of 12 in the 2013-2014 Papa Circuit season. The final circuit event of the season is going to be at Louisville, I believe it is, in a couple weeks. That'll be circuit event number 12. And the whole circuit season culminates in a circuit final playoff, which is held at Papa headquarters in the Pittsburgh area. On the last weekend of March, the Papa Circuit Final will be right before Pinburg, which is the amazing match play tournament that's held at Papa headquarters every year. This year, Pinburg sold out in under 2 hours. 400 people signed up. We've switched over to Tron Legacy. It looks like we're back with Trent and Al Tomka again, and I'm going to guess that Al chose this game. since it looks like Al was player 1 and Trent is player 2 here. Obviously, Al's first ball didn't go as hoped for, with just 1.1 million, which is a little more than a skill shot.
Yeah, given the choice, most players will choose a game rather than order. It's a much bigger advantage typically.
Yeah, certainly. If you know that you're great at a game, maybe you played it several times during qualifying, you got the feel for it, or maybe if you know your opponent is not good at a game, both of those are good reasons to choose a game when you have that option. But if you don't, like we talked about before, if you have choice of order instead, almost everyone will choose to go second, because then you can see what your opponent is doing and react to that, especially on ball 3. When your opponent has nothing left to show and you're the only one playing.
So Trent has started disc multi-ball here on the spinny thingy up at top.
Ooh, spinny thingy.
Absolutely.
That's a technical term, I think. Glad to have a technician here in the booth to help us out with those terms.
You're welcome.
So along those lines, then, I take it Trent's strategy is going to be shoot the blinky lights.
Shoot the blinky lights. Right now he's going to get it in the spinny thingy. Look at how it's blinking.
Ah, yeah.
It's the rinse cycle.
He's being very careful here, just trapping balls and then playing with one at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we talked about it over on Star Trek. Trent is a great control player. He's very patient. He'll keep one ball out of play and just use the other flipper for the other one. Do that as long as he can.
You know, when I keep one ball out of play, you call it draining.
Yeah, that's what I usually call it too, but that's why I'm behind the booth and not playing in the round of 16. There's one kind of cool feature in Tron that Trent was set up for a second ago. There are a lot of combos in this game. I think there's like 14 or so distinct combos. Any of them that ends in a ramp shot on the upper flipper, which feeds down to your lower flipper, which he just shot now, to the scoop, gives you what's called an end-of-the-line jackpot, which grows for the duration of a ball. So the more combos you get over a ball, the higher your end-of-the-line jackpot can get. And you can get that during multi-ball too. So if you keep doing that over the course of a ball, that can become worth immense points. That can actually become worth more points than any multi-ball jackpot by itself.
At least on this machine, when you shoot that upper ramp, the ball comes pretty screaming fast down to the flipper, so that's not an easy shot.
It's definitely not, and actually this particular Tron on the scoop there, it has a protector, a little metal shield to help save the wood of the playfield. But that also has the effect of making the shot a little bit harder to make. It changes the geometry a little. It's a little bit of a lip the ball has to jump over. Trent has started light cycle multi-ball, which you qualify by shooting all the huge yellow inserts around the playfield. I know when I first saw Tron, I didn't know what the heck those were. It's like it's a big yellow thingy. I don't know what that is, but those are light cycles. In Tron Legacy, they were all these big bulky bikes, not the sleek motorcycles of the original Tron. In tournament play, extra balls are almost universally turned off. Most modern era games, anyway, will give you points in lieu of the extra ball. You saw Trent had extra ball lit, and he got 3 million points for collecting it there on the scoop. And he's currently in Quora multi-ball, which is qualified by shooting the kind of inner loop there, just left of center. It's actually
the green blinky light.
The green blinky light, yes, which is actually a surprisingly tricky shot on some machines. It's a fairly tight lane, but actually Trent just demoed it very well right there.
He's adding a ball here shortly if he shoots the spinny thing. Door down.
Right on cue.
Yes.
Trent's been very helpful in demoing things for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that in Star Trek pretty well.
Yeah. That was a rough two balls drained pretty quickly there, but Oh, actually 3 balls drained there pretty quickly for Trent, but he's in pretty good shape right now. Just he'll probably have about 43 million after his bonus.
You could see the smile on his face there. He wasn't too upset.
Oh, wow, he did
Yeah.
hit a few gem loops there. He has 51 million after bonus. The bonus X advance in this game is the very non-intuitive gem shot, which is a tricky upper flipper shot. It's inside of the ramp up on the top of the playfield.
Sometimes you could actually shoot off the O in the word Tron on the left side of the playfield and bounce it into that shot as well.
On some machines, that might be the easier way to go. And Al's certainly not happy about that ball. I mean, Tron is a fast bouncy game, especially this particular instance of it. So if you don't get control of the ball, you can get what happened to Al just right there, and not much, and you're in and out. So at this point, Al does have a lot of ground to cover again. Looks like Trent is actually not far from Sea of Simulation.
There it is. And again, on cue.
which is a kind of a mini wizard mode you get by at least playing all of the distinct features, which are represented on a ladder up the center of the playfield. Similar concept to a lot of games, Attack from Mars, the blue lights, or same thing on Medieval Madness, and many games have similar features. When you get into Sea of Simulation, your ultimate goal is to get to Portal, and you do that by actually finishing out each of the modes represented on that ladder up the center of the game.
And there's nothing worth much value other than that particular shot that you have to complete.
Yeah, exactly, which is worth basically millions plus up the ladder, but you're stuck on whatever is the next one up the ladder going vertically from the bottom. Although I think you can still get into the line jackpots.
Yep. Wow.
We really appreciate this.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just turn this into a tutorial video afterwards. So the reason these bonuses are happening, Trent completed his clue, and what happens is then it works its way up the ladder, finding the next mode or the next feature he hasn't yet completed on the ladder, but along the way you get +1 million for each of the features up the ladder. So that's why in quick succession he got a Quora bonus and whatever the other one was. He's just working his way up the ladder during Sea of Simulation here. So that was a drain. He didn't quite make it to Portal, but 20 million or so of Sea of Simulation and a total score of about 77 million points here. That's a pretty dominating lead, considering Trent still has another ball to go should he want to use it. I'm willing to lay a small wager here that Al may not be able to come back from that, but I've been wrong before. Any one ball in any game can certainly do it, but 77 million points, that's a steep mountain to climb.
No fear.
Exactly. Down by 1 billion, extra balls led, no fear. I'm guessing right now Al's going to want to start his, it was just disc battle, so he's going to be a few hits away from actually starting the multi-ball there.
Yeah, I think just trying to get any multi-ball started again just to get some momentum going.
Absolutely. Get some confidence. He can get into the line jackpot, but he chooses not to. I guess he did not want to try to hit that scoop on the fly, because if you miss that scoop on the fly, there's a good chance it'll ricochet out the left out lane. So while some players in some situations will keep going for into the line jackpot, Sal's probably thinking multi-ball right now, just like you said, Fred. Three more shots. Now the downside of the spinny thing is it's a spinny thing, and that means it imparts spin on the ball, and whenever it gets free of the spinny thing, it's going to come kind of straight down the middle with some crazy motion to it. So it can actually be pretty dangerous to get the ball up there. Strange things happen.
Although it looks like, at least on this machine, that missing the Quora shot is pretty dangerous too.
Yeah, I've played this machine before. It actually belongs to tournament organizer Kevin Stone, and it's just a fast, bouncy, brutal Tron.
Well, he got double scoring started. If he can get the multi-ball started, that'll definitely be lucrative for him.
Yep, and I think he did exactly that.
They're being very, very nice about starting things when we ask them.
They
to.
are very accommodating. And double scoring's running. Tron has really interesting mode timers. You see little horizontal lines underneath the player's scores. Those are your mode timers. They count down kind of like a fuse. So that's how you know how much time you have left for various modes. I don't even pretend to remember which line represents which mode, but that's how it shows you your time remaining. And so double scoring just ended a moment ago. So he used that up, but he is still in a disc multi-ball with decent point potential here.
He get his restart here.
You restart again by shooting the spinny thing. Just like that. Wonder what else we can get these players to do for us just by asking.
I just wish I could shoot those shots on cue like we talk about. I'd just shoot off a brick and that'd be it.
Maybe you should start just saying it out loud when you're playing.
A little mantra.
Now he's going to shoot the ramp.
The power of positive suggestion. All right, so if you're just joining us, we're in Game 2 of a best-of-3 match between Trent Augenstein and Al Tomka. This one is on Tron Legacy, where Al just started a Quora multi-ball. Trent is leading this particular match 1-0, having displayed an impressive game of about 150 million or so on Star Trek. And Trent's now sitting with 77 million after 2 balls, and Al's trying to make the big comeback here on ball 3 at 20 million and counting. During Quora multi-ball, you can pound. It's not actually the spinny thing initially. The little shield in front of the spinny thing rises at the start of Quora multi-ball, and you can hit that a few times. And every, 3 times or so you hit it, it will add a ball to your Quora multi-ball up to a limit.
I believe it's 2.
Is it 2?
Yeah.
And once you get to that point, the visor goes back down, so you can no longer add balls, and it exposes the spinny thing.
And often when you add a ball in multi-ball, it also, for a brief time, will relight your ball saver, which could be really helpful.
Definitely, that's a great time to take a dangerous shot somewhere if you need to. Al is in one of the Tron modes. It's a switch frenzy kind of mode, I believe it was. So all switches right now are 17,000, which when you have 4 balls flying around, that can get pretty lucrative pretty fast. But fortunately, Al's multi-ball ended shortly thereafter.
You're right, he's purposely avoiding that end of the line shot. He hasn't been going for it at all.
Yeah. I don't know if he's had bad problems with rejections off the scoop or what his thinking is right now. That scoop is an incredibly important shot in the game. That's where all your multi-balls, or almost all your multi-balls start, and so you get your end of the line jackpot, and see a simulation starts there. And lots of goodness happens there. So. What strategy do we think Al's trying to get here? Is he going to try to get light cycle multi-ball?
I know he's. I
thought
think he's actually in C because it's. Maybe not.
No, he's in follow gem right now. C. It looks like C will be eligible once follow gem ends, I think.
Al's starting to play a little angry here, and sometimes that works to your advantage, but sometimes you just need to settle in a little and get control.
Yeah, that's too dangerous for him, too, so his next big move most likely will end his ball.
And there's the simulation.
There it is.
For some reason, Al seems quite upset about being in Sea of Simulation. Right now, his goal is to shoot Jim, which is that very tricky upper flipper shot. You can see it's kind of strobing in a chase pattern.
Nice
But he
shot.
shot it. Very nicely
nice.
done. Again, purely by request.
He only needed the one gem shot, which was good. There it is.
Well, it looks like the tilt on Tron is not quite as generous as it was on Star Trek. You got to give it to Al. I mean, that was a great ball he had there, coming back from essentially 0 to 36 million. But with that, Trent takes that particular pairing 2-0. Trent gets the very pleasurable walk-off third ball. And Al will move to the loser's bracket because he was on the winners, the double elimination side, I believe. And so they'll both move on to another round. We'll find someone else soon, but right now up on the screen you can see the 2013 to 2014 Papa Circuit standings. You earn circuit points through each of the 12 events in a circuit season, which you all see listed here. The winner of each event can advance to the circuit final, as well as the people with the most points. Top 20 will be moving on to the circuit final, which is held immediately before Pinburg at the end of March. In fact, March 27th, it looks like, is the circuit final this year.
Looked like winning an event would give you 100 points, and that alone might be enough to put you in the finals.
Yeah, for sure.
And we have an update on some matches. Steve Bowden defeated Brian Tessier 2-0. John and Chris are now tied at 1-1. And Brian Shepard beat Andy Rosa on Tron to take a 1-0 lead.
Alrighty, cool. So we have moved over to Twilight Zone. It looks like we got Chris Stevens over there. So I'm guessing he's still playing against Lyman.
Steve Bowden, I guess.
Oh, is it Steve Bowden? Oh. Sorry about that. Looks like they just started off then, and I guess Steve probably chose the game. Chris has a Powerball, just came out of the gumball machine. And, ooh, just a narrow miss there on that shot. It's a remarkably long shot there. The ball not only has to make it basically has to make the full orbit, but somehow it always just feels like a really long shot, I guess because this is a wide-body pinball machine, so always feels like the ball has to go a little further to make it up there to the gumball machine.
And this is game one for this match between Chris Stevens and Steve Bowden.
Great, thanks. That was an exceptionally fast Powerball Mania. There is a little bit of a ball saver at the start of Powerball Mania, but I don't know if the timer is set down or if it just proved unlucky, but that kind of was in and out, and so was that third ball.
He didn't get a lot of points in the Powerball Mania, but he was pretty efficient.
Sure, points per time were great. I'm guessing he would have taken more points and less efficiency, though.
Possibly.
All right, so Steve Bowden is walking up for his second ball. His first we didn't see, but looked to have been a pretty quick drain. There are so many strategies to getting points on Twilight Zone. We've seen a lot this weekend of players just shooting to get Powerball Mania after Powerball Mania, which is certainly a viable choice. Depending on the feel of the game, you can try to play through all the modes, maybe get to Lost in the Zone. You could even play regular multi-balls. There's all sorts of approaches. It's a very balanced game. Little surprised. It looked like Steve was not aiming for the... Steve's actually aiming for the lock. He's going for the regular multi-ball lock right now. Which, may or may not be a bad choice. one of the nice things about the lock on this Twilight Zone, some Twilight Zones, that lock shot just rejects over and over. On this particular one, it looks to be friendlier. If you want to follow the bracket of the playoffs here at the Fairfax Pinball Open, you can view it online live at www.challonge.com. That's CHALLONGE.com/FPO Finals. So you can follow along with the action of all the finalists and see where your favorite players are standing. Coming back to the action here on Twilight Zone, Steve Bowden's just locked his second ball. I know I'm a little surprised. He's completely ignoring the Powerball possibility, but you know what we may be thinking, it looks like the Powerball is 2 up in the gumball machine, so he may not be wanting to get in a situation where he drops the Powerball down to the bottom slot in the gumball machine and then leaves it available for Chris to basically steal on his next ball. So that might be his thinking right now. And, yep, I don't know if he was going for the ramp or what, but this works. Only downside to starting a multi-ball this way is all the balls feed out of the lock to the right flipper, which is not where you're, which is not a good feed for the jackpot shot on the piano. So Steve's playing with a little bit more of a on-the-fly, hectic style of play here, which nothing wrong with that at all. You should always play with a style that works for you. Points is points. Some players prefer. Oh, that was a nice ricochet shot into the piano right there. Sometimes that's the easiest way to get that shot.
And into the upper flipper on this one has been off and on. So that bank shot is definitely a strategy people have been employing.
Sure, yeah. And you can often do it off either of the posts around the ramps. You can get a ricochet to the piano. It's kind of fun that way. So I'm going to be curious to see if Steve continues to avoid the gumball machine, which it looks like he's exactly doing. He does not want to surrender that to Chris, although what he might be going for now is to get 2 of the light gumballs stacked. If he does that, he can assure himself of a fairly easy trip to Powerball Mania, as opposed to just doing one and then leaving an easier setup for Chris. So, pretty reasonable ball 2 there for Steve after what was a pretty rough start for him. Chris is coming back up and just studying the machine. Laying out his game plan. And yeah, we talked before about that kick out from the slot machine. It looks like the vast majority of the time you can just leave your flippers alone and let it bounce pass from the right side over to the left flipper. And in most cases that we've seen during this coverage, that seems to be pretty reliable, just like it was right there. So Chris quickly locked up 2 balls for a regular multi-ball, and he is also in position to start regular multi-ball either off the lock lane again or off the left ramp.
That was a risky shot, the live shot right out of the slot, but made the shot easily there.
Yeah. And with the ball sending it that way and down towards the shooter lane, the ball will get kicked out first for an upper flipper shot on that jackpot.
And he nailed it.
He nailed it and nailed the restart. Twilight Zone goes out of its way to stage balls for you in convenient ways during multi-ball, so it will hold balls for whatever shot you need to make next, either the piano for the jackpot or the camera to relight jackpot. It tries to help you out that way.
Nice shot to the helper.
You're right there, Fred, though. It looks like people have been having problems with the piano shot off the upper flipper.
Yeah, I did yesterday, but I attributed that to bad shooting.
I always prefer to blame the machine. I couldn't possibly have made a mistake. It was the machine that malfunctioned. So it was a pretty quick multi-ball. He did get 1 jackpot out of it. And see, let's strategy Chris goes with now.
A little, almost like a tap pass there.
Yeah. It is interesting. Chris, a couple times now, has kind of taken on-the-fly shots from that slot machine kick out. He just did it again there. Considering how easily it's been bounce passing over, I'm a little surprised at that, but who am I to say?
It's possible he had bad experience with it earlier in the weekend. You know, with these games that have really loose tilts, people move him around on the floor a lot, and the level changes and the kickouts change.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes you get bitten by a bad kick out or a bad bounce once or twice, and you just stay away from it, even if it works for other people.
He was also avoiding lighting the gumball. He has it lit, but he preferred to shoot the lock shot, not to set Steve up for the next ball.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like both players are have the same mentality as far as that goes.
They're so busy not setting each other up that we're not going to get to see Powerball Mania.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking at here. Now, one thing you did see there, which I think most players do in tournament settings, on the plunge, even though there is a skill shot available for up to 10 million points, the downside of that is the skill shot successfully made feeds the pop bumpers, and the pop bumpers in Twilight Zone can be very deadly. So instead, a lot of people will choose tough center there. A lot of people instead choose the full plunge, which gives you a controlled kick out of the ball from the slot machine, which is often a lot better than dealing with the flailing out of the pop bumpers. So we have a pretty solid match here. Steve is behind by 50 million points on ball 3, but that can be made up pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's not going to care here about if he sets up his opponent for Powerball Mania.
Yeah, he's going to need the points.
Exactly. And again, that's kind of the situational thing we've talked about many times before here. It's like you have to know what you need and when you need it. So exactly like you said, Julie, giving up the Powerball now doesn't matter. If he's behind after this ball, then it's all over anyway.
And he just staged it so he has both gumballs lit, so he can shoot them both consecutively and get the locks.
Yep. Now, if he completes this power field, he'll start a mode. I'm not sure what mode was lit, and it's probably going to time out. There's some modes that can be very lucrative going into Powerball Mania. I personally like to get Spiral. That can be really fun, but Spiral, Town Square Madness, there's different choices that could have been nice to go into Powerball Mania with.
Oh, good shot. Good job with quick shots up the right orbit there.
Yep. And it is still lit, so he can just do it again for 20 million points and a Powerball.
It's a deceptively tough shot. It looks easy to do it, but it's a tough shot.
Definitely.
It is. Nice job there, making a catch and a ball that was flailing around wildly. And a nice shot on the orbit.
And here's his payoff.
So one interesting thing right now, even if Steve doesn't get if Steve doesn't get the Powerball in, he's probably in trouble anyway. But if the scoring was a little different, he wouldn't even have to worry about his opponents getting the Powerball, because if you drain with it, it goes to the back of the trough, so it wouldn't be immediately available anyway. But that was a nice shot up the orbit to start Powerball Mania.
Yeah, it was a great out lane save right before that to make that possible.
So Steve's first priority is going to be to shoot the right ramp to get the ball up on the power field and try to get himself a 50 million point jackpot. Oh, that was a tough drain.
Great job with the setup, and then just lost it there.
Clock 10 millions. 10 million points a shot is nice, but what's not nice is that clock target's dead center and would love to throw the ball right back down the middle at you. Not bad to have during a multi-ball, but not something you probably want to go for during single ball play.
Just like that.
Yeah. Not a bad ball for Steve. Ended up putting, what was that, about 130 million points on that ball.
One of the things that Twilight Zone does to maybe discourage tilting is a lot of the points that you get are awarded as bonus, so he couldn't be too aggressive with his saves there because he would have lost all those points.
Yeah, I've seen a number of people tilt away Powerball Mania bonuses just out of rage tilts, and it's killed them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing. I admit I do my own frustration tilts from time to time, but you have to be cognizant of your situation. If you're playing in a competitive environment, a tournament or a league, yeah, it might feel good to shake that machine a little bit to get your frustration out, but you'll be even more frustrated if you lose your complete game by tilting away the bonus I would have wanted.
And Chris is going to want to get that middle ramp there to get the other side of the gumball lit up, because the Powerball will be next. See if he tries to backhand it here.
It's a tough backhand. If you don't make it, it's risky for center drain. I don't know if post passing has not been successful. I haven't seen any post passing today on Twilight Zone.
And there it is.
He did try it. You could see the ball just barely made it around there. But good move, well executed by Chris. So, like you said, Fred, Powerball's next up. Same situation Steve was in a minute ago. Chris is going to want to shoot that orbit again. Perfect. Bounce pass to the orbit. That couldn't have done it better.
Yeah, sometimes that Powerball kick out can be hard to handle coming out of the slot machine. It doesn't always behave the way the other pinballs do, but he did a great job there.
Yeah, the Powerball's much lighter, so it has a tendency, it might bounce higher, hit the slingshots, go crazy, or whatever. But like you said, it worked out perfectly for him here.
See if I think he wants to get control here so he can make that shot for the power field.
Oh, no, that was a quick drain, and there's not much in the way of grace period. There's a tiny one, but not enough. However, as long as Chris does not tilt here, he does have the game owned already. I think he's looking up the scoreboard and realizing that. Might check what his Powerball Mania value was, 18 million, so he knows at this point he can just drop the flipper if he wants to and be done. Or he can play on. One funny bug about Twilight Zone is when you hit those stand-up targets that say 5 million, you actually get 10 million.
He's good.
Yeah, now he can even tilt if he wants to. It doesn't matter. The game is over here. Just a gratuitous dead-end shot for fun. And now Chris does finally walk away from the game. We do encourage, actually, because there's a number of games being played today. Best of 3 matches, a lot of rounds. If player 3's locked up the game, players are encouraged to go ahead and just walk away from it so we can keep the tournament moving. So Chris takes that game over Al Tomka here during the qualifying, during the... during the final rounds at the Fairfax Pinball Open. We're here in Fairfax, Virginia, outside of our nation's capital, watching the A and B division finals. You can follow the bracket online right now at www.challonge.com. That's CHALLONGE.com/FPO finals. And that URL is up on the video and the little footnote towards the bottom of the screen.
Just to chime in here, over the weekend we had a fundraising tournament for Barry Orsler on Metallica. It was a 1-ball game. Best scored win. Raised $650. Rob Winter Cox was the winner with $90 million on 1 ball, which is very impressive.
That is extremely impressive.
And a great fundraiser, and it goes to a great cause.
It does. For anyone who hasn't heard, both Barry Orsler, who's designed a lot of great games during his career at Williams, Comet, Cyclone, that series,
Time Fantasy.
Pinbot, Time Fantasy.
Time.
Snail time. Both Barry Orsler and his wife have had some rough medical problems recently, and they started a Kickstarter campaign to raise some money to help them support their treatments. And the outreach from the support from the pinball community has been wonderful. So we're over here now on F14 Tomcat. We've got Steve Bowden again and Chris Stevens. Do we know, is this game 2 or 3?
This would be 2.
This is game 2. So I'm going to guess that Steve chose the game since he's playing first. F14 Tomcat is a pretty simple game, but it is very fast, very crazy. Typically, your strategy or your approach is going to be to spell tomcats, the red and blue targets scattered around the game. Spell tomcat to qualify locks towards multi-ball. And it's a little different from a lot of games. You actually have to lock 4 balls in order to start multi-ball.
I believe it's you lock 3, and then you get the 4th one during the multi-ball. If I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
I think you have to lock 3, and then the 4th one, you have to shoot it up the right orbit to start the multi-ball.
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, too.
Yeah, I thought it was the way Julie said that you have to shoot. After you lock 3, you have to shoot the. I don't think you have to relight lock, but you have to shoot the release on the right dead end.
The 4th
shot.
one would act as a lock. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
And
Hopefully, we'll find out.
Steve over the weekend put up a little over $6 million on this, which is pretty respectable score. So.
Wow, was that the top score of the qualifying round?
I believe it was.
Yeah,
yes.
I can imagine. $6 million's a pretty monster game on this. It's definitely one. It's unforgiving. It's very fast. There's no ball saver or anything, so it's not hard at all to just flub a few shots and end up with 200,000-300,000 for your entire game.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say one of the unique shots I thought was the Yagov shot on the left side of the play field that has a cannon hidden underneath the ramp, so when you shoot it up there, it comes screaming back at you.
While laughing at you.
Yeah, and he laughs at you, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, some places I've played it, you get a ball save if it comes screaming back and goes out, but here, you're out of luck. So one of the interesting rules of this tournament is, as far as game choices, you can only choose a single game a maximum of 3 times during the whole playoffs. So sometimes you might save your better games for a little later, for the later rounds where you think you might have a little more trouble, but on the other hand, if you go out without having used them, you're going to feel bad about that too.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a pretty interesting strategic choice that like you said, carries through the entire playoff rounds of the tournament. So, you need to balance it. If you don't advance, it doesn't matter if you have game picks or not. So you got to advance, whatever that takes. Steve's doing pretty decent so far. You got another Tomcat lit, so he can lock another ball over on the right hand. It looks like an orbit, but it's really a dead end shot. Now, one thing I usually do on Tomcat, I didn't see Steve doing there, is when you're trying to shoot that right side dead end shot, I like to hold the right flipper up, because otherwise the tip of the upper flipper kind of can get in the way. If you don't hold it, it actually can make it a harder shot, but it looks like Steve had it dialed in anyway and is starting his multi-ball.
And that's good, because he's going to want to hit that shot again during multi-ball.
He will. He'll want to hit it a total of 3 times if possible. And you could see at the start of the multi-ball there, the balls just come flying out at Mach 20. It's a very fast game. That was a great shot on the fly. Steve keeping one ball trapped on the right flipper there, and he's going to hope to get the other ball on the left side lower flipper and hit that right side shot again if he can.
Strangely, although this game seems to be all about planes fighting, the jackpot says, hey, you made a safe landing, so I'm not sure what's up with that.
Well, you made a safe landing after shooting down the enemy planes. What I think is funny is there actually is a. Fred was talking before about the left side shot, which has that mean kicker to fire back the ball at you. It almost seems like that should be the goal of the game because that shot kills enemy planes. But
No, it's all about the safe landing. Safety first.
Yeah, safety first, I guess. Yeah, it's you're much better off getting a safe landing. One of the other things, if you do get nailed in on that right side shot, it does spot you Tomcat letters. So, like in this case, you see Steve was just going for that right side shot, even though it's not currently lit for lock. It will spot him a Tomcat ladder towards the lock, and some players might choose to do the inner orbits towards the upper flippers, but it looks like Steve is just trying to stay consistent with that right side shot.
Yeah, in fact, I think that if you have 5 of the 6 Tomcat letters and you shoot the right orbit, it will award you the last one and then give you the lock on the shot.
Instantly lock it, yeah.
One of the unique features also from a scoring perspective is each letter that you get in succession, you get incrementally more points as you shoot each letter if you do it as combos.
Right, I think that's when it shows the hot streak up on the display.
And his bonus right now is huge. He's got 8 times in his max bonus, so he's got over, I think, 700,000 bonus.
Is that what it works out to be?
Yeah, I think so.
And another lock, and I think another lock lit, right? So one of the interesting things with Tomcat is if you do have the lock slit, just by plunging, it will feed the balls into the locks through that rather complicated contraption of ramps up there.
Yeah. It's still a great first ball.
That was a fantastic first ball.
Oh, my math was a
over
little bit off, huh?
points.
Math was just a little off.
Yeah. But you were right in saying it was a big bonus. You almost doubled his score just on that bonus. Very nice start. And we wait. While we're waiting, we'll just remind you all that we're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia. We're watching the finals rounds of the A and B divisions here. It was the round of 16. My name is Joe Schober. I'm here with my beautiful wife, Julie, and the not quite as beautiful Fred Cochran. But you're a fine gentleman, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so Chris is starting off here. I'm not even sure there's really much to say in terms of strategy on Tomcat. I mean, I think everyone goes for multi-ball. No one really goes to defeat the planes. So it's pretty much a matter, do you want to play the upper play field and get the targets with the upper flippers, or do you want to do what we saw Steve doing before, and now Chris to some extent, just shoot the right dead-end shot and spot targets and eventually get to lock lid?
Yeah, I think slow and steady wins the race in this game. It's with the dangerous shots that there are.
Yeah.
I would say that if you're having trouble with that right lock shot, which you often do, your best strategy is to light up all the locks first, and then you can lock the other balls just by plunging. It means you only need 2 right orbit shots to start your multi-ball.
When you mentioned how you'd like to raise the flipper, I like to do it myself, but Chris chose not to raise his flipper on that right shot there.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems both Steve and Chris were not raising the flipper. I'm not sure why. If there's something else, maybe they think if they miss the shot towards the inner orbit that it's better. I don't know. But you just saw right there that shot Chris made kind of brushed off the upper flipper. I will say, actually, when you play up here in the upper area of the play field, most of the time it's not too drainy. You can often, when you're done batting the ball left and right on the upper part of the play field, there's a good chance you complete those Tomcat targets. And it often comes down in a reasonable manner. But when it chooses not to, it'll do so very quickly. You're going to see a post pass here, I'm guessing. Again, these players are terrific today in doing what we asked them to do.
That's the second shot off the end of the flipper. You might want to think about that maybe at some point.
Yeah. So in Tomcat, unlike some games of this era, while you can sort of steal locks from players, if someone does steal your locks when you start your next ball, you just keep plunging until the lock status is back where you left off. So it's kind of a quasi-steal situation. Steve Bowden carefully walking back up to the machine. He's about 2 feet in front of me, probably distracted by me talking about him. Hi, Steve. You're doing great. We're back. And that's what you see in F-14 Tomcats. Unfortunately, often, if you get an unlucky bounce, it can drain easily. I don't know. It always seems to go down the middle more often than I'd expect. I don't know if the gap is a little wider than on other games or if it's just because of the geometry of the play field. But when it wants to go down the middle, it goes down the middle.
Unlike some of the more modern games that we've been seeing, there's no ramps that feed down to the in lanes to the flippers here, so you end up having to control a lot of loose balls that are just kind of going wild.
Absolutely, especially when you start the 4-ball multi-ball.
That's the Super Elwyn pose there.
Sorry?
The Super Elwyn pose on the flippers.
Yeah, the triple cradle there. The quadruple cradle. We're going to get a demo of his cradle separation skills.
This should be interesting.
Yeah.
Look at that concentration. The guy next to him is...
Oh, that was beautiful.
That was perfect.
Was unreal.
That was absolutely perfect.
The guy next to him is going crazy on his machine, but he is just in his zone. It's just him and his machine.
You got to focus in these tournaments. Chris almost had another perfect time there, but fortunately got on the wrong side of it, and just that quickly it can be all over.
Now it's back to chopping wood.
It is. There are also Tomcat targets down on the lower play field, but I think generally you'd have to be somewhat crazy to actually shoot for them because pretty much even a good shot on those targets is going to ricochet somewhere close to the out lanes.
I wish you'd have told me that before I played my game.
Oh. My usual strategy on any game, if you don't know what to do, is don't drain. Even if you just have to win your game by attrition by playing for the next 12 hours, don't drain is a perfect tournament strategy on any machine.
Oh, don't drain?
Don't drain.
Oh.
Wonder if he's going to go for the kickback shot here, just so he can get his kickback lit. It's a dangerous shot.
Again, that's dangerous, though. Would you go for that, Fred?
I probably would. I'd probably backhand it from the right flipper off the edge of the target. It's a safe shot and it goes to the right.
Right.
And it's definitely valuable. If it goes down that left lane anywhere, it's over.
Yeah. That left out lane is interesting because you can actually, on some machines, you can enter it from all the way on the top. I think the gate's probably okay on this, but I've seen some Tomcats where the top gate's missing and or doesn't seat right or something, and the ball goes halfway down the play field into the out lane. It's painful.
Although you can see that left out lane is wide open, and the ball's got a lot of room to get out there.
Yeah.
As with many tournaments, a lot of the out lanes on this machine are set up wide open and or without rubbers on the posts there. That's largely done just to help control play time. It was a rough quick drain for Steve.
I think Papa at one point had the kickback turned off during A qualifying or A finals one year, and which is insane.
It really is.
Well, that was a rough second and third ball, but he had that great first ball, so we'll see how it holds up.
Yeah, $2.4 million is pretty solid. Chris can certainly match it, but he's got a little ways to go to get back to multi-ball. And even once you're in multi-ball, it really takes 3 shots on that right dead ends to get the jackpot. I never quite figured out what the jackpot value was in Tomcat. It seems like it's usually around $750,000, but I don't know if it's a progressive that accumulates or if it's just some weird random number or what.
I think it's only 750.
Is it always 750?
I saw a couple people get it yesterday with 750.
Okay.
It's almost like high speed. High speed's set exactly the same.
Right. And actually, pretty similar era games. I think High Speed was 86, maybe?
I believe so. Oh, nice save.
Nice save. Again, the advantage of going last right now, it's ball 3. This is the last ball of F-14 Tomcat, so Chris knows whatever it takes, if he has to tilt the game and attempt to save the ball, he'll do that. Because there's nothing else left. He needs to win this game.
I think what he just did, too, is kind of a good idea. His bonus is maxed out right now. If he can get the multipliers up to 8, we saw how big the bonus is. Just by shooting that safe shot on those multipliers might be a way to go.
Right. Oh, my goodness.
Great light show for this game.
There is. It can be blinding. 3 back box Mars lights spinning around. And coming up in a couple weeks is the final circuit event of the 2013-2014 Papa Circuit. Is the Louisville Arcade Expo. It's going to be held on the weekend of March 7th to 9th. That's your last chance to come on out, to have some good competition, and earn circuit points or a victory towards the Papa Circuit Final at the end of March.
Keeping Louisville retro.
Oh, yeah.
Great event. Went last year, had a blast. Great event.
I understand it's a combination of both pinball and video games, right?
That is correct, yes. I think it was funny. Myself, Andy Rosa, and Trent got involved in a Tempest tournament.
Ah, cool.
I think we were the only ones that knew how to play because we're older. Most people didn't know how to even play it, so we ended up being in the finals together. So it was a great time.
That's a shame. Tempest is one of the classic games. Well, we just briefly saw the end of what looked to be a really solid Indy 500 game there. It was a 339 to 390 or something like that, but we didn't get to see that one. I'm sure we'll see some pretty good action on that game and others as we come up. Got a view here of the circuit standings as we're here in the 11th event of the 2013-2014 Papa Circuit, and like we said, the 12th event is coming up shortly. We're moving over here to Tron Legacy, which apparently wanted to move away from us. Let's see, I don't even know. Who do we have up on this machine right now?
I think this may be a B Division game here.
Looks like it. Let's see where we are. In ball 2, it's 2.5 to 2.8 million. On Tron, until you get some multi-balls going, you're not necessarily going to get a ton of points unless you work the end-of-the-line jackpot combo shots. But I think a lot of players are going to work either on their disc multi-ball, which is a little risky, or light cycle shots or Quora shots to try to get those multi-balls going.
Now, when you were talking about the shots on the game, most of the shots that you have to make to get points on Tron are very difficult shots. They're not easy.
They are. It's a very very fast, flowy game. I think we're actually going to be moving back over and following Chris Stevens and Steve Bowden in their third game, I believe. So it's a best of 3. So this will be the decisive game of their match.
Ball 1 was already played, it looks like.
Yeah. It was. I actually didn't notice who was player 1 on that. Well, Chris lost the previous game, so he would have had choice of game or order. And so I'm guessing since he played first. Steve just walked up as player 2, so I'm guessing Chris chose this game, so he feels he has an advantage over Steve, better experience with the game, or it's just playing well for him today, whatever.
Looked like Steve was taking some important measurements of the playfield there.
Absolutely. It's good to know, the gap between the flippers and the angle to the ramps and other useful stuff like that.
I think he's trying to figure out how he can get that lock shot to stick.
That would be a good question. Yeah, on some indies, it sticks really well. On this one, I've seen a lot of pop-outs on that shot during the course of the tournament. And you saw one of those pop-outs right there. Again, the player is kindly demoing. Oh, and another one. Yeah, it actually seems like it's gotten worse during the tournament. Yesterday it was a little bit friendlier, but today it seems like they're just popping out left and right.
I think I'd probably end up going on the right orbits here if I was not getting favorable lock shots, just to start the modes, things like that, and get the points that way.
Absolutely. You can make some really good points off the modes, so take points. Points is good. And your opponent will probably have the same problem with bounce outs on the lock as you will, so...
It's frustrating because obviously that's one of the main goals of any game that has multi-ball is get that multi-ball going, and you can't start losing focus.
Right.
Yeah, you're right, though. Sometimes you just have to make adjustments on the fly when you see machine condition. Sometimes you have to change what you want to do.
You don't want to get control. This game's pretty quick when it gets out of control.
It really is. It's a fast, fun game, but it's one of those games where if you're not in the rhythm with the machine, you can get essentially nothing. Now, there was a nice loop turbo combo.
He's got to feel good about that.
Yeah. And the value of that does keep going up during the course of the game, too. It's not huge points, but if you do it a few times, it can be worthwhile. And both of the orbits are really valuable in this game. The left orbit lights lock and lights start mode, and the right orbit starts modes. So getting dialed in on the orbits is a very valuable thing on Indy 500.
It's interesting on the ramps. Most games, ramps are usually important. Outside of a multi-ball in this game, you really don't shoot them.
Yeah, there's really no reason to shoot them. That was a great bounce into the lock. Unfortunately, it was not lit.
There it is.
And it's still not lit. Really, Steve needs to shoot the orbit. There he goes. So now the lock is lit, and of course that time he couldn't get it into the lock shot. But the lock will still be lit at the start of Steve's next ball.
So maybe the key is not shooting at the lock.
Yeah, or, my usual theory is that the photons from the blinking lights actually repel the ball. So when the lock is lit, the photons from the lock light are actually pushing the ball away from that shot.
When he was making those shots, you can see it from the vantage point that we have from above that it's just rattling around in there. It's barely even sitting in there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Not sure what's causing that. I think the game is set up, as are most tournament games, a little bit steeper than is prescribed by the designers. That may have some factor.
Well,
But that was a
nice
good
shot.
combo
Very
right there.
nice.
So Chris is going to want to do that again, if he can. Talked about it earlier. Indy 500 is a little different from some games that you really only have to lock 2 balls, and then multi-ball is already guaranteed to start there. You don't actually have to lock the third.
So why is there a third lock light?
No, I don't know the answer to that.
I believe it's for the super jackpot, I believe, if you shoot it in there 3 times.
Is that what
right?
it's used for? Okay.
Trying to get confirmation on it. Okay. I don't know. Let's just put it that way.
We don't know either, so therefore you're right.
You win. Yeah, now right now I would expect, with the ball trapped in the left flipper there, it certainly made sense to choose this. Start a mode, take the what is it, pit stop award, I think it's called, for $15 million, and start a mode.
Well, I saw the extra ball on there. I wonder what the extra ball value on this is. I wonder if it's more than $20 million, which is your max selection.
That's a very good question. I don't know.
Oh.
Now, one thing I didn't notice on, I believe in Dueling Drivers, if you hit the launch button, you can spot a couple of the shots. So, like with mini games that have a button, like a launch button or a punch it on Star Trek or whatever, I'm personally of the mindset, if the ball's drained anyway, go ahead and slap that button a couple times. A lot of games will give you some sort of award, some smart missile, or on Shadow it'll complete a running Mongol hurry up for little points, but you still get something. And
World Cup gives you a goal for a free goal.
Right, yeah. So a lot of games do have features like that. So you're drained anyway, ball's out of play, you might as well see what you can do by hitting the button. But anyway, we'll be coming back to play here in a moment. Much pondering in the machine, and Steve's about ready to play now. He's all set up for multi-ball, so I kind of expect he's going to shoot that left. He might shoot the left orbit to the lock. He might even consider on the plunge, since he should have a brief ball saver. He might consider the left ramp. The skill shot's little points, but you get a slower feed to the flipper.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he maybe did try that and just wasn't successful at
Nice
it.
save. He's going to go for the mode maybe here.
Yeah, I would expect. Yep. 20 million. I think that's the most points you can get off the pit stop. So if you see it, take it and run. In video mode, which is nice, you can get points and you're guaranteed not to drain the ball right now.
And you want to avoid Derbis.
That's right. And there's a lot of debris on this particular course. Now, Indy 500 is one of those games where the modes are given as bonus, so all the points Steve is accumulating here will not immediately show up on his score. They'll be saved up as bonus, which does mean that he needs to be a little cognizant of it. This might be a 50 million or so point video mode, 55 million point video mode, so he doesn't want to tilt because he has 55 million points in the bank right now. If he tilts, he will lose those. And I'm guessing we're hoping for a left orbit to lock combo.
Yeah, it's always tempting to shoot that ramp because it goes right to the flipper, but if you miss, it comes screaming
It
back
comes
at
right
you.
down. He actually did shoot the ramp, but even with the slower feed, he wasn't able to get it to stick up in the lock there.
Almost even a safer shot, too, is shooting up the middle to that scoop because it feeds it back to the pops.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. It's a tight, another miss. It's a tight shot to that scoop, but you're definitely right. That might be a good approach.
And they're discussing it right now about the lock shot again.
Yeah. It's one of these things, when you miss the same shot over and over, it can start actually playing on your mind. It's like, what do I have to do to get that thing?
Yeah, it's bad enough when you miss a shot because you're just not accurate, but when you're making a shot, it should just lock in. It's just that much worse.
Yep. And especially something as important as a ball lock, Steve is doing a good job of being patient with the game. When the ball's, when he misses a shot and flies out of control, he's just letting it come back down the flippers, taking control as he has right now, and planning his next move, which is to start a mode.
You can keep doing that all day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the way the lock's been, like we talked about before, it might be the better approach. And there, of course,
perfect.
he got it on the fly.
And I don't even think he meant to do that. It was just kind of a reactionary thing, and
Absolutely.
he just was able to take advantage of the shot.
All right, Bobby, it's multi-ball. During this multi-ball, you do want to shoot the ramps. You want to alternate them for jackpots.
Which he just did.
Which he just did. It's
on cue, of course.
Of course. The ramp for jackpot is indicated by that brightly blinking race car in front of the ramp.
Yeah, there's another one.
Very nice. And you can see here, Steve's already up to 266 million points. The jackpots can certainly be very lucrative in this. So that ended that, but that was a very good multi-ball. Well played. And like we said before, Steve, if he doesn't tilt, has at least 55 million bonus, probably more like 60 or 65 million bonus waiting for him. So, if he doesn't tilt, you can think of his score as being more like 330 million right now.
That's a smart choice there. Saves him a shot for the orbit.
And the ball should come right down to that flipper.
And if I remember right, Quick Pit is a multi-ball itself, if you shoot the right ramp to start it.
It's nice one not using the flipper there to let it come down to his right flipper to do the post transfer. Perfectly executed.
Yep. So by shooting that right ramp, he starts a quick multi-ball, a pit stop multi-ball it's called. And again, shoot the blinky shots.
Unfortunately, his pit stop was just like a pit stop. It was over pretty quickly.
It was. 12 seconds, new tires, and he's off again. We're watching a match here between...
Whoa. And that's the risk of shooting that ramp shot right there. If you miss it up, it comes back down, or if you hit the post, it can go right down the drain.
You see there, Steve had almost 100 million in bonus on that, so that was an excellent ball there for Steve Bowden, and it's going to put some pressure on Chris. So this is the third game of this particular matchup between Chris Stevens and Steve Bowden. And with Chris in a decent deficit going in, basically his tournament, or at least this match, is on the line for him.
Oh, that's a beautiful award to get.
Triple play field, and he does have multi-ball lit. So right now, that lock shot is more critical than ever.
And that's a
nice ramp shot into the lock.
Oh.
That was a perfect setup. I mean,
and well executed. It just didn't go in.
It just didn't go in.
Yeah, he did exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah. I mean, he has a few seconds left of triple play field. He has another shot here. Same thing again. I mean, it was all you could ask for. Just rejected the shot, and you see that from time to time. It's just shot doesn't work.
He's actually kneeling in front of the game right now.
Do you think in prayer, or what is this?
Disgust, thought. Yeah, because he did everything he needed to do. He set it up perfectly with the post transfer, got it started, got the award that he wanted, and missed it and hit it twice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he had been able to execute, I mean, he did execute. If the ball had stayed in the lock, he could have been looking at jackpots lit for, something on the order of 120 million each.
Yeah, I think it's 40 million. Yeah, it's like 120, right?
Yeah, so with 2 or 3 shots at that point, he could have quickly made up the deficit he's in right now.
But he took a moment and reset his thinking, and now he's ready to get back to it. That's all you can really do.
That is all you can do. The machine will do what it wants to do.
You feel bad about stuff like that. You see his player do everything he needs to, and the machine just doesn't allow him to.
Yeah.
All right, so Steve is in the always enjoyable position of just being able to walk off, plunge away his third ball there. Feels pretty good to do. And so it looks like Steve is going to be moving on to the winner of a separate match between Trent Augenstein and Brian Shepard, it looks like. They're currently playing over on AC/DC. Maybe we can flip over that and see what the scoop is.
I don't think I'd mention a scoop around Chris for a few minutes.
Looks like Trent and Brian just started on AC/DC. Do we know which game this is of their match?
AC/DC.
Yeah. Kind of meant more game number.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we're going to find out right now.
Yeah, I think our producer, Mark Steinman's going over to find out what the status is on this match. Looks like it's the first game. So they got a little ways to go here. So since it's their first game, I'm going to guess that Trent chose this game. Trent was the higher seed. He was the number 3 seed after qualifying, so he's going to be a higher seed than almost everyone. So this is the first game. Trent would have come in with choice of choice, either choice of machine or choice of play order. And the normal approach would be to, in that situation, to choose the machine and then accept most likely going first when your opponent chooses to play second.
Yeah, he played yesterday. I was watching him play the qualifying ticket. He put up 455.
Is that all?
On this and hit 2 jackpots for over 100 million each. So,
wow,
he was pretty dialed on just shooting ramps.
And that's certainly a good approach. It advances you towards multi-ball. You get some combo points along the way, and importantly, they're safe shots. The ramps do return the ball to the flipper directly, so you don't have to deal with the very high speed that you can get on AC/DC.
He couldn't tell where the ball was. I think he actually shook it out of the in lane on to try to save because you can't see because of the cannon.
The cannon's in the way. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. We are at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia. We're watching the finals rounds here. Currently, we're watching a game on AC/DC between Trent Augustine and Brian Shepard. It's their first game in a best-of-3 match to advance to the next round. I'm Joe Schober. I'm here with my wife, Julie, and with Fred Cochran. We will hopefully be entertaining and informing you over the course of this morning and afternoon as we check out some of the best players in the world as they fight for money, Papa Circuit points, and most of all, glory.
Pinball glory above all.
That's right.
To earn the people's fame and ovation forever.
Plus, it's a great way to pick up chicks. It worked for me. However, I'm being told it better only work for me once.
Absolutely.
Oh. Brian eliciting a danger from the machine there on that save, but he had to do it. Did either of you see what song he started up here?
I did not. It was not Highway to Hell, I can tell you that.
Right.
Actually, I think it might have been. I just saw it on the screen. It was.
That's one of the funny things. This is an AC/DC Pro, which is unfortunately distinguished by Angus's face filling the entire center of the playfield, which on the premium and LE versions of this game actually have an entire lower playfield, which is referred to as the hell part of the playfield, and you can actually play down there and get points towards modes. But in the Pro version of the game, you just get Angus's face.
I think the face that they put in there is a way to encourage you to spend a little more on the premium or LE.
Yeah, I think no doubt this is a game where you want to get the premium model. I have to say the premium model in addition has extremely nice and actually fairly useful color changing LEDs in all of the inserts. It's actually a little strange for me to see the non-premium version of the game here where the colors are all static.
And the swinging bell is a fantastic mod.
The swinging bell is a great toy on the premium edition. So Trent just started a multi-ball here.
He's got 2 stacked. He's got Jam and Album.
Jam and Album, it looks like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry to talk over you, Fred.
No, sorry. I do that to everybody.
Sorry to talk over you, Fred.
He's just going to crank that bell for all it's worth now.
Yeah, the bell, once you hit it a few times, is worth playfield multiplier. So if you get a few shots on it, you can get double or even triple playfield scoring on it, which, needless to say, especially with a multi-ball going, can be quite lucrative. It's also helpful to shoot that ball, that bell, in multi-ball because the shot shoots the ball pretty much back down the middle, so it's nice to have other balls defending. And that was 3 balls that kind of exited stage left pretty quickly.
And he uses his add-a-ball as well, so that was pretty quick.
Right, the add-a-ball off the VIP pass on the fire button there.
His score went up pretty quickly, though. He's up to 36.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, we talked about that if there's a button, you might as well hit it when you're draining influence, and that's exactly what Trent had done, and he got a VIP pass to basically add balls back to his multi-ball there.
Yeah, the VIP passes are underrated in this game for the skill shots. It seems like an easy shot, but if you don't get them, it can really cost you when you're in multi-ball.
Right. So Brian's back up. We'll see what approach he takes to ACDC. ACDC is a pretty interesting and deceptively complicated game. There's a lot of detail with a dozen songs you can choose to play, each of which corresponds to different areas of the playfield or different shots on the playfield.
There's that cannon in the way again, not knowing where that ball is and getting it out of there as quickly as possible.
Yep. I think Brian's going to focus on some ramp combos here if he can.
That's the one thing about the premium also, too. There's a couple other options you can shoot on a premium as opposed to a pro. You're pretty much just ramps most of the time.
Doink. And multi-ball's off. This is the jam multi-ball.
We'll start with 2 balls, and then if he gets his added ball, he'll add a third. That one comes back.
Great guitar riffs along the way, too.
Yeah, this is probably one of my more favorite modern Stern games.
And I think we're about to be joined here by Lyman Sheets, who is the programmer of AC/DC, who's one of his recent masterpieces. And I think he'll be able to tell us everything about the game pretty well, certainly much better than I can. Welcome, Lyman. How you doing today?
I'm doing okay, I guess. Thanks, Joe. Well, no, I just kind of had a rough day today playing. It happens, at least for me. Well, it's always fun to watch. I guess it's more fun to play.
Yeah, it's fun both ways. It's we do this tournament thing enough. It's kind of fun to appreciate the play of others without the pressure on you.
I certainly enjoy watching people play the games that I've worked on in a tournament. They don't always come out exactly the way you want, and it's always nice to see people play the games. You see different strategies and different approaches to the game. And for me, it gives me more to think about in terms of what people are doing, what people are going for, and oftentimes how to go back and make the game better.
Yeah, it seems like with AC/DC in particular, you've really been refining the rules a number of times since the original software came out, and it looks like that was in large part based on what you saw people doing in tournaments, and you were tweaking it along the way to make it more tournament-friendly, right?
Yeah, rules are a lot harder to develop these days, I guess maybe for me, because I've been in the industry for so long. I've had about 20 years worth of pinball rules, and really I've been kind of programming the same playfield for those 20 years. I mean, if you look at some of the playfields, they're very similar to the mid-90s sort of layouts, and it's always a challenge. It's always try to get people to have fun playing the game, and it's a little harder too because the people who are into pinball and the tournament players, because those are the people I see, they sort of demand a little bit more out of a game than, say, a casual player. So they're always looking for nuances in the game, and they're always looking for different ways to play the game, and they kind of want to see something new every time they play it or discover something new. And that part's really hard. The thing for me, and some of the things that I don't like about games, I want to be able to play the game the way I want to play it. I don't want there to be only, say, one way to play the game. And that's really important to me.
Well, it seems like you've done a great job with that, with the rules in AC/DC. It seems to have quickly become quite a tournament favorite, and there's a lot of big scoring opportunities, a lot of big risk, big reward type stuff, which I'm sure is what you were going for.
That's the biggest thing for me is it's so hard today because of a pinball machine to an average player is a little overwhelming. It is, there are so many things on the playfield. It's often hard to know what's important in the game. And I think it's a little easier maybe on games, maybe like Medieval Madness, where you could walk up to the game and say, oh, there's a castle on it and I should shoot that. And so for somebody who doesn't know much about pinball, it's pretty straightforward to be able to say, this is what I should do. And so for games like AC/DC, where you have a lot of blinking lights and different things going on at different times, it's much harder to decide like what's really important in the game. But at least with the rules on this game, the main important thing, which takes people a little time to figure out, is the song Jackpot. It's basically all the rules in the game. I shouldn't say all the rules. All of the songs in the game contribute to this one value that you can decide when to collect or when not to collect, I guess. And that really is sort of the focus of the game. So when you see people play it, there's some basic strategies to try to build up a score and collect it. That's the general overall way to play the game, and it's the one thing that you can kind of look at and say, well, this is what the game's about, as opposed to if you have a play field and there are 20 things on it, it's really hard to decide what's really important and what to do.
Sure. And you were just talking about that. There was Brian just now collected a song jackpot for what looked to be, a 30 million points or so?
Yeah. It's
Actually, that wasn't. Was that even a song jackpot, or was that just a multi-ball?
Oh, he
jackpot?
was an album multi-ball, and he picked up it's a bonus. It's on the 2 multi-balls. You have album multi-ball and tour multi-ball. So if you match up, it's a really geeked out rule. But people, and it really needs a big sound when you get it. So when you get it, you got it. Right now, it's really no different than what would you normally see for a regular jackpot. So it needs a little better feedback, but it is part of the strategy in the game to try and match the song with the album during album multi-ball, or to try to match the song with the tour in tour multi-ball.
So you're really going there for hardcore fans of AC/DC who know that information like the back of their hand, huh?
So we picked up a song jackpot there for about 10 million, it looked like.
Yeah, right now he's in tour multi-ball, and so if he can make it up to the album that the song's on, then he can collect a bonus. When you collect the bonus during the multi-balls, the song jackpot doesn't reset. Normally it'll reset when you collect it off the cannon, and when you collect it during the multi-balls, it doesn't reset. So you can actually, if you build the song jackpot up, you can score a lot more points if you collect the bonus in that way. And a lot of times it's hard during the multi-ball to stay away from the right ramp. There's some times when you don't want to collect it if you're close to the album or the tour for which the song is associated with.
Right, because you'd rather get it when you can get it and not have it be reset on you.
Yeah, this game, when we were developing it, was all about choice, because, again, one of the things that I noticed, at least with a lot of watching tournament players, is they would play a game and there would be exactly one way to play a game. And some of my favorite games over the course of, I guess, the whole time I've been playing pinball, 20 or 25 years, have been games where there are a lot of different strategies. One of the games in the bank here, Shadow, is one of my favorite games to play. There are a lot of different ways to approach it, or maybe not a lot of different. I guess maybe 2 or 3 main ways to approach it, but at least there are options for the player. They're not locked into playing it a certain way.
Sure. Like on certain games where every player is just going to do the exact same thing in a tournament setting.
Yeah, I think Johnny Mnemonic is probably the example of for me, a bad implementation of game rules because the way the bonus works with the hold bonus, you really have to have you have to play ball 1 a certain way and ball 2 a certain way and ball 3 a certain way. And if you don't do that, it's very depressing to be on your second or third ball and not be able to come back. So for me, I like games where if I'm on my last ball and I don't care how well you did on your 3 balls, that I still have a chance. That's really important to me.
Sure.
And I think it's also important to tournament players because when you're watching all of this, you don't want some player to come up to the game on their 3rd ball and realize like they have no chance.
They have no chance whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Well, on that last ball of Brian Shepard's, he started that ball with, I think, something like 4 million points, essentially nothing. And at the end of his ball 2, he has 148 million. Trent had started off better than Brian, getting, 36 million or something after 2 balls. But now Brian has switched it around and really put the pressure on Trent here to do a similar performance. And he is in Tour Multi-Ball right now.
Yeah, Trent has been playing very well this weekend. He's a pretty consistent player, and he's pretty good. He blew it up last round, and whereas I blew it up in the opposite direction last round, and that's why he's still playing.
Yeah, but Lyman, you're still one of the best players in the world. You've got how many Papa titles to your name?
Well, I think for everyone, age catches up to them. I'm not 26 years old anymore, I guess, but I still have fun in the tournaments. It's still a lot of fun to play and compete. But days like today are a little frustrating.
Yeah, I totally understand. Who was your opponent you were playing against in your round this morning?
I played Chris Stevens in the first round and had 2 pretty poor games on Shadow and Indy 500, and then I played Jason, who's actually, he plays in our league in Chicago, so I'm pretty used to Jason and pretty comfortable playing against him, but I just couldn't really put anything together.
Right.
It's one of those situations where I guess if you miss a shot, it goes out immediately instead of getting some breaks, and sometimes that happens. So it just seemed to happen in droves today.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all part of the game.
It is. Yeah, but on the plus side, that means we get the value of your experience and knowledge, both as a top level player as well as a game designer and programmer here to help tell the crowds what they should be doing.
Well, I think everybody here, at least the people who are still in now, have a pretty good idea as to what they're doing. If they don't, I don't know. I think they probably should.
They'll learn quickly one way or the other. Well, we've been talking earlier in the broadcast about if you don't know a game or if you're not familiar with tournament strategy or whatever, one of the best ways to improve is to go ahead and play against better players, because you get to learn a lot about the strategy of the games, the strategy of tournaments themselves, cool flipper control techniques and so forth. That's really the only way to improve, is to play a lot of pinball and play with people who can teach you something.
And even if all the people who are still in this tournament know what to do and why, some of the people who are watching this on Papa TV maybe don't. So hopefully this is, helpful for them.
I know for me, when I was learning pinball, I enjoyed it just as a game. It really helped to watch better players to see what they would do. And the one thing for me, I didn't get really good at pinball until I learned how to do a drop catch. And then after that, it really was to another level. That one technique, if you can master it and do really well with it, then your play is going to be much better. But then you sort of slow the game down a little bit, and you're sort of forced into playing more deliberately. And for some people, that's not as fun. For some people, they just want to hit the ball and see things happen, and they don't really care about being precise. They'd maybe say, well, I sort of aimed in that general direction, and sometimes I hit things and sometimes I don't. Tournament players don't really play that way. They're a lot more deliberate about things, and for some people it's boring.
Well, I think even for a lot of tournament players, it's boring. I mean, you hear about the phrase of chopping wood, of just pounding a shot over and over and over, and that might be the right thing to do for a tournament. It might be the necessary thing to do, but that doesn't mean it's particularly fun. And that gets back to what you were saying before about having different choices in how to play a game, so it's not just that you have to hit this one shot 2,000 times in order to succeed.
Yeah, that gets boring pretty fast.
So Trent has survived a couple of shakes. I think he's running on double danger right now, but he's trying to make a comeback here. He needs at least another 50 million or so just to catch up, or 60 million or something, it looks like. And, I'm sure he'll want to put up more than that because we still have another ball coming here from Brian Shepard.
Yeah, AC/DC is the kind of game you could have a really big ball or you could have next to nothing. Trent is, again, the strategy for this is pretty much the same for everybody. Build up the jackpot and collect it. So multi-ball helps a lot. Being in multi-ball gives you an opportunity to make some of the shots to build up that value, and then it also gives you some shots at the bell. That's where the multiplier is, to be able to build that up to 2x or 3x, and when you cash in, have your song jackpot multiplied. So Trent's doing a pretty good job right now of just building it up, and I'm sure maybe once he comes out of this multi-ball, he might think about, if he's close to another one, starting another one or cashing in.
You're currently watching the playoffs at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. We're watching Trent Augenstein battle Brian Shepard on AC/DC Pro. I'm Joe Schober. I'm here with Julie Schober and Lyman Sheets.
So right there, Trent, it looked like he wasn't interested in cashing in his song jackpot right there because he loaded the cannon, it was lit there, and he deliberately missed it. So he'll have to complete the lanes at the bottom, the fire lanes. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's the risk reward part of this game. Sometimes you can cash in and it feels really great, and sometimes you miss out on it and you get disappointed. But those ups and downs in pinball are part of what make it fun.
Oh, absolutely. What makes it exciting. And certainly a big risk return situation like that is really fun, where you know that you can build something up and have that potential, like you just said a minute ago, of having just a monster ball. But there's the excitement of, well, if you don't, then it's all over.
And to me, part of the reason why that rule works fairly well is because the jackpot grows unbounded. So you can always say to yourself, well, this game I'm going to try to do better than I've ever done and build it up to higher than I've ever built it up to. And it's part of the fun of pinball. It's part of what keeps it interesting.
What is the highest song jackpot you've personally collected?
Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe in the 300s. A couple times, I think 300. So basically, like a little over. Once it gets to be over 100, and I start to look to cash it in.
Sure. Yeah. Don't want it to all fizzle away. Looks like we've moved over to a B Division match on Twilight Zone. Up on the machine right now, we've got Greg Giblin. Didn't quite take note of who his opponent is right now, but Greg is player 2 here, just starting off a game. Strategy we've been seeing from a lot of people today and this weekend on Twilight Zone is just running through, loading the gumball over and over in order to get Powerball Manias.
It looks like he has quite a little dance going. I think that's probably part of his strategy.
Yeah, I think the dance is part of the strategy. He's got the headphones working, I think.
Yeah, Powerball is definitely a strategy in Twilight Zone. I kind of wish the rule were a little different. I know for me, when I get the Powerball out on the playfield, because it's so dangerous to shoot around, The thing I want to do is just like put it right back into the gumball machine and play my multi-ball, where there are a whole ton of points on the mini playfield, 50 million. If you can get the ball through the hole in the mini playfield. For me, I think maybe it would have been more interesting if maybe when the Powerball's out on the playfield, that instead of getting automatically 50 million jackpots, you could shoot the 5 million targets because they're lit. When the Powerball's out, you get 5 million when you hit them, and build the jackpot that way. So that way, while the Powerball's out, you could choose to shoot some targets to work a jackpot a little higher. But so the way the rule is right now, the Powerball comes out, and you pretty much want to put it right back in the gumball machine and get your multi-ball.
Right. Yeah, you don't have that risk return when you're playing with the very squirrely Powerball, very fast, very dangerous. But yeah, like you said, there's not nearly enough risk return there to make it worth
warrant
keeping out.
the ball flying around in the playfield like that. Sure.
Yeah. I think we're actually going to be switching over to Star Trek for a little while here. We've got Jason Werdrick up against who do we got? Keith Brown?
That sounds right, Joe.
Yep. All right, so it looks like the game just started. Is it first game in the match between these gentlemen? We talked earlier about the general approach to Star Trek. Shooting shots in combination, as long as you have a combo going, it doubles the value of the shots. So the game really encourages you to make a series of shots on the fly to ramp up the values for the modes and the multi-balls and then some of the super modes. Do you have any code in this game, Lyman, or was it one of the other teams who was responsible for this at Stern?
No, this is. I didn't really work on Star Trek. I of course work with Steve, and Steve's a great designer. He and I have a lot of fun at work, and he really cares about what he does, and he labors over all of what he does, and I think it shows in his games. His games play really nice. They play very smooth, and he's a great guy to have working in pinball.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, all of Steve's games are really fast and flowy and fun. You just saw Jason make one of the more interesting shots here in Star Trek. He had to shoot underneath the upper right flipper to start his next mode. You can either do that or shoot the saucer on the left side, but he'd had the ball on the left flipper, so he elected to shoot that shot underneath the upper flipper, which I think was it's a shot you also see in Spider-Man, which was one of Steve's previous releases that I know Lyman did work on.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that that design originally started in Spider-Man, and then, a lot of what happens with pinball design, people say, well, how can it take so long? Part of it is because it's easy to look at an end result and say, oh, okay, they should have done this and they should have done that and whatever else. Nobody understands the path we take to get where we end up. Oftentimes it's in circles or curves, or you backtrack, and there are all kinds of changes that are made. So originally on Spider-Man, this shot fed underneath the flipper and came back, I guess, kind of towards the right return lane, right out lane area. And it was always like, I can't swear here, can I? It was always like one of those, oh God moments where you shoot under there and the ball comes back and you're sort of like, well, it may go down the right side and whatever. So people kind of shied away from it, and it's kind of a neat shot. You don't really see things like that on pinball machines much these days, and so Steve took it a little step further on this game, and I like it. It's interesting. I like seeing new things in playfield layouts and design, and that's one that I enjoy to see.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking earlier, I've got to think some new players must look at that and say, how the heck do you shoot that thing? But on the other hand, a lot of inexperienced players probably use both flippers simultaneously anyway, so it might work out for them.
I think it's a non-feature for casual players. I think I don't think they immediately say, "Oh, I should shoot under there," and it might do something interesting. I think they're concentrating on, and at least with Star Trek, I see casual players. They mostly interact with the ship, and then better players mostly shoot the shots.
Sure.
It's kind of interesting that different players. It's almost like as good players, we're conditioned to shoot shots for all of the big points and all of the good scoring in the game. So I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, I think it's nice to have the goals, and it looks like Keith there probably just got the Black Hole Award to add a ball, which is how he salvaged a little bit more out of his multi-ball there. But, it's great, and certainly you, Lyman, have had some great success with this over the years, especially with some games like Attack from Mars and Medieval Madness, where there's a very, very obvious and relatively easy goal to have, like with the ship on Attack or the castle on Medieval, where a novice player sees it, understands it, and has a reasonable time of making it because the shot is relatively easy. But then there's a lot of hidden subtleties in the rules for more advanced players. So pretty much everyone's happy with those kinds of setups.
I think that's why it kind of works. I think when I first saw something like that, I guess it was probably Theater of Magic with the trunk.
Mm-hmm.
That game, to me, really had it all as far as casual player appeal. And but again, like you say, not everybody's a casual player, so people look for it a little bit more, especially in the game rules, for things that are a little bit more interesting or challenging. So Jason, it looks like he's going to try to finish out his 3 in a row for Super Ramps here.
Ramps.
And then I can't tell if he's close to multi-ball or not, but 2 of the other sort of things we go for in this game. One is multi-ball. Gives you a chance if you play it with one of the modes, you can get some points that way. And also the Vengeance mode is worth pretty good points if you defeat the Vengeance. It's 10 million, and then Victory Laps.
Yeah.
Sure. So that is kind of an all or nothing. If you get there and you don't make that, then you're, I don't say kind of at a loss, but it's kind of tough to recover because you have to play through a couple of other Vengeance modes that aren't as, I guess, lucrative in the scoring department as the first one. So,
or at least they're not multi-balls, so you don't have kind of the sort of low-risk situation of playing a multi-ball and not having to worry about losing your ball completely.
Sure, multi-ball is the kind of thing where, for a good player, it's kind of like a free ball. More balls on the playfield, try and get a trap and play and get the points on the table. Unfortunately, I don't say unfortunately, but a lot of times, at least in the risk-reward department, multi-ball isn't so risky. So for me, I would look for, at least for rules, to be able to find a way to make more points with just one ball on the table, because when one ball's on the table, you risk. It's just at risk all the time.
Sure.
So, yeah, but the way rules are for most games these days, multi-ball is this big deal, and that's where most of the points are.
Although I have observed, like here on Star Trek, with the way the combo shots work, where you get a shot X if you make it on a combo shot. You can actually, some of the modes I've gotten, 8-9 million in Prime Directive or something like that, just a normal single ball play, just if you get in that flow when you shoot all the shots in combination. So that's kind of a cool rule.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty important too, as far as rules go, to be able to not have to always look to a multi-ball to score points, to be able to just find something that you can play with just one ball and still be able to score.
Right. One other thing I do like in Star Trek is this concept where the super modes and the Kobayashi Maru, for example, are all based on how you did on the composite modes of that thing. So it gives some disincentive to just time out modes, which you see a lot of players do on some games like Addams Family or something like that.
Yeah, I think for me, I never have a reason to time out a mode on Addams Family unless maybe it's Seance and I'm on my last ball and I don't really want to take that risk to have Magnets toss the ball unpredictably. For me, that's because on Addams Family, while I start a mode, I'm free to shoot the ramp and start another one. So I'm not really my progress isn't really being blocked in that regard. On this game, basically, while you're in a mode, since you can't start another one, you either have to play the mode and finish it to start another one, or you have to sit and time it out, and that's where it becomes a little difficult. I know on Next Gen, I thought they had a good implementation of it was sort of the implementation here too, and that is play the mode and we'll make something valuable versus not playing the mode. So they have that here. I guess the issue with Kobayashi Maru, it's a little far out. I would say it's a little far out for, I'm not going to say a professional, but for somebody who's maybe a beginner player or an intermediate player, it's a little far out there because you're really banking all these points and hoping to collect on something that's pretty far out.
Sure.
So, and actually, as we say that, it looks like, I don't know, is that Jason? It looks like somebody's pretty close to getting it.
Yeah, I think it's Jason.
Yeah, that's Jason who just stepped up now. Jason is 13 million points starting his ball 3 versus Keith Brown, who just finished his second ball. He did defeat Vengeance in the Vengeance multi-ball and ran in quite a few victory laps as well, so he got his score ratcheted up to 40 million points, which is not bad.
Yeah, I think Jason, if he can get Vengeance here and then he can get Kobayashi Maru, I think he has a really good chance of pulling this out. But then again, he's player 1, so he's going to have to sit and watch what Brian does in his last ball. But Jason's a really good player. We go at it pretty regularly in our league in Chicago, and he's pretty solid. He's streaky like anybody else, but he's a really solid player.
Yeah, for sure. And there is his Vengeance multi-ball right now.
Yeah, so
it looks like he might have... Did he shoot that, or did he do that off the punch-it?
I think he got it on the ship.
Yeah, no, he started it because he has his ball saver running, and I think he's trying to shoot the ball in the ship there. He got it there. He'll release the ball and get another one out. And then he can kind of go to town on these shots. And then it's really important to finish this out because, again, if you defeat the Vengeance, it's 10 million points, and that's a good chunk for what he needs to do here.
Actually, I hate to correct you, but it looks like it was actually 5 million points, at least when Keith
okay.
did it.
I see. I guess I'm used to shooting it on a combo.
On a combo,
so,
right.
Yeah.
Oh, so you do have that 10 million point potential. Although I would say that the Vengeance shot is actually surprisingly tight, so shooting it on a combo can be tricky. But yeah, certainly doing it on a combo, that's a 5 million point boost, so that's nothing to sneeze at.
I think for the points, it's worth it. 5 million is hard to kind of find those kind of points on one shot
For
in
sure.
the game.
Yeah. That was a tough drain there. Although while Jason was in there, he did complete Nero, so it looks like he only has one mode left to go to be able to qualify Kobayashi Maru.
Nice shot there.
Yeah, that left kick out was a little tricky earlier. When it kicks out, it sort of was hitting the top of the slingshot and going over towards the right side. So I don't know if he's going to try to lock a couple of balls. Just so for me, when the two locks are lit, I try and lock the balls just so I can get the targets set up so I can try and get another lock and get multi-ball. Of course, I say that, and then he starts the multi-ball, so he already had 2 locked.
Yeah, the before you got here, all the players have been very accommodating to us at whatever feature we say they're about to start. They promptly do that for us, so it's been very helpful for the broadcast.
Yeah, multi-ball here is another good opportunity to get some points, certainly. And he was each shot, again, if you shoot with a combo, is doubled, and then the points build while you play the multi-ball. So he still got his ball saver going. You just sort of have to be patient with this one and make your way through it. That was kind of a tough drain there. Uh-oh.
Oh, well, he better not tilt, because he does still have 2 balls on his left flipper.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. And the other thing that did happen while in the middle of that multi-ball is he did complete Klingon battle, so when he concludes the Klingon multi-ball here, he will have Kobayashi Maru waiting for him on the vengeance shot. But he's going to be wanting to collect a whole bunch of points before then, too.
Yeah, the other thing that I always forget about on this game is the black hole add-a-ball. Basically, if you complete the red stand-ups, it'll light the target, and it's really pretty good for extending this multi-ball, because this one takes kind of a while to get to work your way through.
And he's taking a lot of risks here, letting his held ball go to save the other ball when he'll have Kobayashi Maru lit at the end of this, but I guess he thinks the risk is worth it.
For me, I would certainly keep one ball on one flipper, knowing that when I came out of this multi-ball, I would be one shot away from another multi-ball and hopefully a whole nother pile of points.
Yeah, Jason's certainly demonstrating great ball control here. Now that's not going to count, though.
No.
He did shoot the vengeance there, but it was Klingon multi-ball had not quite ended, so that did not serve to start Kobayashi Maru.
All right, so he's one shot away. Shoot the ship.
Right on demand again.
Yep, looks like he's good. And so this one just complete. It's hit every shot twice. I guess it's the same rule as Klingon a little bit. But yeah, so the points that he accumulated in the modes, he'll be able to collect here by shooting the shots twice.
And again, by shooting the shots in combo, the shots that are part of the combination get doubled, so that can be quite lucrative.
Yeah, the colors of the shots tell you what correspond to what modes. And then, so the green one is Save the Enterprise, and the purple one would be Nero. So if you're paying attention to your modes and maybe you say, oh, I played Nero for 5 million points or whatever it happens to be, like I would go immediately after Nero and sort of work the points down to try to collect the most valuable ones first and the least valuable ones last.
Of course, yeah.
That's kind of hard to sort through all that when balls are flying around in multi-ball.
But he has time to think here. He's got the balls held. He's probably thinking that same thing.
And when you're down, whatever, have to put up 20 million and then hopefully another 20 to give yourself a buffer for your opponent to play one last ball.
Exactly. I think right now Jason's just about caught up with Keith, but exactly like you said, Lyman, Keith has another ball to play, so Jason can't be satisfied with just catching up. Now, if he was player 2, that would be a different story, but...
Yeah, you really want to try to put the pressure on as much as possible once you get close, because you can't ever count on somebody housing out on their ball. So wow! So
that was a grace period out of ball.
That was really great. That was what we were talking about before with the black hole target and the add ball. He pulled it off. Unfortunately, he lost the ball fairly quickly, and now he's back to single ball.
Chopping wood.
Well, he's currently on the Tier 2 modes, which is kind of an interesting feature of Star Trek here, where all the modes, the 6 modes you see in the pyramid down at the bottom of the playfield, are actually triply stacked. So, for example, there's Prime Directive 1, Prime Directive 2, and Prime Directive 3, each of which has some somewhat different rule sets. Ooh, that was quite a slide save there.
Yeah, the bonus on Star Trek, I would certainly be pretty aggressive on my slide saves on Star Trek because the bonus never really amounts to much on this game, whereas something like Shadow and Indy 500 where pretty much your mode points are banked until to collect at the end of the ball, or even if you have a really good ball on AC/DC, sometimes the bonus is not insignificant. It's always a good idea to keep in mind how many points you have in bonus. But I mean, Jason's probably knows that the bonus isn't really all that great, and so he can probably be pretty aggressive.
This is the irony. He can't pick that.
1 million in bonus.
Yeah, so that was Jason's third ball of this first game between Jason Werdrick and Keith Brown. So Keith right now, he just needs 2 million points. He does have a lock lid on the left. But otherwise, frankly, just a few combo ramp shots would probably be enough to take care of it for him.
Yeah, I think right now I'd try to focus on the left ramp and get a couple of shots down and put this away.
Oh boy.
Oh, wow. Well, that will not be enough bonus there, so I think Jason actually pulled that one out after being in quite a deficit after ball 2. He did. It finished 42 million and change for Jason Werdrick versus 40 million for Keith Brown. So that was a great comeback. While we wait for the next match, buy cool stuff. Papa Store sells T-shirts. It sells hats. It sells cups. It sells pinball machines. It sells Papa stuff.
Whoosh.
Whoosh.
I have a whole closet full of Papa stuff. Get nice comments on my Papa T-shirts all the time from people out in the public.
Looks like we've moved back to Twilight Zone game here, probably one we left earlier. Trent Augenstein is currently up. And I think this is still a match with Brian Shepard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I would expect Twilight Zone to be one of Trent's go-to games. He blew it up in the qualifying. He put like a $2 billion on it, and I would expect that he would play this out pretty well, pretty strong. One of the rules I really like about this tournament is during the matches, the elimination matches, players aren't allowed, if you have a choice of game or order, players aren't allowed to pick a game more than 3 times. So if you say are like, oh, I want to play Star Trek all day and I'm going to make this a tournament on Star Trek, it ends up not being that way because there are enough with 64 people, 2 brackets, and all the matches you end up playing. If you keep choosing your go-to game, eventually you're going to run out of picks on it and you're going to have to play something else. So at least for me in this tournament, I didn't get far enough along, but I did run out of picks on Shadow, and it is something to keep in mind because there are certainly some games here that maybe some people don't feel so comfortable on. I know I didn't play a lot of Matahari, so I'm sure there's some. Eventually, if you get far enough through the tournament and you choose that you need to maybe play something that you haven't played so much or you don't feel comfortable playing, in which case I would probably just switch over to maybe choosing to go second. Just another thing to think about. But I like that rule because a lot of tournaments it boils down to
just play the same game over and over, and you end up out of a bank of 9 machines, only like 3 of them get used or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a real good test of playing ability. It's like I don't like tournaments where it's like, oh, okay, who played Star Trek the best this weekend? I like tournaments where there are a mix of games that are played, and so the person who wins ends up being the best, at least that weekend or day, on a variety of games.
We're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia. We're watching the playoff rounds. You're currently looking at Shadow featuring the brand new Player Cam 5000. So you can see every player's every reactions, read every curse word on their mouth as they mouth out what they really feel about that drain that just went by. Looks like, who do we got here? We have Jason Werderick and Keith Brown again, after Jason just pulled out a really nice kind of comeback victory on Star Trek a few minutes ago.
I think Jason is looking to put it away here. Shadow is one of his stronger games, and I know that he was worried about running out of picks on it. So, although he is going second, so I'm not sure.
I'm guessing.
I'm not sure who picked this game.
Yeah, I would guess if things went according to the normal course of things, Keith may have actually picked that. So either Keith does not know how strong Jason is on it, or Keith just thinks it's one of his better games as well.
Yeah, Jason has a Shadow at home, so he's certainly had lots of practice on it. This one plays pretty well. The battlefield is a little tricky. The ball will sit on the kicker and not kick sometimes.
Yeah, the opto's out of alignment or something like that.
Yeah. But in general, it plays very, very well and very fair.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Jason Werderick's name is actually on the credits of this game, so I'm picking it against him. That might be a hint. Maybe you don't want to do that, but yeah.
Yeah, originally, Jason's been in Chicago the whole time, but when we were, I guess, younger, we would go to, there was an arcade in Carroll Stream called Gala North. It was a bowling alley, actually, and Jason used to go out there all the time, and that was when designers and programmers would go out and watch their games being played, and Jason played the game a lot and helped out a little bit with identifying bugs and playing the game and talking to the designers, Brian Eddy, Mike Boone, and so he gets a little credit in the game, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially a great game like Shadow, I'd certainly be proud to be associated with it. This is a Brian Eddy design, although it plays significantly different from some of Brian's later designs, like Attack from Mars or Medieval Madness.
Yeah, I think at least from the design point, every designer's first game, they kind of shoot for the moon. I know for me, when I get away from pinball, because there have been some times in my life, at least my transition from Williams and then ultimately over to Stern, when you have some time away from it, you have some time to allow some ideas to accumulate, and you start thinking about things and whatever else. So Brian, as a designer, at least I've seen it with Brian and probably also Keith on Simpsons, because he was involved with the design of that game too. The game ends up being, it ends up having a lot of stuff in it because there are all these ideas, and you want to make sure, like, oh, I get all these ideas into my cool game, and it's going to be the greatest game ever. And really, just when you work on design, you just have to worry about the things that are good and what works. It doesn't have to be the kitchen sink.
Sure.
But yeah, I think Brian shot for the kitchen sink on this game because there are a lot of cool things in it.
There are. It's a cool game. I think. The downside of having the kitchen sink in it is Shadow is not a game I would particularly suggest to the casual player. The shots tend to be tight, and there's no kind of one obvious, it doesn't have the big thing in the middle or whatever. So
That sounds like something that would be in the Junkyard game. Shoot for the kitchen sink.
I think that is in Junkyard, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed playing Shadow. Probably my favorite shot in any game is the two-way combo, being able to the left loop to the upper right flipper shot for some kind of payoff, and I really like the two-way combo in this game. You can just build it up and build it up, and it's pretty risky too when the ball comes flying off that loop. But the way this game's playing here, I don't think the strategy is so much that. The battlefield plays pretty well, and at least the way I've seen people play this game over the weekend, people are not really using that strategy much.
I was actually surprised. I didn't see more people looking to just milk Vengeance. The Vengeance timer is actually very generous on this. I think it's like 30 seconds, and the ramps have seemed to be reasonably friendly. If you get into Super Vengeance, it's 4 shots for 100 million and just keep doing it over and over.
Yeah, that's one of the strategies I know that Keith Elwin uses a lot. He's very good at shooting ramps. I've never really been comfortable shooting at that left ramp.
So close to the flippers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's so many ways that it can go wrong if you miss, and to me, there are just other ways to play the game and get some points. So, but Keith is really good at that shot and vengeance, and that works pretty well for him.
So, that was an unfortunate drain. Keith was coming from behind here, and even with his bonus, I think Jason's just going to be able to plunge his third ball and walk off here. Very close. So that actually concludes that match between Jason Werdrick and Keith Brown. I'm sure Keith probably chose the game thinking it was a good game for him, but didn't quite work out.
Yeah, sometimes those games go that way. They're decided by a handful of points, and then you start thinking like, well, if I only played it safer, or if I only did this, or if I only did that. You just kind of have to take what you get, I guess.
Well, we've switched over to a game on Tron Legacy. Jill Mellinson is currently playing this. I happen to know Jill has a Tron in his house, but I know, at least speaking for myself, that may or may not be a good thing. I mean, it means you're familiar with the rules of the game, but
sometimes the shots that on your machine at home, they just feel a little different. The flippers sit a little differently or whatever, and it can really throw you off with the little timing issues.
right, yeah, the game might be leveled differently. Here it is in your house, or the rubbers are different, or whatever it is. So you're used to a certain bounce from your home game, but then you come here and everything's just a little different. But we'll see how it's working out for Jill. He's in the middle of his disc multi-ball right now. Got a super jackpot. That was 3.2 million points. Not too bad, but that concludes the disc multi-ball for him right now. Looks like he still has a ways to go. I love that kind of ricochet shot up gem there. I think we're going to be switching over now to a different match on the Shadow. Chris Newsom has just fired up his game. Let's see who Chris's opponent is right now. I guess Andy Rosa. You are watching coverage of the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. This is the playoff rounds. Both A and B divisions are simultaneously playing to work their way through to determine the ultimate champions in both the A and B divisions for money, for Papa Circuit points, and for a lot of fun. And there's the switch over to Shadow. Chris Newsom had just put up his first ball, and
He tilted that ball away, and I think Andy's probably just giving it a little tilt timeout so the tilt bob settles down.
Hello there.
hey, Steve, how you doing? We're now joined by Steve Bowden.
I'm feeling really lucky right now. That's that Clippy protector on Indianapolis 500 saved my bacon, I guess, so to speak. I mean, I got hit by those two rejections early in the game, but Chris's rejections were costly. I mean, he had two solid shots. The first shot he had within, he would have had at least 9 seconds left on the triple play field. And then he got another one 3 seconds later. He would have had at least 6 seconds. Time for two good shots and to pass me. So, and it, wow.
Right. Yeah, but I mean that's the way it goes sometimes. I mean, sometimes even when the player does everything basically perfectly, sometimes the machine just has other ideas in its head.
Nope. Yeah, because he did it right. Triple. When I saw triple play, if it was lit from, I said, okay, well, he has no other choice.
Well, even then, though, he had some work to do.
Right.
It was not going to be a gimme. There was a 250 million points, something like that.
Yeah, it was about two triple jackpots he would have gotten, and then maybe a third, and then some work after that.
Yeah, I think he at least needed the third. But yeah, I mean, if he got it in time, then yeah, who knows what would have happened. So Andy Rosa has just stepped up, the newly mountain man Andy Rosa. I hadn't seen him in a few months, and actually when I saw him the other day, he's like, hey, it's Andy Rosa. I'm like, wait, what? Oh, hey.
What? I'm loving the alternate angle, by the way. I mean, this is
yeah, the
great.
brand new Player Cam 5000, sponsored by Superband.
Superbands.
Superbands are these new polyurethane flipper rubbers. You're seeing more and more on especially location and tournament machines. They were designed by Joe Scaletta up in the Pittsburgh area. They are quite a they are somewhat different from normal flipper rubbers that you're used to. They got a certain bounce to them that's different. They're much more durable than normal flipper rubbers, but you've definitely seen them popping up in a lot more games too. They're also really shiny.
They also make great cat toys.
They make awesome cat toys. We can attest to this. Our cat Tiger loves playing with a Superband. We just found that out by accident, but he'll chase that thing around the floor. It bounces, it skitters. He just loves that. So Joe Scaletta, if you're listening, you might want to call PetSmart or something and look at another marketing opportunity for Superbands.
So the Superbands are improving the cat's pinball skills as well, it seems like. He's
Well,
getting more action.
yeah, well,
he's getting more.
We've already said that our
ability.
cat is the best pinball player in our house. We just finished the IFPA Virginia tournament. I was fortunate enough to finish first, and Julie finished second.
Okay.
But Julie makes the joke that she's the third best pinball player in the house now because the cat beats us both. So we're here
still waiting on the shadow because of the tilt, I guess, right? Well, the almost tilt.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't really touch this game a lot. So.
Yeah, it's not as forgiving as some of the other games we saw. I think it was Star Trek that people were taking on a walk around the facility here and only getting a single warning. The shadow seems to be somewhat more sensitive.
Definitely.
Thrill as they wait.
Right, exactly. Hey, well, I guess the only difference is there's no iPods coming out. There's no headphones being put on. There's no music choices. It's just pure waiting. It's the same wait. It's just no distractions. So it seems longer, but it's the same wait. Whereas you see me just standing at the game. I don't have my iPod. I don't have headphones. I'm looking at the game. I'm mostly trying to hear the music of the game so I can get into it.
I thought you were reading the rule card.
Nope. No. I'm going over the alternate rule card in my head. Okay, where am I? What should I be doing? What's left? What's about to be lit? What should I be getting?
That is a smart thing to do. Lay out your strategy for the game so when the ball starts flying, you already know what you're going to be doing.
Yep. Just follow the plan. Follow the plan.
While we wait for Chris Newsom to return for his game, we are here at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. This is the 11th of 12 circuit events in the Papa Circuit for the 2013-2014 season. I'm Joe Schober. I'm here with Julie Schober and Steve Bowden. By the way, I've always wondered, is it Bowden or Bowden?
It is Bowden.
It is
Got it
Bowden.
right.
I want to say it correctly. All right.
Right.
Thank you, sir. We're here. We're watching a match between Chris Newsom and Andy Rosa on the Shadow. And Chris is just come on back. He's starting on ball 2.
Now, since this is ball 2, do you think he should take a pot shot at the lock now? He might.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
There it is.
There it
Yeah,
is. The ball
absolutely.
saver. In
Excellent.
fact, he didn't even bother trying to save that ball
Excellent,
because he
Chris.
saw the ball saver was still flickering.
That was perfect. Yep.
And the nice thing about it now is the third shot he makes up there, he doesn't have to worry about it throwing the ball between the flippers because it'll just immediately start multi-ball. We've been seeing here that the battlefield kicker, it's actually driven by a big opto that crosses the entire battlefield. And sometimes when the left and right sides of the opto, that was a tough
Chris,
drain.
Okay.
When the left and right sides of that opto get a little bit out of sync with each other, it doesn't register the ball correctly, which is when you can get in that situation where the ball just sits on the paddle, but it doesn't actually get kicked.
Well, Chris did drain early, but he drained at a pretty good position. I mean, Andy, if he saw what was happening there, he knows he has to defend against a possible multi-ball by Chris.
Sure.
When he comes up for ball 3, so he's going to have to play for that. Get this ball locked now. Okay.
Yeah, and you could tell Andy was doing the same thing while the ball saver was lit. Go ahead and try to take that center lock shot.
Yeah, on this machine, that lock light shot is very draining. It tends to go right down the middle.
Yeah. It's not as bad if it's actually lit to lock the ball, because like you just saw there with Andy, the magnet grabs it and then throws it into the sanctum. But if the lock is not lit yet, yeah, it bounces off the wall target and comes screaming back at you.
Definitely. Well, I think we're going to see a quick multi-ball start here.
I'd expect so. I mean, at this point, where the way the scores are, heck, just the left ramp shot for 30 million isn't bad. And again, with the ball saver still flashing, it's not super dangerous to do. But I would think multi-ball is going to be a big priority. Or you can just do the weird deflection up the secret passage.
Backhand, and here we go. Come on, Chris. There you go.
Boom.
There it is.
Nice.
So in this multi-ball, the jackpots are lit on that shadow loop, which is the upper flipper shot, and you can just do 4 or 5 in a row if you're on it right off the ejects. Also, if you put a ball into a sinkhole like Chris just did, it keeps it there for a couple seconds and doubles the value of the jackpots. So that's good for 2 reasons. It gets a ball out of your hair, and it doubles the jackpots.
And in the case of the mode start hole, it will give you a feed to that upper flipper as well when it kicks it out.
Correct. So, that was
Didn't
a
even
rough...
get a chance to control that for a possible con later. Thought maybe
Yeah.
he could trap up and start con and really put the pressure on Andy. So this is still reachable. This is very reachable.
Absolutely.
There was apparently a pinball party somewhere because those 2 balls chased each other out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's the usher. It says right this way.
But you
Yeah,
see,
one
he took
ball.
advantage of the ball save there to shoot that risky lock light, and here he is in multi-ball.
Follow the leader. Copy what you see. It works. When it works, it's not copying. It just works.
So I always say if you're player
Don't be
2,
embarrassed to copy.
do what player 1 did plus 1 more slingshot and you win.
Multi-ball TM.
Right.
In Andy's case here, because Chris got all the balls out of the lock, the balls are not feeding from the sanctum. They're all coming out of the trough, which, especially with Shadow Multi-Ball, that's not really advantageous because you want that feed to the upper flipper if you can, but sometimes you just take what you got.
Here's a great position. Here comes the combo.
2-way combo.
Here it comes.
Oh, no,
All
he's
right,
going for the
he's
lock
going for that
combo.
one.
Okay, that's cool.
That works. Trap up again. Try some. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And
now,
the bad
yeah.
part about that is he gets no mode for that, and his mode would have been video mode.
Right. Now, he does have con lit, which is also a valuable multi-ball, so he might go for the mode start to con, perhaps.
In this position, I think definitely.
Excellent shot.
He knows he only needs 100 million points.
Well, in Duel of Wills, if he can manage to avoid all the purbas, that alone can be worth half of what he needs, at least. You have to remember, during this video mode, you can pull the trigger. That'll clear all the purbas on the screen, just like he did there, and actually gives you a few seconds of grace period of no purbas.
One
So
thing
if
it
he-
does do, it makes them all come at the same time.
Oh, that was a beautiful
Oh,
shot
great
right
shot.
there, right off
Nice.
the feed into the con hole.
Big shot.
So right now it's 20 million per jackpot everywhere. He does have to remember, and he's got 50 or 40 something million in bonus, so tilting would be a bad idea. Some nice
Definitely getting
control
close.
play here.
Oh, careful. Trap up. Get
Well,
another
let's
mode
see,
start.
that
Oh, 30 million for Mongo.
30 million potential
Mongo
shot here.
That will work too. Shots lit everywhere for points. Just take him down. There's one.
And again, these shots here go towards bonus. They're not reflected on the score you see right now. So Andy needs to be very sensitive and aware of what he has in bonus, so he doesn't tilt away, winning points.
Shadow rewards the sensitive man.
Well, still got to take those risks though, especially on this game. You have to take
25.
just enough risks.
Right. Probably doesn't need to risk anymore, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, isn't he past? He's pretty
get-
close.
He's getting very close. I don't exactly know where it would work out to be, but he's well with the
Shadow
40 million
Loop
Shadow Loop bonus.
31,
That should
so
be
that's
it.
70, and yeah, he's
Actually,
yeah,
it's
he's
already
got
done.
it.
Already
It's
there.
already done.
It's done.
And in fact, he's got another 100 million bonus or something. So
Now he sees.
it's all done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Andy lets the power field play, the battlefield play itself, because that was the end of ball 3. It's all over. What's this bonus work out to be anyway? 112 million.
112,
Nice. Alrighty, so where are we? It looks like Andy defeated Chris there in that match. I believe that was the final game. In which case it means Andy Rosa is going to advance to play against El Tomka in the next round.
Meanwhile, we joined Jason Werdrick with 100 million on the power field already.
We're finally seeing
Yeah.
a successful Powerball mania here.
Oh, you got the cheater 50 million. Nice job. Nice job. If you get it in the camera while it's in the power field, sometimes the game will award you that 50, and then you still have the opportunity to get the other 50 with the ball that's on the power field. It's a great feeling to get that done. Light it up again. All right. There's one. And, oh, not the second one, but there's
He's
another
shooting
50.
for
I
that.
mean, he is on fire. 210 million already in the power field, so he definitely will not be tilting this out at all. He's already over 220. Yeah, 220 on Powerball Mania. Same thing. Right, left ramp, get it done.
Now Jason is playing this game against Trent Augenstein, who yesterday during qualifying we saw Trent put up 2 billion points, mostly on the strength of Powerball Mania, really. So it's not going to be a gimme. That was another jackpot
Another
shot
50.
there. He can do another, take his total up to
No
timed
more,
out.
no more time.
But he's already got
He's up to
280
280.
million
He's
or
up
so.
to 280 now.
And more can be had. He has to relight that off the left ramp.
Trap up. Here we go. Nice. There's one.
Exactly
And
what he
there's,
wants. Rejection. That was close. That would have been nice to get both balls up there.
Possible camera shot, maybe. Nope. Sometimes you can trick the game to give me that 50.
Only 294
300
million.
mil. 300 mil, and so now he's got up to over almost 500 on ball 3.
So what we've been seeing from
450.
other players through the tournament is just get back, shoot the ramps, and try to reload the gumball again for more Powerball Mania. Takes a little bit of getting to get there, but as you just saw in that last round, can be very lucrative.
Exactly. One thing, the game doesn't tell you how many gumballs you have saved up, so I wonder if he has one, he doesn't want to just shoot one and possibly leave the food on the table for his opponent.
Exactly.
But if he has two, maybe he can just go for it and press it. That's one thing that's missing from the status report I wish was there. You just have to remember how many you got.
Yeah.
Part of the game. That was an
Ooh.
impressive
Gutsy.
try with 300
Was-
million on the board.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was.
very risky.
But
Yeah.
And actually Trent just gave him
the
5 million
because-
points.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
flipper bonus you get if you cross the replay score
That's-
because of your bonus,
that's-
you can hit
that's-
the flippers and get 5 million bonus.
That's a good hat tip by Trent for that good ball. That was recognition. That yeah, you can't say you take this 5 million, you deserve this. Yes, that's the good recognition there.
On the other hand, if Trent ends up losing by 5
He'll kill
million, there
himself.
might be some
Kill-
sadness.
kill himself. No. All right, where is he? He has no gumballs ready, so he's gonna have to save at least a couple of them. Well, actually, he doesn't have to save any because this is the last ball, so he can just go for it regardless. Just will light the first one. Lock him up. No.
He was Trent was extremely accurate on that lock shot yesterday, but
The game has changed.
The game may have changed, or you may just be in a different rhythm. You know,
Mhm.
it's all of us have that problem of consistency on shots. The better players are more consistent than people like me who are wildly inconsistent, but still turns out to being able to repeatedly make the shots you want to make. And no, it looks like the gumball is not
nice.
currently lit.
Not yet. Yeah, he's got to lock him up to clear that gumball so he can relight it. Yeah, that's not going to count toward gumball, but there we go. Now he's locked up. And he might just go get multi-ball right now. It's ready. Here's a multi-ball chance.
He wants the three-way
He wants
combo.
the three-way. He got it. Didn't give it, though.
No, it
Could hit a
didn't.
switch. It hit a couple of switches in between there.
Right. Although, actually, if he takes spiral into multi-ball, that one might not be a
Nice.
bad thing.
Free points. He's going to get lots of free points as when the balls are coming out of the kick
Yeah,
out.
out of the lock, and then you start getting spiral breakthroughs. That can, that could easily add, 100 million or something over the course of the mode.
And these spiral points don't go to the bonus. You get them immediately.
Yeah,
So-
it's unusual that way.
Right.
Most of the modes are bonus, but spiral is one that is not. I have no idea how that was decided.
They probably just it was an overlook. They probably meant to put it in
right.
bonus.
Yeah. Probably forgot that one. Well, what other modes do that? Other
Oh well, certainly quick multi-ball
Right.
or fast lock multi-ball is immediately rewarded. Hitchhikers immediately
Hitchhikers,
rewarded.
Yeah. So maybe that was just an oversight. 'Cause it is a legitimate mode, like most of the other modes that save in the
Right,
bonus.
it's
I mean,
exactly
why,
like-
why would they do that?
Right,
I mean,
it's exactly like a Clock Millions or Clock Chaos or
Right.
something, or Greed or whatever. Those all go to bonus, but Spiral you just get immediately. Well, the
and safe.
Yeah, but Trent has to stop breathing for
Right.
a moment here because he's on
Hit-
double danger.
Hit this piano just so we can breathe a bit. Okay. Need this gumball now. Take it. Thank you.
And that should be the
Powerball
Powerball
time.
coming out.
This is going to be a very important kick out. Will it land on the flipper properly, or will it hit off the bottom of the slingshot and cause havoc? Clean. Excellent.
And a
Very
perfect
nice.
shot straight up into the into the gumball. So Trent probably wants at least 2 jackpots right now. He has 1 ball up there already. He'll get some little points off the frenzy from the other balls, and another ball's heading up to the field now. So he really wants to get both of these up the back. There's
That's one.
one.
It's got a few seconds left of power. Nope,
Nope.
that's timed out. Gonna have to catch this. Excellent. Load him up again. Very friendly in lane. Oh, grace period. Get it up there. That will count.
Oh, he
This
can
will
still
count.
do it. He can still do it.
Nice.
And he got it. So I think he's actually done
Maybe
right
there,
now. I
100.
think
Yeah, that's
I would not walk away from the game, especially at not knowing for sure. But I think if he doesn't tilt, Trent probably has this one.
Yeah, he's already got 100 at least.
He may even wait to see the
check the
bonus.
bonus.
Yeah,
Here
the
we go.
status report.
And
Nope, he didn't
no,
even care.
Apparently
He's not going to risk it right now. Now, if this is collect bonus, that could be
Right.
interesting. Instead,
Oh,
it's the
Whole Town
completely
Square.
useless Whole Town Square.
Awesome. The greatest award.
It could have been light special.
Yeah, he won't be nudging. Yeah, he's not nudging now. Yeah, he barely.
Yes.
That was a half nudge at best. Here comes the
With
big
the clock at
payout.
138,
Boom.
yeah,
Easily.
that takes care of it. So that was a nice ball 3 by Trent to pull ahead, and he declined. Oh, wait, no. Almost returning the
Tried to-
favor there. Yeah, that was a pretty solid first game. You know, as we, there's two routes we can go as we get further and further into the playoffs. I mean, you're certainly looking at some awesome players. We're presumably some of the best at skill here. On the other hand, you're looking at some players who are probably getting a little bit tired. They played, several rounds already against tough opponents, and, it can be a long day. Psychotic.
Sponsored by CGR. CGR Mark.
That's right.
Shout out to CGR Mark for that.
Woo.
Yeah. Right. These are our almost updated circuit standings up to today's event. few of the top players aren't here, so there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the people who are below the line to come up. But
yeah, there's a good chance that we'll get someone up there. I see Andy Rosa right now on Indy 500 in a one-player game. I don't know. Is this a warm-up?
I don't know. Andy.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting situation. Andy's in the game, I think, against El Tomka, but it's a one-player game.
He's going to be disqualified.
Yeah, he's going to have to, right?
I can't tell.
Yeah, you can't say anything, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
all right, so we're actually being told here that. Did he just notice it? Yeah, we were just told that if he'd gone through in only one-player mode, he would have actually been DQ'd from the game. But I guess he caught notice of that and was able to add the other player in. So now we're back to where we should be.
Where did his opponent told him that was the case? So
very sportsmanlike.
Big respect.
Yes.
Okay, so now that tragedy is averted. We're on to actual tragedies of getting rejected by the lock shot now. So let's see how many how many rejections we see now.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong turn. Big mode for some frenzy points. Too bad you don't have a multi-ball on it, but hey, take advantage. He was about to get a multi-ball on it. I was trying to foreshadow it. I tried.
Yeah, we've definitely been having some good luck today with the players doing exactly what we asked for, but in that time it wasn't to be, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, that mode's done with.
That was a pretty quick timer there, but
I think in general you're going to see players, if they have the ball on the left flipper, they're going to try to shoot the right orbit to start mode, and if they have it on the left, they'll go for the loop turbo combo, which Andy just tried to do, but it seems like that lock shot has not been friendly today.
I wonder when they're going to try to maybe switch up and shoot the left ramp, even though it's more. Oh, here we go. Golden opportunity. Maybe he might switch up and actually start shooting the left ramp and get a more friendly feed.
We saw a little bit of that earlier.
We did, although that has its own risks too, because if you don't make it around the left ramp, it loves to just shoot that ball straight down the
evil
middle.
Reversal of fortune right down the middle. 20 mil, 20 mil, 20 mil, 20 mil. Nope. We have another chance at it.
With the time left, he should have just taken the 15 and moved on with life.
All right, let's pass it over. Nope, he's going to go for gasoline alley. Whoa, nice save.
Way to use the backside of the flipper.
Got rejected again.
And the combo to start multi-ball.
This time. Okay.
And the mode will still be running, the gasoline alley mode, so he'll pick up some incidental points along the way. In this multi-ball, you want to alternate the ramps for jackpots.
Only one so far. This ball saver is gone, so.
Got it. He has a little grace period. There's the grace period.
All right.
Oh,
nice.
there was another ball. Where's that one hiding?
Another ball there. Lock up the second one, and that'll add the third one. Super jackpot opportunity if he wants it, or he might just try and shoot jackpots now. They're up to 56 million, so, and the super is only 60.
Well,
we will never know. But back to two-ball play. We can always try and get that third ball out again by locking the two balls in the lock.
He did get the grace period there.
Okay.
The other one drained, right?
Yeah.
Solid
start so far.
It's a good start, and he's got some mode points and bonus waiting for him. So this is definitely a decent start. I haven't seen any really crazy scores on Indy 500 this weekend.
Right, there's a couple over a bill, right? Like not really crazy. There was a couple. There was a 1 billion score. Like Lyman was consistent on it, very well on it. Took the 15 million.
Although I think it was one of the games that did him in earlier today. I think he said.
Yeah, he did really well in qualifying on it, but he had a rough time in the double elimination.
And another multi-ball. Great thing about being in any multi-ball, whether it's a huge point one or not, is you have that many more chances to drain without actually losing your turn at play.
Exactly. Oh. All right, what's his next mode? He doesn't have a mode lit yet, so.
No, he could have opted to post pass, but I guess he decided that that bridge pass worked
how
better.
did that get in there? Did you see?
Yep.
Did you see how that rattled around? Made a couple of decisions and decided, yeah, I'll give it to him. Okay.
It was a good shot, but what's a shame is because it's his second multi-ball, he needs 2 orbits to actually light lock, so it didn't even count as a lock for him.
At least you got that combo.
He got
Yeah,
the
he got the
points.
combo.
Yeah,
Some points.
Big points. Mode
Another
time.
mode start.
Nope,
No.
not hard enough.
Oh, it didn't get in its little hole. Get
There,
in your
that's
hole.
good enough, yeah.
The spirit of Bowen always with us, even when he's not here.
Now go for the pole. Is go for the pole one of those modes where if you hit the start button, hit the launch button, you actually get one of the letters? Isn't there some start button secrets on this game?
Yeah, I don't remember. I think dueling drivers is one. I don't remember
Right.
if go for the pole is one or not. But like we've talked during the broadcast, if you have a button like that, especially if you're draining, hit the button a couple times.
Right.
You never know what'll happen.
Cheat that bonus.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like
exactly.
jackpot, right?
6x.
6x.
So Andy started that. Fortunately, he started it now in a 2-player game. So his 315 million point stands. It's quite a respectable start. Now Al Tomkus up to the game.
Excellent.
Great start.
Good start.
That gives you a lot of confidence right there. Your first combo goes in and it stays in. Maybe gives you a little bit more trust on that lock, even though you know you shouldn't have that trust. You know you really shouldn't because you've seen it. You know, it's fool's gold up there. You're just happy when it works.
The only good thing I think about when you miss that shot is it probably won't instant drain on you. A missed lock shot doesn't usually go straight to the out lane. It goes out of control, but it's bouncing around that kind of cluttered upper area, so you have some chance.
All right, here's the opportunity. Okay.
Yeah, I have to say,
Good
when I played this
control.
game yesterday, it was it seemed friendlier. So I don't know if the game maybe got moved a little bit overnight or something. It wasn't quite so rejecting on that lock shot.
Time for another combo. Nope. Just keep trying it till it works. Nice shake there. Very subtle. Worked.
Oh,
Safe.
wow!
That's right.
That was an
I know that's
impressive double
safe.
danger.
I've done that
save.
one. I know. I know that's safe. Yes.
If,
Safe.
if Al can get control of the ball, you might have wanted to take a break there for a minute, but
Good job, Al. Nice recovery.
works out.
That's right. Do your job. That's right. Do your job, Al.
Al's
No
talking to the
nudging.
machine,
That's right.
telling it exactly what he
No
wants,
nudging.
what he'll do to it if it doesn't do what he wants. But Al does have to be sensitive. He is on double danger right now, so if he gets a little too animated with the game during multi-ball or something, the flippers could go dead with a tilt. I've seen it happen, and it's such a sad sight when you have 3 balls in the play field and the flippers go dead.
And especially when you think you haven't done anything.
Right.
It doesn't feel like you've done anything, and then you look at the tape later and go, oh, I do see it moving. Yes, I have to admit, I did shake that shit. You know?
I refuse to admit it.
Even if you have hard evidence on camera.
The camera was shaking.
The camera moved. Yes.
Oh, that was
Oh.
tough. It didn't stick in the start mode, and then just came around the orbit and down the middle.
I guess the question now is when will the triple playfield scoring show up?
Yeah.
Because if Andy can really push his advantage on this ball, it might come down to a triple playfield move by Al.
We're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open today in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. This is Papa Circuit event number 11 of 12 in the 2013-2014 Papa Circuit season. We are watching a match on Indianapolis 500 between Al Tomka and Andy Rosa. I think it's their first game in their match right here, and he's just about to walk back up. There's one more event in the 2013-2014 Papa Circuit season. That's Louisville in about 2 weeks from now. And the whole thing culminates at the end of March with the Papa Circuit final at Papa headquarters outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm Joe Schober. I am here with Julie Schober and Steve Bowden.
Hey there.
How's it going?
Very well.
And, well, Andy just gave that.
Nice vertical nudge. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Vertical nudges are fine.
It usually doesn't upset the machine.
No, not very much. That's something I had to learn very quickly. They work.
They do.
Nice vertical
Kind of an order vertical that way, and also, front to back tends to be more accommodating. Left to right on most games is your biggest chance of getting a warning or a tilt.
Like, whoa.
Ooh. Well, we now know exactly the limit of what that tilt bob will allow.
Right.
I'm guessing we're going to see Al just hang out, take a walk around the facility a little bit here.
Well, maybe not. He's stepping up.
Yeah, he's stepping up. I think he's just checking it out.
Check it out. Right. Okay.
I think John McEwen once did a study and found that after a really strong tilt like that, it takes something crazy like 6 minutes, 40 seconds or something for the tilt bob to completely stop moving. But I don't think any tournament's going to let you wait for 6 minutes, 40 seconds before you start play.
Yeah, that'd be really pushing it. I mean,
yeah,
come on,
yeah. But, waiting
really
for half a minute
it.
or a minute, depending on how severe the tilt was, is pretty commonplace. You'll see at tournaments, people just giving it a minute to settle down a little bit before they start their next ball. At least on modern, dot matrix and solid state games, very rarely do you see a tilt through. One thing that's always disheartening on older electromechanical games is sometimes you can get a tilt through where the bob is still swinging at the time, and the games don't know to wait for the tilt bob to stop swinging.
Right.
So you could actually tilt the next player, which is typically
out.
a DQ for the person who did the tilt.
And that sometimes that happens on tilts that aren't even violent. Like seems like it's a normal shake, just a little bit extra, and it will tilt right through.
Exactly.
Or maybe if the ball drains very quickly during the tilt, and it advances to the next player really quickly, and then they're out.
And
it's like,
right,
what?
and the pendulum is still swinging.
Yeah.
And you never like to see any match decided that way, just like we were talking about the one-player start here. I mean, everyone wants to see the match play out by skill of the players, not by some unfortunate, rules technicality. But every now and then it happens, and, it's the way the rules go sometimes, but that's not a pretty way to see something go down.
All right, well, Al's got his pit stop lit now, so definitely a transfer, and let's start multi-ball. All right. Yep. Pass it over again? Nope. Okay, he's going to spend some time here. Oh, give it back. No. So there's no ball save for the pit stop attempt, I guess. Yes, you have to earn that by starting multi-ball, which he didn't do, unfortunately.
Did not do. Yeah, that was quick.
I want control, Al.
I think Al's getting a little bit worked up here. I mean, it's one of those things where sometimes the game is controlling you more than you're controlling the game.
Exactly.
And it helps to do exactly what Al's doing right here. You get the ball stopped, you collect your thoughts, you take a deep breath, figure out what your plan of attack is, and get back in control of the game. Because if the ball's just flying around, you're just
on defense trying to control the ball. And once you're on defense, you're out of your plan.
Exactly right.
You got to get the ball so you can go back on offense.
It's the infamous secret race mode, where you hit the pop bumpers and it just increases your position and laps in the game. But Al didn't even get to enjoy that.
Well, let's see. The triple is, okay. Which way do the lights swing counterclockwise or clockwise? Because if it's clockwise, the next one will be triple play field.
Go
the reverse way.
Go fast, turn left.
Counterclockwise? Okay, so it's counterclockwise. So
I think it's go fast,
the
turn
long
left.
way.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of advances. Okay.
Nice
There's a
combo
stick.
there.
All right, business time for Andy. You can tell by that walk. He's ready.
Yep.
He's ready. That's an attitude changer right there. When it sticks in, your first attempt at it, and it sticks.
And you know, players who know the game, he probably knew there with the display effect and all, he had about 15 seconds, so he could walk away from the game before multi-ball started. You know, people who aren't familiar with the game or new to pinball might see that and say, why the heck did you just walk away? You just did something good.
All right, keep loading up those jackpots. This is definitely a frenzied multi-ball with those ramps. I mean, first of all, both ramps are dangerous, and the third ball is just in the way of the other two. Really.
Yeah, it is. I personally find the right ramp usually a little easier than the left, but they both can.
Seems like the right ramp is easier, but a little steeper. So you do have to be more, I don't know if you call it more correct on the right ramp, more centered on the right ramp to make it up there, because sometimes you'll make a good shot and it won't make it all the way, and then you're in serious trouble coming down the right ramp.
Right.
Down the left ramp is not as bad. It's bad, but it's not as bad. But down the right ramp, you're in serious trouble.
Yeah, they're both ugly if you go halfway up and
Right.
they come back. It's doesn't work out well.
Whoa.
Trying to backhand
that was a backhand
probably.
up? Did I see that? I had a moment. I had a moment.
I don't think
Wait
that
a
was his
minute.
intention necessarily. I think it just worked out that way.
Wow, jackpot's up to 42 million. I mean, which makes me question why the super is only 60. I mean, figure if the super is only 60, why not just lock two of them and then just have fun with the one that's remaining? You can get 2 or 3 in the time that the 2 balls are hanging out in there, and then rinse, repeat.
Yeah, I mean, you see that on some games, where the rules just, whoever designed them didn't think through the balance of the scoring. You see crazy things like a super jackpot that's worth less than a jackpot or something like that. It's kind of weird, but it does happen occasionally.
Pit
That
stop
pit
time.
stop, he'll get a multi-ball going there. And
That
there's a
ball save is
saver.
on. He earned it,
But
but he
I-
started it though.
Oh,
He
did
had
get
started.
it.
That was his start. So
Right,
he
because
earned
the
that.
multi-ball is underway, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Andy's got, over 600 million now?
What? More right ramps. More.
More. Greed.
More. So the cradle set for some more right ramps. Well, actually, the jackpot is now on the right orbit, but he's going to keep shooting right ramps anyway. Yeah, there's the jackpot. Oh, that almost worked. But see, he held the right flipper up to see if he can transfer it from the right flipper down to the left flipper, and it didn't quite make it. It was close. It was savable, but it didn't quite make it. That would have been big if that worked. He could have done that for about a half an hour if that works. Well, more right
That
ramps.
said, Andy's got 640 million points. Pretty sizable lead. I think you're right, Steve.
We need triple play
Triple
field
play
from Al.
field might come
We need
into
it.
the discussion for Al. Unfortunately, you can't really choose your modes like you were talking about before. So
You have to advance the light over. You have to advance speedway. Is that what I guess the award is? It just moves the light over.
yeah, I think
So-
so. But then be able to get it, start triple play field, and then get into a multi-ball or something.
Right.
It takes a lot of doing. It's very lucrative if you get it. Yeah, on the pit stop,
Just
he's
take
going
the
to take the
15.
15,
I mean,
not try to search for the 20.
Right, or the light lock, which is out there. I mean, because that light lock is high. I mean, I think when you see 70, if you can get to 70 points, and then the next one usually is the light lock. So if you can go through fast enough and see it,
Right.
you can make it to the light lock.
Ooh.
That is not safe, surprisingly. That was, yeah. I definitely thought that was safe the way the tilt warnings were slow there. It seems like he was safe.
Still, I think he'd be happy with that ball.
Oh, very happy.
Definitely. I mean, Al basically needs 500 million points here to catch
Right.
up, which, again, it's doable, but it's a challenge.
It is doable, but he has no locks built yet. He doesn't have a speedway lit yet, so we don't know which one it is. Hopefully when he does light it for him, it happens to be the triple play field, so he can try and hit the home run with it and try and just build it with multi-ball. But we won't know until he shoots this left orbit.
Yeah, although it looks like he doesn't have any locks right now.
He has nothing
so,
built, yeah.
He probably needs, probably at least 2 left orbit shots to light lock, then lock a ball, and a couple left orbit shots again, do it again. So there's stuff that has to happen to make this all work out.
Definitely some grinding here he'd have to do. And I mean, with this game is a pretty linear scoring game. I mean, other than the triple playfield opportunity. But, is that it? Is that it? It is, yes.
Yeah, sometimes it goes down like that. So Andy Rosa pretty decisively takes that game on Indy 500 against Al Tomka. You're watching the Fairfax Pinball Open out of Fairfax, Virginia. This is Papa Circuit event number 11 out of 12 for the 2013-2014 season. The Papa Circuit final will be held, I'm guessing it's going to be March 26th. It's the day before the Pinburg Match Play Championships being held at Papa headquarters outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Papa Circuit final is on March 27th. It's right there on the screen. It's there's 12 events during the season that players can earn points for based on how they finish at those Papa Circuit events. If you win an event, that automatically gets you into the mix, and otherwise the slots are earned by points throughout the other events. It's 20 people. It's an interesting format. The start of the Papa Circuit final is a endurance format where the bottom seeds play and they work their way up game by game. 4-player matches, 3 advance each time, all the way up to the top seeds, and then you have a best of 7, I think.
Yep, 7 games in the marathon. Right.
In the middle round to determine an overall winner. So if you come in from the bottom, like Daniel Lecchieri did last year, long day of pinball. And now I'm going to guess here that Al Tomka chose Tron Legacy since he is playing first, so he had choice of choice after losing the previous game. Now this starts getting into the thing we talked about before, where here at the Fairfax Pinball Open, there's kind of a cool rule in the playoffs where, you can pick a game if you have that option, but you can only pick a machine 3 times total in the entire finals of the tournament. So
it's definitely some strategy involved in that. I mean,
absolutely.
Just personally for me, I've used up all my Twilight Zone tokens. So
okay.
And Brian told me he's used up his Star Trek tokens for our match. So
yeah,
you won't be seeing
with 64 people and half double elimination. There are a lot of rounds and a lot of opportunities to use up your game picks.
Right.
All right. Now you have, I believe, a total of 9 games in the bank here, so there are a lot to choose from. But
also some you want to avoid. Okay, so
absolutely.
That's why. So once you start using up your games, you begin to maybe you have to go to a game you might want to avoid. But there's enough to prevent that. And with 9 games, you're really not picking a game you don't like.
Sure.
That's too many for that to happen.
But we talked about it earlier. It is nice because unlike at some tournaments where out of a bank of 9 you might only see 3 of the games really get used in the finals, here at FPO, pretty much all of them get into action. So it's a lot more fun when you have the variety of games. Lucky ball saver
nice.
there for Andy.
And that core shot is deceptively tough on this.
It really is.
There. I mean, if you have a look at the right target on the ramp, it is bent just ever so slightly over into the core lane. I mean, it's enough where it makes a bit of a difference. I almost wish I didn't notice it. It's like psychological now, but it makes a difference.
Well, then thank you for sharing it with everyone.
That's right. I want everybody to know, so now you're all thinking about it. So next time you see all the misses, like that one, which caught off the target, you know why. Now the question is, how many times is Andy going to try that core ramp instead of just going for the left orbit and lighting light cycle? Because you want to get that first light cycle out of the way. Get the light cycle so that you have 2 balls, catch a ball on the left flipper, and then just start loading Cora up with the other ball.
Sure.
And now you're in the game.
Right, for sure. You get the stacked multi-ball.
You're in the game.
Yeah.
Even if you don't make it to Cora with that light cycle, you're at least going to be close when you come out of the light cycle. And so you can just continue on. You won't be in single ball play for very long.
Exactly.
And that's the key on this game, because this game is so fast and punishing enough. It looks simple, but it's not.
It is. And this particular instance is especially fast and bouncy.
Exactly. It's as fast as Tron should be. Okay.
It is.
A Tron game should be fast. I mean,
it is. It's a great flow game. When you get into the rhythm of some of the combos, it feels really good. It's a good shooter.
And it's interesting because it is fast, but it has that key shot, that end of line jackpot shot that's so very key. You want to fast moving around the playfield and then get paid with that last shot at end of line.
Although
Your payment is right there. It's millions of points. Take that one shot, or if you brick it, you're in serious trouble. But if you hit it, 2 million, maybe 3 million, and it keeps building.
It keeps building for the
Keeps
entire ball.
building.
Although I did notice on that last ball, it looks like Andy intentionally did not go for the end of the line jackpot. He'd hit a 3-way combo that was feeding down to the lower left flipper, but it looked like he was not even trying for the scoop. So I don't know if he's concerned about taking that shot on the fly.
It may be a judgment call of the fact that, maybe the end of line jackpot was not that big because it only starts out at 500, so maybe it was at 850 at that point.
Right.
Is that enough to take the risk at that really small window that shot has on this game? It's a really small window. If you miss it enough, the posts and that rubber are there to regulate, and it's heading down the left out lane. So
those as well.
there.
It also has a Cliffy protector on that scoop, which I
Exactly.
find it's so little, and I don't know what the thickness of that thing is, but it seems it just adds that 1 millimeter, a
It
couple
matters.
millimeters,
Oh,
and
it
it
matters.
changes the flow of the shot.
Exactly. It does matter.
And shots like that are close to the flippers, if you miss, you don't really have a lot of time to recover or make a save or anything. It can go out pretty quickly.
Exactly.
Either down the middle or slamming out the left out lane. Either way, yeah.
Well, it's nice to have options.
Sure. I mean, I like to make sure each of my balls drains in a different place, just so I've played the whole game.
I keep waiting to get a 3-in-a-row bonus or something for that on the game.
Well, Lyman
reward.
Sheets is over there in the hall, so you might suggest it to him for a roll in his next game.
Good idea.
All right, so Andy's back up for his ball 2. He does have a frenzy going, and he has light cycle multi-ball
Good
lit, which almost went in, but is not cooperating with him. So
Here it is.
here's
Get paid,
here's the
Andy.
end of the line,
Get paid.
and
Nope.
no. But there he
It was
goes.
ready to go. Now you can use this to load up Cora.
He can use it to build up core, and he still has about 10 seconds of frenzy. So just from the balls flying around, he's going to get, some number of points accumulated. 13,000 per switch right now.
Which doesn't seem like a lot, but it adds up.
It adds up.
It's respectable.
It's points. Well, it was
All right, you got
730,000 for
730.
that frenzy. Yeah, so
It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's one of those I'll take it sort of points,
And I do think you're right, Steve. He's probably trying to hit that Cora shot because it is so tight. It's not necessarily drainy, but it's tight. So,
And he's got the security of that other ball sitting right there. So, okay.
which is good.
Which is
He
good
needed
because
it.
now he's still playing. Wow, can you guys follow this? Look at the ball is racing around everywhere.
Yeah.
Double scoring. With double scoring, it's really time to get paid with the end of line jackpot shot. He might just take the rest now. Time's ticking on the double scoring, but
Yeah, we've
I think
talked
he's
about it.
trading that for some rest right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've talked about it before. The timers on Tron are really cool. They're those 3 horizontal lines at the bottom of the score display, so that they look like little fuses, and as they burn out, that reflects your time in different modes like double scoring or super pops or what have you.
Which is really subtle because if you don't know what those lines look, they're just like normal lines. They just
Yeah.
look like normal lines. What are they there for? Oh, great, you got paid there.
1.2 for the end of line.
But if
yeah.
you don't recognize what they are, you're looking at the screens of what are these
What the
lines
heck?
there for?
So he did start Cora multi-ball at the same time there, and that's good because
You can definitely load up some more Cora balls here by shooting the recognizer, and also you can make progress at getting the light cycle again because the light cycle is lit for the next lap during Cora, so he can start taking down light cycles now. And he's also got clue mode lit just as a bonus. He won't
Sure.
be paying attention to it, but
and that was
That-
very skillful
both balls
because
will
he
come
was
back.
about to be at a multi-ball, but he got the ball ad right at the end there, and he's going to get all back just like you said.
and there's the fourth ball.
So now he can no longer add balls on the spinny thing, and I know you said recognizer, Steve, but we decided to redub it
it's
to be the
it's
spinny
the
thing.
spinny thing? Okay, cool.
Uh,
I shall call it the spinny thing also.
Yay.
just because the game calls it recognizer doesn't mean anything. What is a recognizer anyway?
Right. Yeah. I recognize you, bad program. I think. Guess that's what it was from the movie. All right. So now,
The super jackpot shot here is the ridiculously tricky gem shot up off the upper flipper, which I I've seen as much success on by a ricochet as I have off a direct flipper shot. So,
Now, I wonder if Andy's going to start staging the flipper, because he does have a flipper stage opportunity if he wants to try to get the super. If he can hold the ball on the left flipper, it's stageable. It's definitely, you can do it.
For sure, it's a very subtle touch. But
All right,
yeah,
here we go.
Can loosely release the upper flipper.
He's going
He's
the other way.
Actually
okay.
going the other way. He's trying to shoot through the pop bumpers.
Nice, because he does have a light cycle lit there, so it would be it would settle two jobs in one. If he can hit that right orbit, it takes down the light cycle for progress toward his next light cycle multi-ball. That counted, even though it didn't make it all the way. All he's got to do is spin once, and it counts.
And a little spinny thing action there. He's got 4 shots
Four to
left
go.
up there. And you could
Nice
tell Andy
nudge.
recognized that the ball was kind of aiming for the middle, so he gave a preemptive nudge.
Exactly. That was good awareness. He knew it was in trouble 2 seconds before it was actually in trouble.
Right.
So
It's
he
like,
prepared for it.
it's like chess moves there. It's like you have mate and 2 or something, so you do something to get out of it. Although I guess in chess, if you have mate and 2, you're just screwed.
All right, here comes disc. There we go.
There it is.
6 spinning disc jackpots to like the super. You can build the jackpots with most of the shots around the playfield, which can get pretty lucrative if you build it up. See, these jackpots up to 400 now, and again, as you can see, the spinning discs are all over the place. Just about every shot
Every
has a
major
spinning
shots,
disc.
yeah.
Every major shot. So
Plus, at the conclusion of this, he'll even be able to restart it if he hasn't completed the multi-ball. He'll even have the chance to restart it.
exactly,
So.
and you always get that opportunity, which is nice. It's not like usually when a restart happens when you don't get any jackpots.
Yeah, if you
but
have 1 jackpot, you lose that opportunity, but on
different.
this you don't. And I think part of the reason is it does take a lot of shots to actually finish the multi-ball.
1 to go, and then the spinny thing's shield will come up. Okay, I guess. The shield is up. So he's got to hit the shield 3 times.
It says. Fine.
See, it says recognizer.
Oh,
Maybe
well-
let's call Lyman and change the text. Shoot spinny thing.
That's in the home run.
Okay.
He does have that restart opportunity and
6,
is just missing
5.
the shots there.
Come on.
And
Double
double scoring, that could be lucrative.
He may not make it.
0.
Nope.
No, it's not going to happen, I don't think. But yeah, it's still it was a good disc multi-ball.
But he's still got double scoring lit, so see if he can take advantage. Get a quick end of line before it counts off, because before the double scoring leaves you. Nope, he's going to work on life cycle.
You're definitely going for the strategy of if you're always in multi-ball, you always got backups.
Exactly. And now for this rough. He
Oh,
made it
look at
clean.
that shot.
Excellent
That
shot.
was beautiful.
Excellent.
And so on the scoop now is light cycle multi-ball lit, which he's not going to get. It was one of those things he pretty much knew immediately that wasn't going to work out. But still, that was a solid ball. I know Andy would probably like more than that. I think he is, 1 gem shot away, though, from Sea Simulation, something like that.
He's pretty close to it. And so that's what Al has to defend against. See, I wonder if Al knows that Andy's close to multi-ball, because that's a potential multi-ball opportunity. So it's 26, but it's not really 26 million. It's more than that.
Right.
How much more is unclear, but it's definitely more than that. So
Right.
he has to keep that into account with how he plays this.
Sure.
He may go for disc just to have some time, just to have some ball time, just so he can get in disc multi-ball where there's some big scoring opportunities and the opportunity for the restart just to get in the game. 2 more hits. He does have light cycle.
He
All
took the
right.
light
Took
cycle.
the light
That's fine.
yes.
That's smart. Right
Excellent.
now, he just needs to get a little momentum going. Because while he's down by 20 million, definitely the points can rack up pretty quickly on this. As we saw, you can get double scoring going, or just rack up some jackpots, combos into the line. You can still do end of the line in multi-ball. So the points can add up pretty quickly.
Load up Cora. You're in that position here. Just take your Cora shot. Maybe stage the flipper. And no, he's going to go the other way.
He's going for that.
Okay, end of line. Get paid, Al. Nope.
Nope, couldn't make it happen. And there is no grace period on the end of the line.
Hey,
you
it's
have
It's time for
have to-
one shot. Yeah,
you have to make it instantly, or else it doesn't count.
exactly.
Which makes it fun. It's a valuable shot, but you totally have to do it on the fly. That
All
was
right,
harsh.
just leave that right there.
And I think he's probably
Here
just
comes
going to
some
set
disc
himself
shot.
up for the disc.
2 disc shots. I think it's 2.
Spinny
We'll
thing.
find out. And I didn't say 2 disc. Yep. 1 down, 1 to go.
Although the feed off
Oh.
that, like we just saw, the feed off that can be so unpredictable because it picks up the spin from the spinny thing.
Get it back. Okay. That's fine.
He's
Here we
back
go.
in control on
Get
the
in
fly,
there.
and that should be starting disc multi-ball right there.
Now he needs to spend a lot of time in disc multi-ball. He needs to get a super. Hopefully double scoring will light by accident while he's doing this.
Yeah, the individual jackpots aren't necessarily that lucrative, but you work your way up, and it adds up over time, especially.
Oh, here comes the restart.
Oh,
And
all right,
here we
you got
go.
the restart.
Got the restart. Still with 10 million worth of work to do at least, just to catch up to Andy.
But as you said, Andy's is close to a lot of stuff, so
Yes.
Al really needs to crank it up as much as he can, and that is not what he was looking for.
That's
Hey,
right, Al.
just
Core it
heard
is.
him
That's
say,
correct.
Core it is.
That is correct. Concentrate, Al.
Although he too is in a situation where a gem or 2 shots could get him to.
He's got 1 core left. 1. 1 core left. Come on, Al.
Al is talking to the game, letting it know his opinion on what's going on.
Another chance at Cora. This is where the money is made. There it is.
That's the shot.
Make the money and then get paid. Come on. Post pass, make
You
it.
did a post
Just
pass,
do
I
it.
would
Post
expect.
pass,
Yeah.
make it,
Very
and
nice.
in.
And very nicely done.
Excellent.
Very nicely done.
Pressure.
And with Clue going, just for some extra fun points. All the little helmet shots towards Clue.
It's close to adding a ball. There's one.
There's one.
Okay, and he'll get that one back because the ball saver came on as he was losing the balls. This is 3 balls.
And like we said, you can still get those into the line jackpots during multi-ball, and that the value keeps going up through the entire ball.
Not during multi-ball though. That's the one thing about the end of line is that during multi-ball the value freezes because otherwise it would get crazy.
It would get crazy, but you can still collect
You can
it.
still collect it,
You
right?
can collect
so
it.
if you can bring a good value in there, like 3 or
It's
4
lucrative.
million,
Right.
then forget the super jackpot. Just go
Right.
for end of line.
Right.
And especially if double scoring happens to light, then end of
Yeah.
line becomes
Oh
the
yeah,
game.
those can become
It
crazy.
becomes the entire game.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Yeah. Where is he? 23. All right. Now with 3 balls, when do you trap up? Okay, I think he just made the decision right now. Now, okay, definitely with 2 balls, keep that ball on the left and have some fun with the other ball. Extra ball for 3 million. Take it down. Yeah, just get the 3 million. Don't mess with the double scoring. Now that was a bit unfortunate because the ball stopped in the bumpers there because he had super bumpers lit, I think.
Well,
And
he's
so the
certainly
post
in a frenzy
came up.
right now.
So the post came up and blocked it. So
Right.
it came back dangerously to the flippers. All right, it's gone now. Do not leave that extra ball on the table. Get paid, Al. Nope.
Nope. It's a hard shot,
Yes.
like we were talking about. Especially you have to do it on the fly. He
Backhand.
backhanded it. That's
Very
one way to
good.
go.
Excellent.
So at the very least here, I'm guessing Al probably has a couple million in bonus on top of this.
About
so.
that.
Definitely making a game out of it.
And he has to keep pressing because when Andy steps up, he will have a multi-ball ready to go. All he has to do is just shoot the scoop to start it.
Can he get that off the skill shot?
He
He
can
can.
try. Yeah, he
He
can.
can, yeah.
He can.
Al tried for that in the line, but wasn't able to.
I mean, how many
get it
end-of-line jackpots have we seen this whole game? Not many,
Not
right?
many.
I mean, it's such a tough shot on this game.
It really
This
is. yeah.
particular, like, not all tries are this tough. This
No,
one
this
is
one's worse.
particularly tough. It's particularly tough to hit.
Yeah, I think part of it is that Cliffy protector. I'm not sure if there's steepness involved or posts or what, but All right, so
Yeah,
he's trying to figure out where he stands in the game.
He's pretty much back to start. I mean, he's got, 4 for core, 4 for everything else.
Yeah, 4 for kind of everything.
The bike is close, but the bike is the same shot as Jim. So
Right.
he would have to hit an awesome shot like Andy did. And if he does, then it really would be game time for him. 7 shots, I'd forget about that. Well, maybe not. Maybe he's going to go all in for the disc. He's down to 6, which is kind of where you start at anyway on the first disc. Could he make it all the way to the next disc?
One nice thing about the disc is you can hit it from either flipper.
That's right. Get
The
paid
line is
out.
set up.
1.2.
Nope.
No. You can see, even though it went in there, it was late, so it did not count. It has to be that very first shot that you make for the end of line. Oh, that was an opportunity for Jim, and he knew it. It's like when you see it just served up to you and you miss it, it's sort of deflating because you don't know how many chances you're going to get at it. Come on. I know.
He's wanting the ramp. He's wanting anything at this point. That gem shot is deceptively hard. It looks like just a lane, but the angle on it is really strange.
I mean, it gets so bad you start looking at maybe hitting it off the Tron targets and going up there.
Yeah.
Had
That's a
pretty
really good ball.
there.
3.75 in bonus. So now Andy Rosa, he does have a lot set up. That's what's going for him, but he is about 12, call it 13 million in the hole right now on the last ball. But yes, Julie, like you said, right now just a skill shot into the Flynn hole, which he did not make, but that would have sufficed to start the multi-ball.
But a backhand would do it just fine. He wasn't even messing around with a post pass.
Yeah.
Let's just go.
Well, he had a little protection. The ball safer light was flashing, so even if he'd screwed up and insta-drained it, he would have gotten the ball back.
Now the next question is, how many core shots is he away from the next core? He didn't check the status report before he started, so we don't know.
I don't know that it matters. Shoot it as much as you need to.
Just find out.
I mean,
yeah.
You're not really going to change your strategy probably, so
No.
just keep at it.
Comes another cradle sep. And with double scoring sitting there as a next award, nope, didn't get it lit. I mean, when that double scoring turns on, it changes the game very much, especially if you're in a multi-ball. All of a sudden, once you're in control of that double scoring lights, you might start taking a little bit of risk.
Good awareness there, basically using the other pinball to deflect the one that was about to go down the middle.
It's got the frenzy mode started, but that's kind of incidental.
Yeah, but that was a gem shot.
Gem goes down, and whoa,
Oh.
safe. And one danger also, which is also surprising. Not 2 strikes, but only 1. So we hear the gem music, which we rarely hear. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can hear it from here, and I like it.
It's actually interesting. This is currently the only game being played on this bank, so yeah,
Okay.
we got the crowd's all watching the game here.
Is he letting gem count down?
Apparently.
Yeah, because I think once it's complete, he'll be able to start to see a
Right,
simulation.
simulation, right. That was his
And he'd
last
much
key-
rather do
last
that.
key, and he'll need that. Whoa.
I don't think he's going to try
Get
that
in there.
backhand right now.
No.
Now you might see
Now.
that post pass. Or
Right.
not.
Transfer over and in. No. All right,
Sure,
we'll
you
go in
can
that
do it
way.
that
And
way.
double scoring.
Beautiful.
Really?
Double scoring lit before you went in there. So this is $2 million for Flynn.
That's
Yeah,
how
the-
I like to get it in that
$2
scoop.
million for this. So now the next one is Gem. Gem is like a stop
It's-
sign in this game.
It's very hard to make. He almost got it on that deflection, actually. That would, of course, be the stylish way to do it. It's just deflected right off the Tron targets up into the gem lane.
Oh, yeah.
Now here's a question. He has double
Oh.
scoring. He has double scoring now. Depending on what his bonus is, it just went off because double scoring affects the bonus. How much is his bonus? If he could have drained on purpose, it would have been close with the double scoring.
Yeah.
The double scoring affects the bonus. Here we go. And he does not
Oh.
win it. If he'd have drained on purpose, he wins the game.
He drained too late.
He drained too late. That's amazing.
That's just wrong.
That is
Wow.
wrong. He went.
And we hear players over there telling him right now that.
Wow.
And he was so close to making that last gem shot too. That would have, it would have given him another bonus X. Would have, I think, finished gem. That would have done the trick, and it was right at the end there.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. That
Well,
is amazing.
that was a pretty solid round of competition. We're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia, a beautiful suburb of Washington, D.C. We're watching some of the final playoff rounds here in A Division. We just finished a really exciting match on Tron Legacy between Al Tomka and Andy Rosa. I'm Joe Schober. I'm here with Julie Schober and Steve Bowden.
Hey there.
Hey.
As soon as I saw that double scoring lid, I was thinking, that thought just entered my mind. Maybe if you'd maybe checked the status report before, saw how much he had, kept that in the back of your mind, and when you see the double scoring, do the math, drain, and leave.
It's a crazy
run
thing.
away.
Because
Run away.
Well, and Tron's interesting that way because most games that have playfield X, if you drain, the playfield X usually does not apply to your bonus. So that's just
But this one, and not only does it apply, it's subtle because it's not like it shows on the display.
Right.
It would have shown $2.5 million, but the display would have given him $5 million.
Right.
Are there any other games that do that?
I don't
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't have a lot of answers, but I have some good questions.
Maybe innovation. That's some innovation by Lyman there. Lyman Code. Okay, some innovation there. All right, so what are? I hope we're not waiting for my match. 'Cause I'm on mine.
While we're waiting here, we're seeing a lot of our sponsors and other Papa Circuit tournaments roll by. We got Louisville, which is the 12th and final Papa Circuit event of this season, coming up in a couple weeks. There's the Louisville Arcade Expo. It's on March 7th to 9th. That's your last chance. If you're not here at FBO, it's your last chance to rack up some circuit points, maybe win a circuit event, and get qualified for the Papa Circuit Final, which is on, I think it's March 27th. The last Thursday of March, right before Pinburg.
Right, whatever the day before Pinburg is.
So the people that are in the circuit final can just stick around for Pinburg and qualify for next year's circuit final.
Exactly, right, because that's when the next year starts.
Yep.
The next opportunity to qualify starts right after the Pinburg final is your first opportunity. So, all right. Looks like we're still waiting for game choices here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I see that they're giving some prizes out to the B Division winners.
Oh, okay. Like we're gonna get some reconnaissance. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out what's going on here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
So I think every year that the locations of the Papa Circuit matches it's different places, right?
Well, it seems like they're definitely see, there's a new event that's going to come up this June. What's good is that they're really promoting events in wide and varying places.
I like that.
And
yeah.
so it's you're not seeing the same old events. So there probably will be a tournament in your area. So go to papa.org and find out where the next event may be in your area, so you can come in and join the fun because it is fun. It is definitely, and big respect to Tilt Amusements, Trent's amazing establishment, purveyor of excellent pinball games, that play well, and we love to play them. So thanks to Trent. And exactly, buy Papa stuff. Buy our stuff. Impress your friends. I like that. Hey, support Papa. All right, support pinball.
We know where you live, so
we know,
maybe
we know.
maybe you get it sent to a PO box. It's a little frightening.
But still, support pinball. Support this effort.
All right, here we are up on game 3, I believe, on the Shadow. So it looks like Andy picked this game. So
this is nice because when they get the nice player cam 5000 angle where all the frustrations can be seen from this game. This game is intense. It's like this game has no bumpers, so it's faster. It's fast play. Every decision is important. Every miss is important. Every make is important.
Looks like we'll be seeing some multi-ball here out of Andy.
There's the second lock. See that was basically the opening gambit. That's the standard opening strategy. Lock the
Absolutely.
first ball, light the second lock with the right ramp, lock the second ball. Now is where his decision comes in. This is his first actual decision. Maybe he'll shoot the left orbit and go for con. Maybe battlefield. Maybe he'll just
Lock.
light the lock. Very nice. And he's set up to start multi-ball, and there it is.
Wow, that's a
very nice.
great start for Andy.
Good start. So he's going to put some pressure on Al right now, depending on how many shots he can make off of here. And when this is nice here is because if you can keep rallying the jackpot shots, the other balls will stay in place and wait for you to hit them. So even though he's lost that opportunity, but he still has some balls saved left. Double jackpot is ready. And triple, and that ball will not come back. So he's down to double. Oh, no. All right, so that multi-ball is wasted, but he still has his con ready. And this con, because this is the first con, it's going to stay lit. So it's not like it's a hurry-up like all the future cons. But the first con will stay lit, so he can take it at his convenience.
Here's the really nice video mode. You get points, and there's no chance of draining the ball. So
No draining, but whoa. You want to wait as long as possible to pull the gun because now they're all going to come at the same time, and it's very tough to dodge these. Sometimes I found it easier to not use the gun at all. The only time I've really completed that event is when I haven't pulled the gun because they keep coming faster, but there are gaps there, and so you can still dodge it, and you get a nice 25 million point bonus for finishing it. But
yeah, I forget what the maximal score is for completing video mode, but I think it's pushing 80 million.
It's about that. Yeah, I've seen scores in the set. When I finished it, I've seen scores in the 70s about that. You know, you get a nice boost at the end.
And you probably will see a little bit more conservative here on ball saves and stuff because those mode points will come in bonus.
Right, because you can see he slapped it hard, but he didn't move it. If you notice, that was a vertical nudge.
Right.
Okay, because he knows that this game is very light on the tilt
And
there.
that bonus was 2/3 of his score.
Exactly.
Right. You also saw at the end there, well, you probably didn't see in the video, but he pulled the trigger on the gun. He had the Mongol hurry up running at the time he drained. And at any time when Mongol's running, you can pull the trigger to complete the hurry up. You only get a minimal score of 3 million points for doing it that way, but if you're draining anyway, it's 3 million.
You want those 3 million points, exactly. It looks like Al is looking to go into some vengeance now. He was going after a couple of ramps. If you can really get in a groove of that vengeance, you can come back from any deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally am a fan of the vengeance strategy. We were talking about it before with Lyman. The pros and cons of that approach. With the risk of the ramps, especially the left one. If you miss the shot, it can be dangerous. But if you do get in the rhythm of the ramps, you can be 4 shots to 100 million just over and over and over.
It really
again.
does depend on how much the timer is set for the vengeance, because if you make that timer really short, it becomes not very lucrative to go for vengeance, especially if one miss can break you out of the frenzy. So if you have like a 15-second timer, that's barely enough time to miss one time.
Right.
It seems to be 24 seconds or so on
That's
this machine.
decent.
So
yeah, that's enough. That's where you can miss twice and still get it.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually have my home shadow set up the way you described there, Steve, with the minimal timer.
Backdoor con. Right. Okay. Take advantage when you get that luck there.
Sometimes the machine likes you, sometimes it doesn't.
And when Shadow likes you, you've done something good. you had lived a good life or something, because...
Wait, are you saying Al's had a good life?
Well, maybe that's payback for that, for alerting Andy about the one-player
maybe.
game.
There you go. Good karma.
Maybe. All right, it's close to the super. How many shots left? All right, so at least now he is definitely back in the game. So he's definitely pulled even, at least even enough with Andy.
And I think you're right. It looked like maybe he was going for that vengeance, but now I'm guessing he's
multi-ball
going for
now.
multi-ball. Yeah. And again, this is one of these multi-balls. You get the feeds right off that upper flipper, so if you're in the rhythm, you can just knock out 5 jackpots in a row,
That's
just right
nice,
there.
As long as you keep shooting it, the balls will stay right there.
Not a great feed off of that one.
Right.
Yeah, it's coming away from the wall, it looks like.
Yep.
That's fine. Where's the other one?
I think he...
Where's the other one at?
I need a
It's
telestrator.
somewhere. Yeah. You see it? Oh, it's hanging behind the battlefield target. That's where it is.
Can I get that on a flipper?
So what's happened is it looks like the ball got trapped behind the drop target
behind the
on the
battlefield
entrance to the
target.
battlefield.
Yeah.
But while he's holding another ball, it is not going to ball search. So, this is...
So when the game gets open, will the flippers drop? The flippers will stay up, right?
I think I see the red dot. I think the red dot on the games means that the power interlock has been disabled. So I think on this one, it'll keep the power going.
Okay. More discussion happening.
I mean,
Now, will this go in the shooter lane, or will this go to a controlled flipper? I mean, it's sort of the same thing, because if it goes in the shooter lane,
yeah,
it's
it
going to
feeds
get
the
shot.
right. It feeds the right flipper anyway. Yeah,
I believe they'll give him the choice.
They'll give him the
where he
choice.
wants it.
Okay. So he could choose. Well, of course, he's going to choose the right flipper to make a controlled combo shot off the left orbit and then into the jackpot area.
One would think.
So. And now the player cam 5000 getting overtime work, as we're seeing everyone crowded around the
pretty much
game.
Most of the tournament staff now is all hovering around the game looking at it. We get to see that view on the Player Cam 5000, brought to you by Superbands. Go Joe Scaletta.
And now Mark with the key.
Now, if they're wrong and the power interlock is not disabled, this is going to suck.
It'll be fine. I saw someone had this happen earlier.
Oh, did it? Okay. Good. It's one of the smarter things that's happened recently. I think I first saw it at Papa anyway, where they disable the interlock switch so that you can safely open the coin door, but there's still power to the coils. So, like exactly as you're seeing right here, the coin door is open, the glass is off, but the flipper still is still held and the ball's on it.
And now some delicate surgery work by Mark.
Yeah, it
All right, nice.
He knocked it up in the power field, but no big deal. The power field is
right. Those
it's not
points
really
weren't scored.
Yeah,
Nothing was scored. Nothing happened.
It's not worth any
Right.
meaningful points. There might have been a couple hundred or a couple thousand points freebie there, but no big deal. Now for the real trick of the holding both flipper buttons, standing out of the way.
It's a little bit like Twister.
Yeah.
Right.
Right foot, red flipper
Right.
button. Go. Now, I'm guessing Al chose to have it be placed on the right flipper so he doesn't have to deal with the on-the-fly shot. Even though it would have been a controlled feed, it would have still been a moving feed. Now he is.
All right, now get back
both
into
balls
it.
trapped.
Get back into it, Al. It's got to find the flow now.
You know
it's
how
totally
this
stopped.
works. After that, it throws you off your rhythm.
This is the hardest shot right here.
10 seconds to a drain.
There you go.
There it is. Okay, now at least that he's made one shot.
Was it
It's
10
so
seconds?
rough.
Did I get it right?
It
Absolutely.
was about that, yeah. That is rough. Vengeance time.
And Al used a cool trick to get it. It was about to not make it up that right ramp, but he knocked the perba diverter to encourage it to continue its way along the ramp there.
All right, now it's time for the battlefield. He'll get some points here, but unless he can sweep all 18 and maybe get a big 50 or 70. 70
It'll
now.
be 70 million. He needs only 10 more shots.
No, I don't think he wanted to fire very fast. I'll take the slowness right here.
Absolutely.
Okay, because what you don't want to happen is to fire it and then fire it through and open back. Oh, one hit left. He's going to take down that target because the 70 million is right there. And now just go back up there and get that 70 million. Yeah,
Right.
just take the risk.
He is again expressing his opinions to the. All right. There. Yeah, that was an unfortunate situation where the opto was not broken and the power field actually timed out. It thought the ball had drained somewhere, so he was no longer able to play. It's a little unfortunate that opto just seems to be a little out of sync here. But he's back up there, and hopefully he'll get some redemption. In the meantime, he just cranked up another 20 million on the value of it, though. So there you go, little redemption. Pretty nice ball there by Al Tomka. I think that's
Big bonus.
That was just ball
right.
one,
That was-
and Al threw down 518 million. That's been a solid score through the
Very
tournament.
solid for a
so.
game. That's
Yeah.
solid for the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a solid score for a game through the tournament.
So now Andy does have a little bit of grinding work to do because 400 million is there are not many things that award 400 million in this game.
Well,
I mean, Khan does if you do a lot of work on it, but
well, again, like we were talking before, one
and
possible.
no,
there's
that's
Khan.
the other way. That's we have a back door down the other way for Khan, and the work begins.
But yeah, you do have that. You can consider the vengeance approach if you think the ramps are being friendly, or yeah, you can do the con shots. Whatever. There's ways to get points there.
Double jackpot. There it is, and no, it did not complete this. Didn't complete the circle. No double there either. Nice, very nice drop stop there, just to get into some moderate control. Very important cradle separation coming. No, okay.
That was tough.
Now, yeah, this battlefield here is just for some thinking time, really. They just put it in there just so that the ball cannot be on the playfield for a bit. Let's play some super breakout while we think about what our next strategy is.
Well, and, the battlefield, like we just saw, can be worth a lot of points.
Exactly. I mean, each target's worth a little bit. It's about maybe under $1 million a target, a little bit less
Yeah,
than
the
that.
target point isn't much. It's for completing it. And, of course, in non-tournament play, completing the battlefield lights extra ball, but that's not appropriate here.
Getting close. Not yet. How many targets
How
are
many
back there?
times does it
Seems like
take?
there were about 10 targets back there. There are only 4, right? I mean, oh. Yeah, don't forget your 3 million, and he got it before you left. He just barely got the 3 million. All right.
It wasn't a bad ball.
He
I
got
mean,
back in the game.
That was
He
solid.
definitely did get back in the game, so it's not hopeless at all. Now, Al has 1 lock. Farley is lit as the mode. I think that is Farley.
Yeah.
That's a big point mode, but I don't think he's going to directly go for it with Khan lit. Khan's ready for it.
Khan is valuable. I mean, I think unless anyone pulls something crazy, I don't think either player is probably going to be going for final battle. I think both of them have the other 3 lights, the battlefield and the 2 multi-balls, but completing the 6 modes takes a while. So yeah, and this is a second con, so I believe it'll time
That's
out.
going to
right?
time out, right? Because he's already had Khan before.
Right.
So
As you can tell
it's
from
definitely
the
blinking. So
scarf light.
yeah.
We may be seeing a lot more battlefield from him.
See, that one crashed through the back there. And there goes Khan. So meanwhile, Farley is still
Ball
lit.
lock?
No,
Yeah,
yep, when
ball
the lock
lock.
is lit, you take it. Yeah. Do not refuse lock, because then you can work on the next lock.
Absolutely.
Now, again, a decision. Do I take down the battlefield target? Maybe do I go for some more 2-way combos, left orbit, inner loop?
I think he's going to go for the battlefield
Yeah.
target, but we'll see here.
Battlefield target, yes. That's fine. Yeah, just give him control. They're just begging for control on the shadow. I mean, 'cause this game is. Oh, that's fortunate. He had a target hit and it continued to go back
You
there.
get the rollback. Yeah,
2 for
it's
1.
cool. A little backspin.
Yep, just stay right there. Oh no. And I can get close to lighting another con. No, he's only got 2 lights. Mongol for 30 would be a nice little bonus. Not quite.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen that orbit rejection. Who
Up.
knows in a mode?
It's
What the
mode
heck?
time. Now this could be
That's
big.
a good one.
You can put it up in the
Put up
battlefield.
in the battlefield.
And that counts. But the actual shots are worth more. The battlefield takes his energy down, but it isn't worth as much toward Farley.
Yeah, but
These shots are worth a lot more.
Yeah, but it's a very fast and safe way
Right,
to
you trade safety for points there.
Yeah. Because if you're in the battlefield for a few seconds, you can pretty much complete Farley, and yeah, you gave up 20 million or something, but no big deal.
Well, it's a good ball, but he hasn't run away with it, so we'll see what Andy brings.
Now Andy is a bit in jail. Not really. I mean, he has nothing toward his next multi-ball. 2 lights away from lighting con. And his mode isn't even multi-ball either, so yeah, he's going to load up the battlefield.
Good shot.
That's where the points are now for him.
Yeah, but it takes 50 hits.
50 hits.
And the next one will be 70
hits.
I mean, it starts becoming just really long, and also in the later ones, you need that many more drop targets to even qualify.
And which is rough now. This is the second multi-ball, so now shooting the center lock will not even light the lock until you hit it twice. So you have to survive 2 center shots before you get to take that third safer shot, which brings it behind the game.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's going for that. It's very risky at this point.
What would you go for, Julie?
You mean if I could actually make shots like he can?
Sure.
Yeah, probably Battlefield. He's got Conlit now.
This is on a timer. He needed that orbit. He needed that orbit, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Al wins.
Another really good game between these guys. But Al gets the ever enjoyable third ball plunge off. So with that, it looks like Al's going to be facing Chris Stevens next. We're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open in Fairfax, Virginia, just a little bit outside of Washington, D.C. This is Papa Circuit event number 11 of the 2013-2014 season. We're watching the A playoffs right now. I'm Joe Schober. I'm here with my lovely and talented wife, Julie.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And also with Steve Bowden.
Yep.
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 The 12th circuit event in this season, the 12th and final circuit event, will be in about 2 weeks from now, the Louisville Arcade Expo in Louisville, Kentucky. That's your last chance. If you're not already qualified for the current season's Papa Circuit Final, it's your last chance to go win the event and guarantee your way in or add to your point total towards the Papa Circuit Final, which is being held on Thursday, March the 27th at Papa headquarters.
Which is excellent because even if you're not on the board, all you have to do is win it, and you're in the final. Think about that.
That's right. Get a trophy next to your name, and you're in.
You might not even heard of the circuit events until this moment. Guess what? Show up at Louisville and win it, and you're in the final.
And right after the Papa Circuit Final is Pinburg, which is a crazy fun match play format. 400 people signed up this year in 1 hour, 43 minutes. I signed up like 2 minutes after registration opened, and I think I was still like 25 down or something like that.
Yeah, I was like 43. I don't know where I was. I was about maybe 2 or 3 minutes, the time it took for me to fill out the form.
Right.
You know?
So you're advertising something that I can no longer get into.
Right, but we're just telling you how awesome it is. And you did get into it, thankfully, so it's all
that's
good.
right.
But hey, it's open to the public, sort of. Right? Yeah, right. I mean, there's 400 there, but also
That's right.
It's true.
The public can play. It's not a locked-in, closed event.
Any chance to get into the Papa facility and check out that amazing collection of games is a good time.
Exactly. Any chance to get into Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, I'm going. Okay? And that's essentially what that is, but pinball. So
It's the
be
promised
there.
land.
Yes.
Does it have a big waterfall of pinballs in there?
It does.
Unless you count, if you count Whitewater.
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 All right, we're on to the next round. We got Chris Stevens now against El Tomka, starting off on ACDC Pro. And once again, I'm going to guess that Chris Stevens chose the
Chris
game.
definitely chose. He's been very consistent on ACDC throughout the tournament. In such a way, such that I avoided picking that game against him. That's one of the games I like to play. Yes, I got my 370 on it, but I would not pick it against Chris because he is far too consistent on this game than I. So I was not going to risk it.
But 370, that's a pretty sweet score.
But well, it does become a bit of a one-ball game once you can bring it all together. once you have the bell ready for 2x, once you've been in multi-ball a while and your jackpot is high and your bell is active and you're shooting the cannon while you're playing multi-ball, then you know you're having a good game.
It's a good
Once
time.
that happens, if you're playing multi-ball and then it asks you to shoot the cannon while you're doing it, feel good because that means you're playing well. That's the signal.
When you describe the game, I want to go play it.
It's because it's great. Okay, the game is great. It's the software. Okay, big up respect to the software of this game.
Absolutely.
Okay? Excellent. The way the songs go, the way the songs are incorporated into the rules, the strategies. You can talk about the game for many minutes and uncover new strategies for different songs. Like who knew that Thunderstruck would become a thing? Okay, and it is. You ask somebody, what should I do next? It's like, well, I don't know. How you doing now? Well, I'm missing a lot of shots. Are you missing the ramps a lot? Yeah. Try Thunderstruck. Guess what? You're gonna get rewarded for missing, as long as you don't die when you miss. And I see people play it, and they come back to me and they say, "Oh,
that sounds like
that
the song
happened."
for me."
Try it. You'll be surprised. Okay, there are many hidden points in that mode.
We were lucky enough earlier in the broadcast today to have Lyman Sheets sitting in with us, and he gave us a nice background on the thinking that went into the development of the software and what he was saying about how he likes to play and how he likes to see games being played, especially in tournament settings, and how that all went into the design of the rules and all the modifications he's done to the rules over the various software revs.
So Al has just started here. So which song did he choose? I cannot tell. It looks like the train. This is Train. This is Rock and Roll Train. The left ramp is lit, so he's chosen the Train. Good start. A standard mode to start with is going for Jam. I might go Highway to Hell, but he's chosen the Train so he can loop the left ramp over and over and get points. That works too, as long as you can get into multi-ball. That's when the game actually starts. Not many shots to go. Jam is lit. Very important right ramp shot for him to start Jam and to get into the game. Like what's kind of difficult to see on this angle is that there is I guess you call it a wire that's hanging out in the bell channel area that helps the ball not center drain.
Right.
Right. So if you see the ball, it seems like it's floating in midair for a little bit. That's why, because that's been put there to stop the very diabolical center drains that happen from this game without it being there.
So one of those things that was first seen on like Avatar, just that little stiff spindle of wire.
Yes, because I mean, without that on Avatar, it's just bad.
No, it's evil.
It is bad. But with this, at least you can know that when it comes down the center, you're probably not going to drain from it. Like, see, even that. If that wire wasn't there, that particular drop was going to be in trouble. All right, Jam is lit. Possible backhand, and there it is.
Good call. And or nice, Chris, to do what you asked.
All right. He wasn't able to get the bell on the cannon shot, which is it's pretty important to get that bell done because that bell is one of the targets you want to hit to get your atta ball ready. So he might have to hit that if he hasn't done that already, so he can get close to atta ball. Although it may be a little early he has hit the bell, but it may be a little early to think about using VIP passes to add the ball. I mean,
well, the bell moves you towards double scoring as well, correct?
Right. The bell does move you to double scoring. So he's already hit once, so he's either 1 or 2 shots away from the double scoring.
I will say one of the downsides of the pro version of this game, which is what we have here, is that the physical bell in the premium model is just so cool.
And you can see what just happened there. He lost his multi-ball, and he tried to use his VIP pass to get his ball back, and he did not have enough. He didn't have enough shots completed. He was able to use 1 pass, and that wasn't enough to get the ball back. So I don't think he has any VIP passes left. Yep, there's 0. So unfortunately, he was not able to extend that multi-ball. So you're just going to have to work toward another one. If you can just keep in the groove.
Are there other ways to get VIP passes besides the top lanes?
The combos. The number of combos. I think it gives you one for 25, and then there are set numbers after that.
Okay.
So, so you can earn VIP passes during play. And those can get really important. That's safe. And you can get
Wow, that was a good
Because
save.
I've done that. That's it.
Yeah, it's definitely allowing play.
The double danger slide save only on Stern. Okay, really. Back to work on the ramps. I mean, he may check to see how far away he is. 6 ramps, that's doable. 2 target banks, that's irrelevant for him. He's not going to go for those right now. And 7 loops is too far away. So it's ramp time. Yep, control up for more ramps. Backhanded again. All right, now he's getting started here. Whoa! Okay, that looked dangerous. But
did.
at least we know that that's not a killer. That usually is a killer. That almost all the way around the ramp and down. But
Well, he's going to go for it again here, I think.
if he shoots the right ramp, the song jackpot is lit. I don't know if he's going to appreciate that. It's lit for $3 million, so he may not appreciate that now. He may just loop the left over and over again to avoid it. No, he's going to go for it. Let's see if he takes the song jackpot or shoots the left orbit for a little bit of safety. He may take it. Nope, shot the left orbit. Yep, that was just for safety because $4 million is not enough. It's good, but it's ball 2. So it's not enough to risk a single ball drain off the cannon.
And we've seen how quickly scores can ratchet up on AC/DC once you get in the groove. You think I'm up by 50 million, I'm up by 100 million. It's
Right.
sweet. Yeah, not so much.
I have never thought that once.
Especially on this game. I mean, yeah, sure, you can be up by about 100 million, but someone with Hell's Bells and some VIP passes can get right back in the game.
I mean, I never thought I
Okay.
was up by 50 million.
Okay, I mean in general. Woo! Well, see, he's back to multi-ball. So you get the work done. Hit that bell. There he is. Now
Double scoring.
double scoring, and he's well on his way to an add ball. He's got the bell. He's already got the left orbit done. Ball save is still on. Those will be coming back. Thank you very much.
And ball save is done.
Well,
so
all right, ball save is over, but
he made good use of it.
he did. Get that left ramp done. Oh no, he doesn't have any. No VIP passes. He tried to hit the button, but he didn't have any passes.
He's not having a lot of luck in multi-ball here.
It's definitely one of these rhythm games. If you're in the rhythm of the game, you can really own it. But if you're out of rhythm with the game and not making the shots cleanly, it's just like you can't make any progress at all. Not to say he doesn't have some points. I mean, 23 million is something, but like we talked about, that Al could easily walk up and spank that quickly if he got in the rhythm of it.
You just
That's
saw
what she said.
He is only 1 target bank away from Album. Will he risk it, or will he go for 10 ramp shots? See, it's ramp shots, right?
Controlled feed.
Controlled feed.
Get in the rhythm. Controlled feed. 8 million.
Will he take the 8?
8
He
million?
takes the 8. He takes the 8. Yes.
Yes, he does.
That's
and it
that's a
didn't
good
even
amount.
drain on him, so
That's
it's all
good.
good.
And now Album is lit because of the way the ball came out of the cannon shot. It finished the target bank. Well, okay, Album is lit, so at least we know Al will have to take that into account. So he's going to have to play against that. Album is ready for him. But meanwhile, Al is still playing the train, which is a moderate scoring. I mean, it's not high scoring because that left ramp shot is supposedly an easy shot to make, so the scoring is lessened because of that. But if you're going for ramps anyway, you can take that one, or you can take Highway to Hell, which is basically reverse. Highway to Hell is the right ramp.
Right.
So I think Highway to Hell is a little better because Highway to Hell will light the rest of the game up. When you shoot the right ramp, it lights all of the shots.
He's trying to backhand that right ramp, it looks like. Take the left ramp.
Yeah, that backhand on the right ramp, the backhand on the right ramp is tough on this game. I
Yeah,
mean, fine, when I was playing this and when I got to 300, I made a decision not to backhand the right ramp about halfway in the game. And then the people who watched me, they asked me, why did you not backhand? And I said, because you saw me try
It wasn't
earlier,
working.
and it wasn't working. So I would shoot an unlit left ramp just to try to make a right ramp shot.
Yeah, sure, why
You
not?
know, sure. And jam has started. So that's what you just want to do. Just get in the game with a multi-ball, build up your song jackpot, and he'll make it to cash it in.
And when you do start a ball like this where you're behind by a lot of points, and it can be a little overwhelming to think maybe about getting, 50 million points on a ball. But really, you just have to start getting chunks of points. Get a little here, a little there.
Exactly. Get 10 million. Get 5 million.
Yeah.
Because once you get it, then other stuff will have lit.
Yes.
And then you can.
And then you'll get another 10.
And then another 10 million. And then you'll get another. Especially with AC/DC, is the scoring track on this game. Like it seems it starts out slow, and then it can jump up really fast.
It's almost exponential.
It's
It
nearly
isn't really, but
exponential.
it feels that way.
Especially when you're building up that song jackpot, and then all of a sudden you can get that bell going for 2x or even 3x scoring, and all of a sudden you've got one shot for 70 million points, which can change the tide of the entire game in one shot.
Definitely.
Whoa, nice reaction save.
Doing.
Doings, and now
That bell sound is awesome.
Whoa.
Yep, that worked.
That works.
That
I mean,
worked.
he was out of control, but he got forgiveness for it. All right, whole lot of Rosie, which generally keeps the game. It keeps the game lit every time you go to the upper lanes.
That was a nice bump there.
Nice. Again, since the upper lanes are very easy to hit, they don't score very much. You saw 70,000, but it lights up the rest of the game for the other shots. So the score balancing on this is very nice. Very nice.
Great work by Lyman as
Yeah.
always.
Nice
Nice
save.
Nice save.
Pulled that out of, I don't know, out of nowhere, but he got it.
You got to use every millimeter of the flippers.
Exactly. All right, it's on the way to the next jam. Cannon is lit for the cannon is lit for his next cannon shot. I don't know how much is it worth? 4 million. He probably won't take. Well, one ramp for jam. How much of a risk will he take? He's got one ramp for jam, one target bank left for album. Okay. We have an interesting position here because even though we have a multi-ball ready for Chris, we have a multi-ball ready for Al, and actually we have two multi-balls close for Al. So this is similar. I mean, it's certainly a score advantage, 37-18. But yes, Chris is winning. But is he really winning? I guess. I guess he is officially winning. But as far as game status, it's pretty even because Chris has no VIP passes to help him on this album. Well, he should have one. He did get the skill shot, so he does have one.
Points versus potential points.
Right, exactly. Potential energy.
Spoken like a physicist.
Which I am not. But okay. Temporary physicist Steve says.
Two more for double play field. And his song jackpot had to go back down to the base value, so it's not like he has a lot to build on. But there it is right there. So unfortunately, that's cleared out. But that's what makes the game more interesting.
Exactly.
If it kept it, it wouldn't be the same.
Exactly. So, keep that there. It's got TNT going. Cradle set works. Nice.
So cradle separation is so common now that we're abbreviating it.
Yep, that's I do. Especially when it works. And especially when I did it right.
Okay, we got a Cracep coming up here.
Cracep, that's right. Cracep on AC/DC coming up.
He definitely likes to take his time, look around, see exactly where he is, what he wants to do, make a plan, and then put it in action.
Execute. And there it is. Excellent. Backhand, perfect. And this TNT is getting a little lucrative now.
He's rolling right now.
I'm always rolling, baby.
Time to go to work.
Let's fire this thing up.
Fortunately, there is no road show in the bank. But
Yeah, well.
Nope. Nice catch. Again, it looked like, you see it said 6 more for tour multi-ball, but that did not count down. That's deceptive. Normally when you see those statuses, it's because you're making progress. He did not make progress towards tour there, because you can't make progress toward another multi-ball while you're in one.
Right.
So you can keep shooting that left or right orbit. It's not going to get him closer to tour. What is left? Oh, the bell is left, and there it is. Okay, it's like, wait a minute. And the bell just gave him his Atta-ball, which
Great
is well
timing.
done.
Did give,
Well
yeah, just
done.
in time.
He was saving it just for that occasion. And he hit
Yeah,
it right
very
when he
well
needed
done.
to. Because he hit it when he hit it when 1 ball drained, so he gets 2 balls back. So still 3 ball. Now with that bell hit, he should be very close to his double playfield, which he made. Well, okay. It's a bit of a rush job there. I don't know if you want to rush on that shot for 288,000. Time for a status
After all
report.
that, it's like still
time
only 2.2 million in the multi-ball. It's funny how that works.
All right, 7 ramps. You can do it, Chris. Yep.
That was a scary miss. The ball went flying with quickness.
Almost too fast for the frame rate of the camera. 5 more to go. Combos, here we go. Now he's in it. Careful. Nice, nice, nice.
Nice save.
Great save. Especially with those cannons in the way.
Right, that blind spot. That 6 million. Take it. Keep the pressure on. Yep. Definitely take that risk. You have to defend against Al's potential when he comes up.
Do we call that the crush factor?
That's the crush effect. The crush factor. I don't know. It seems like
Crushometer? I don't know. Al's got a 4 on the crushometer right now.
What's the forecast?
I don't know. It might be
Much
going up to a
crushiness
6.
in the
Might be
forecast.
going up to a 6 in the crushometer.
Now, is it me or has this TNT mode sort of dried out here? Maybe we might think about a song change. I mean, because maybe bringing in Thunderstruck.
I actually think he's just enjoying the song.
Okay. That may be.
Can you sing a few bars, Julie?
For those of you at home, I gave him a look.
If only you can see what I saw. But you can't, so whatever. Too bad for you.
All right, back to multi-ball. When in doubt, multi-ball. It's a good strategy for pinball.
Exactly. Yep, because multi-ball means you can lose a ball and still not die. So any multi-ball is good. Yeah, I know double drain's quiet. Okay, whatever, but it's acceptable to those as well. See, now the other jackpots start coming into play. See, that wasn't even a song jackpot. That was one of the others. It was a Target. One of the other 4 jackpots were available for him. And now the cannon is lit again.
How much is the extra ball worth on this?
2.5.
2.5. Okay,
And
so
it is affected by the playfield multiplier. So,
Okay.
but it's 2.5.
not
days,
huge,
so it's
but,
not huge, but it's there. So if he ever felt like changing the song, he can take 2.5 with him when he does.
Which
There
is
it
right about
is.
now. So what song's next? Thunderstruck?
That's what I want. He's not going to do it, though. Hell's Bells. Okay, that works. The reverse of the train. It is Highway to Hell. So every time he shoots the right ramp, the game's going to light up for him. And all the shots will light for the Highway to Hell points. Target back 6.5. He's got choices. He can get both for 13. He did. Took down all 13 million from that. An excellent shot. He shot in the middle of the 2 targets, and he got 2 down. So, and his song jackpot is up to 12 million, and he might get close to shooting for that. And it just lit. That may be the song jackpot. I'm not sure. We find out now. Here it is. Take it down, Chris. Nice. He's rolling it now. And he's got album lit already somehow. He's made it all the way back around to lighting album, and he's still on. All right, he's on Highway to Hell. He's off of TNT.
Yeah, when you get in the flow of this, the points just rack up.
They keep coming in. Now I guess too bad he is off of TNT because album is like it's really early on in their career, that TNT, whereas Highway to Hell is a little bit later. And the only reason why I know this is because of knowing the rules. Okay.
And that year that you went and followed them on the road, right?
Nope, that's the only reason why I know this is from learning the rules from other people. So
It's just like in League right now. We're playing NBA Fast Break. And people want to bring out the cheat sheets to remember who the heck was playing what in the NBA in 1994.
What number was Penny Hardaway and whatever it is? Oh, that one. But he should be getting close to claiming that song jackpot. Highway to Hell.
And what is the song jackpot up to?
He's up to at least 14. It's double digits. Oh, he must have took it down. Right, he did take it down earlier. That's right. Remember that cannon shot? He did take it down. So, did go back down. But hey, 128 ain't bad. 128 million for him. Okay, just continue to put the pressure on Al for when he comes up so that Al knows he's going to have to take his 2 potential multi-balls to the limit. Taking down another 6 3/4. More control, more ramps maybe, more album. He's still fine. Okay. He's still fine. Just get control and reset. Oh, he just hit a VIP pass.
VIP pass.
Very good, Chris.
Again, perfect timing. Get all of them back.
And that was from the combos because I didn't think he had one because he used them before to get his add ball back. So he earned one using the combos. So very nice. A little bit.
That was a little tough there,
but fine. You know.
$9.2.
Take that down too. Thank you very much. Safe. It's very violent, but we're getting the. And first of all, that was 1 strike, wasn't it? That wasn't even 2. That
Correct.
was 1. Okay. He's got another cannon ready for jam. It's just flowing now. Multi-ball after multi-ball. If he can get control one more time. And the backhand is no good.
Rattle.
Telling you.
He's going to get it this
the
time.
The backhand is no good. Take the left ramp. Just do it. Take the left ramp.
Backhand.
No.
Backhand.
Or even
He's
post
gonna
pass. What about
backhand.
post pass?
Backhand.
I don't know. I don't know on the ACDC. Oh, it almost made the turn. It was at the apex of it, and then it drained him.
Oh, that was the point of screw there, but great ball by Chris.
It made the turn, and it looked at the cannon. It went around the corner and looked at it and went the other direction. I don't want to go.
I don't want you to shoot me out. That hurts.
All right, so Al's got jam ready, and he's close to album.
But he has a steep hill to climb here.
Very steep.
Down by 150 million. Extra ball will never be lit. No fair.
Right. No, or it's lit, but it's only 2.5 mil. So don't depend on it. Backhand is no good. Come on. We've been playing this game too long. The backhand's not good anymore. All right, here it is. Come on now. Now, Al, come on, take advantage. You've got double multi-ball. Well, not double multi-ball, 2 multi-balls in 1 because he's completed the album targets, and here we go.
There he
He's
goes.
got to ride this till the wheels come off. Okay? All the way. He's got to go all the way with this. He got 1. He got nice. Double all that loveliness. So he still has work to do, but it's certainly possible with AC/DC, and he can do this. And he does have album running.
Would you start working on playfield X here or on the bell?
Not with these many. Well, with these many balls running around, getting in the way.
Just take
shots.
what you can get.
Just take what I can get. Now with 2 left, VIP passes, and he's back in. VIP passes, bring him back in the game. That's got to be at least 2x. Yes, double play field. what's cool is this is doubling everything. So this is doubling all the points that are being contributed to the song jackpot, which he just claimed right there for 15.5. So he's right back in this. It's doable if he could just stay in control enough.
Oh, that was a tough
okay.
drain there.
So now we get to see how far away he is from his next multi-ball, because that's what he's got to do. Up, stuck ball. All right, you got it out.
66, so he made up, I don't know, what is that, about 25% of what he needs to do.
Yep. You got to take it. You got to take it. And hopefully you don't die, and you're safe. I guess the fact that shot is so dangerous. What a save by Al. What a save.
And we're going to see some really aggressive saving here because this game is not tilty at all, and he's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, he's down by 80 million, and it's ball 3.
Time for a status report. Yep, time for a status report. How far away? 7 ramps, 1 loop. Well, it's time for the tour. Backhand to left. Nope. Ooh. Ugh. Yep, he wants that left orbit. He's doing whatever he can to get that left orbit. Oh. Not quite.
He's out of control right now. He needs to stop that thing and reset. There he goes.
Not yet.
Nope, you're right. Not
there
yet.
It is.
There it is.
Okay. Now he just needs to survive this drop and get back in the multi-ball. See where the ball comes here. Okay, bounce it over and do it.
Good drop catch and boom.
Made it.
Boom, baby.
It is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Take the bell down. Thank you. Now, I don't know if he has any VIP passes left because he had to use some his last multi-ball. I can't see the button from here, so I don't know whether it's lit.
I can go over and ask him to move his hand so we can see it better.
That's a good idea.
Right.
That'll go over well.
Right. Do we have a cannon shot? Is that a no? Yes, we do have a cannon shot coming. Use your head. Use your head. Got it. Nice. I figured maybe Ben use his head to punch it, like on Star Trek. You know, if you got both balls,
crush it.
You got both balls caught. You know, what do you got left?
It's AC/DC. It's a head banging theme.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right. Excellent. Whoa, get control, please. 14 million on the song jackpot. Maybe Hell's Bells to go all in. Going all in.
Yeah,
Come on,
he
Al.
heard you.
Go all in. Come on, Al. This is it. Now I'm hoping he has at least one VIP pass to help him through this, because if he can use that to extend the timer on Hell's Bells. Control, because you have 28 million on the song jackpot. It's double. It's 14, but he's got 2x. Big shot coming.
Huge.
Go for 35 million. 36 million right now. 37 and 18.
Plus
this
he could
wins
get that
the
9
game.
million if he gets it.
That wins the game.
37. Is that it?
Wins the
and
game.
18.
That wins the game. That wins the game, right? He just took down like 50 million in one shot.
Yeah.
Winner, winner.
Oh!
Woo! That was insane.
He needed to hit both those targets, otherwise,
and he got it.
Wow.
Just how we scripted it, folks.
Right. Woo!
Wow. Okay.
All right, who needs the Olympics, folks, when you have this sort of sporting event going
That
on?
was amazing. Oh man, that just paid the cost of admission, which was free, but it paid it.
At
That
twice
was
the price.
exciting.
I'll
Twice
pay.
the price.
I'll pay 3 times the price. That's my final offer. Well, you folks just watched a fairly epic match there on AC/DC between El Tomka and Chris Stevens on AC/DC Pro. It ended up 169 million to 170 million when El crushed a 2x song, song and combo jackpots there, totaling.
Looks like I got to go to my match with Brian Shepard. So
Good luck
here
to
we
you,
go.
sir.
Yeah, good luck. We'll say nice things about you.
We are here at the Fairfax Pinball Open in the finals of Papa Circuit Event 11 for the 2013 to 2014 season. We're in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. I'm Joe Schober. I'm here with Julie Schober.
Whoop.
Whoop, whoop. And we've just been rejoined by John Replogle.
Hey,
John.
hey.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. This is some exciting pinball we're watching.
Was that a crazy game or what? Everyone was just staring at the dot matrix waiting to see what the count was because I don't think anyone knew what it really added up to.
Well, if Bowen was here, I'm sure he would, but, otherwise.
Right, yeah, well. All right, and Chris has just fired up F-14 Tomcat. Very different feel from AC/DC.
I'm really surprised at this pick.
Maybe he wants a little change of pace.
Well, this will definitely give the change of pace. I mean, this is a fast, mean-playing game. And there's no mercy given by F-14 Tomcat ever.
Absolutely.
No.
You are insured, ha, sucker.
At least the handwritten sign is now up in the game. No flight insurance, just in case you choose to believe the game when it jokingly tells you are insured.
Yes.
So unlike all the insanity of AC/DC with albums and tours and songs and Playfield X and all, this is good old-fashioned pinball.
Yeah,
Light lock balls, play multi-ball, get jackpot. Repeat as necessary.
Was this one of the first 4-ball multi-balls out there?
It's certainly the first one I can think of, unless you want to go crazy talk like balls a poppin'.
Well, that's a completely different story, I suppose.
But yeah, I don't remember any earlier games. What was High Speed the first modern era game with multi-ball?
Well, it depends what you want to define as modern era game.
Right.
Anything sooner than 1776.
Well, that's pretty modern. I think Firepower
Back in my
was...
day, we played Bagatelle uphill both ways in the snow.
Oh, good
Beautiful
save
there.
I've just been informed that the next game we're going to watch is actually going to be F-14 Tomcat again, being played by Brian Shepard and Steve Bowden.
All F-14 all the time.
Mark was mentioning earlier to me that he didn't think we were ever going to use the cameras that were over top of F-14 Tomcat. And...
Well, I think a lot of people are scared of it because it's so easy for the ball to get out of control and just fly out, and you got nothing. You know, it doesn't have all the controlled feeds that you expect from some of the other games.
And maybe that's Chris's main reason for picking this. I mean, he just put up a pretty darn good score on AC/DC, and he wants to set Al off his game a little bit.
Yeah, of course. And so far, he seems to be handling it pretty well. He's had a couple of great saves there, and he's got lock waiting on the side. And
so you have to lock 3 balls up, and then the 4th ball you get to just plunge out, and that starts the multi-ball.
Yeah, but like you were saying, John, very unusual to have a four-ball lock game.
You don't have to shoot the 4th ball up on the right orbit?
You have to shoot it up there to do the release. So he has the 3 balls locked right now, and you'll see on the right orbit it says release, I believe. Yeah, there we go. Oh, right.
You can tell what's locked by the red lights on the little ramp structure thing.
And this game was super exciting because they give you the big siren. They spin lights on top of the machine.
And the balls just fly out of nowhere, it seems.
Don't expect a 5-minute multi-ball in this game. Down to 2 balls.
So ideally, he needs to shoot that right dead-end shot 3 times for jackpot to get, what, like 150,000, 250,000, and then jackpot, something like that. Didn't happen this time.
Back to square one. He's just going to do the same thing again.
But during the process, he's building up a really nice bonus.
He is. And he's taking advantage of the fact that you can shoot that right dead-end shot. It spots you a Tomcat letter and then also gives you a feed to the upper playfield. It's really a great game. It's fast, it's fun. It's not super deep in rules or anything, but nice change of pace from the control play like we just saw in AC/DC.
Nice slap save. Some great music on here. Early synth music.
It's 80s, man. Heavy synth all the time. Plus, isn't it Steve Ritchie and his brother Mark doing the voices?
I don't know. Is that true?
I thought so. I could be wrong. I was wrong once before in the early 90s.
I remember.
Yeah.
That was the last time you were wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she remembers.
Yeah, we try not to talk about that incident, but...
Speak for yourself.
That was almost a really bad post pass, but it worked out okay.
If I had an objection to this personal game, I'd say that my biggest problem would be that the left side of the playfield, you just really don't want to shoot.
You ignore it, yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that the left dead end where the kicker is. I mean, you would like to put it in use and kill planes and stuff, but there's no real reason to.
It'd be nice if the jackpot was over there or something.
Yeah, it would. Like you shoot the landing pad a couple times and then you shoot that shot to collect your jackpot.
Or maybe if your jackpot was based on how many planes you had defeated. Something
Absolutely.
like that.
I see a custom ROM idea right there.
He's having a lot of luck with that right dead end shot. It's really the key shot in this game.
Like you were saying, John, the bonus right now is sizable too, in addition to the 1.4 million already on the board.
I would estimate his bonus would put him over 2 million if he drained immediately.
Yeah, I would agree. But he's not draining immediately. He's getting another multi-ball.
2 multi-balls on ball 1. Who is this guy?
Apparently the Pennsylvania state champion.
Yeah.
All right, good control. All set up for that right side shot, and boom. Very happy, patriotic music to go with it.
Anchors away.
I think you're mixing themes. That would be Navy.
Well, I mean, I guess I might be. You know, in broadcasting, you're always supposed to defend your point no matter how ludicrous it is. But there's a certain point, well.
Oh,
that was nice. That was nice. One more for the jackpot. Which he can do right now. Or not.
Seem interested.
That
It's
actually
interesting
surprised
choice.
me, but yeah. Is there any reason to defer that? Does it fail to count if it's still doing the graphic or something?
I don't know, but I knowing Chris's style of play, he'd love to get that other ball back under control before he puts one out of control.
Fair enough.
It's all about safe landings, remember.
True.
And back to work. That was a little bit lucky. Well, okay, that was a little more than a little bit lucky. That was extremely lucky.
You need luck sometimes, though, to go along with the skill.
No, yeah, 3 or 4 of those saves he's made out of that outlane have been pure skill saves. That one was.
Is that a technical term?
That's as technical as it gets in pinball. Steve Bowden, put that one in your definition.
The new pinball dictionary. How do you spell that, just for official reference?
That was
beautifully done. That was really nice.
So I think we've explained pretty much the strategy on F-14 Tomcat. Now we're going to just see the strategy repeated as many times as possible, and hopefully he gets to the jackpot one of these times. I should point out, though, this is just an exceptional ball.
Frankly, this would be a good game for many people. Never mind a ball one without the bonus even counted.
Oh,
yet.
gosh.
And he got Yag off, too.
He doesn't seem too concerned about losing his bonus. He's giving some pretty good shakes there.
Well, maybe he already knows that it's not too tilty or something.
That's my guess.
Funny thing is, you go through all that light and spectacle about killing Yag off or whatever, but it's just not worth anything.
It's worth a very dangerous return shot. That much is for sure. And I just heard from Al Tomka that this is disgusting.
I think it looks fairly brilliant, but
Al's not afraid to speak his mind.
that's true. But it's good to see, I mean, Chris could have easily been disheartened by that extremely close loss he suffered on a really great game of AC/DC. So
I would have been.
Some people that kind of thing happens and they melt down. And clearly that's not happening to Chris. He's just taking it to the next level, saying like, "Oh yeah, try this."
Yeah, I mean, why do 2 multi-balls in a ball when I can do 3?
5.
Apparently not. Well, so if it doesn't work on the 3rd try, what do you do?
4 times the charm, I was always taught.
It's starting to get to the point where it doesn't matter if he gets the jackpot.
Yeah.
Because now I believe he's going to have over $1 million bonus if he doesn't tilt.
Oh, I think for sure. And there he goes.
Well, that was just an amazing ball.
We've seen this matchup so many times in Pittsburgh between Al and Chris. They're 2 of the best in town, and they stack up well against each other. I'm going to say, though, that Al has a steep hill to climb, and it doesn't really change the strategy.
No.
Didn't we say he had a steep hill to climb on AC/DC?
That's exactly what I was going to say, and so we'll see.
Oh, he has no fear. And no ball save. And no kickback either.
And no ball.
That was anticlimactic.
And no bonus.
Sadly, the bonus might have been more than his entire score.
I'd say there's no point in trying to get your 30,000 point bonus.
No, of course not.
If you're talking about where Chris had a 10,000 point ball, well, maybe that 30,000 point bonus might mean something, but
Those extra 18,000 points really changed it.
But what you just saw from Al is happens so often on F14. It's fast, it's out of control, it's crazy talk, and there's no ball save whatsoever. So that can happen so easily.
Another ball lock.
Lock number 9, Chris. No, I'm sorry, 10.
Oh, so he can lose a ball.
That was more realistic.
Yeah.
I don't hear Al saying a whole lot right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be throwing out any taunts at the moment. Not that he would do such a thing.
No.
Was he actually going for the kill there?
I believe he was going for the left orbit.
Okay.
But
aha. That upper flipper area is just really well designed. It plays really well.
there's a lot of 14s I've played that it doesn't play well on, but this one just, you seem to get a lot of action out there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was tough.
All right. It's time for Al to play Lord of the Rings. One ball to rule them all.
But first, Chris gets his opportunity to put up another few million.
I believe the high score for the weekend was around 5 million.
Steve Bowden?
6 million. 6 million.
Yeah.
So anytime you're looking at a score where you're already at 75% of the high score for the weekend, on this type of game, you can feel fairly confident.
Yeah,
in your
that's a
play.
pretty good head-to-head game. He's doing a good job up there shaking the ball off that little area to the sides of the pop bumper, getting it back up to those upper flippers, and more shots at the Tomcat letters.
He sure is. And he's doing live catches that are just pretty sick.
Yeah.
He's pretty dialed into that right shot.
Yeah, accuracy rate pretty high.
Except during multi-ball.
True, but of
Although
course
there's a lot of
there's a lot of balls.
distractions.
I mean, if you even make it, there's a good chance there's another ball just getting in your way. There's really nowhere to park them in this game, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Game over.
And
Nope, there he goes.
Nope.
Oh yeah, but great game there by Chris. Just under 5 million points.
Well, I'd say that the two games Chris has played so far are good enough to win most matches.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he finds himself down 1-0, and Al has the chance to put this away. It's going to take a while.
A slim chance, perhaps, but a chance.
Well, I would have said a slim chance when I was looking at the score of AC/DC as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't win shooting at that all day. Now, he actually shot at the kill on purpose there, and lights his kickback by doing it.
True, which can be very important. It's a
If he's going to have a
right outline.
Yeah, if he's going to
Or
survive
left
long
outline.
enough to get that score, he's probably going to use a kickback or two during the process.
Yeah, for sure. Seems like he's having a hard problem himself getting dialed in on that right dead end shot, the lock shot.
No, I don't know. I don't know why he shot it back up there, because he could have taken his landing.
Yep.
As it is, he manages to get 2 locks.
Which is nice because he can fill one from the plunger.
Here we go. Hey,
Yeah, there you got it.
Way, my friend. Sorry. And so Al's also electing to keep 2 balls trapped on his right flipper.
Yeah, it was just an unfortunate set of bounces there. He's got to do a little cracep.
Oh, I don't know. I think I would do a hard cradle separation here because I think that slingshot's going to fire no matter what you do to it.
Yeah, it looks like the
Yep.
Plus, it looks like the button just didn't have the sensitivity. These should be leaf switches on the flipper buttons instead of modern optos. So the feel for doing those subtle flipper moves is definitely different.
The feel's different, and especially that right flipper seems to be a deeper release. So doing post passes and cradle separations and
Well, that's a great save.
more difficult. A lot of action.
Stop, reset, get back to it. That almost went really badly.
And both players have been having trouble with their post passes right to left.
Yeah, well, like you were just talking about, if that flipper button's not quite where you expect it to be.
I've seen some really amazing saves by both players in this game. Just impressive. Oh, that's it.
Woof. I mean, both of those are really respectable scores. If you're putting up 2.2, 2.3 million points on F14, I'd take that any time and take my chances. But instead, Al and Chris are going to move on to a Game 3 in this best-of-3 match. We're here at the Fairfax Pinball Open, Fairfax, Virginia, nice, beautiful suburb of Washington, D.C. We're watching the A finals for this 11th circuit event of the 2013-2014 season. I'm Joe Schoper. I'm here with my delightful wife, Julie.
Who?
You.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Our wedding. What's that? And also with John Replocal.
Hello.
And we're sponsored by Classic Game Room. You can check out their videos of cool pinball machines and I think as well cool video games up offpapa.org or on YouTube or anywhere.
Party like it's 1979.
I actually like to party like it's 1978. I'm old school.
Well, wait a year and you'll be ready for Classic Game Room.
Okay.
I don't see 12 championship marks on the circuit standings. I think some of them fell into a black hole.
Well, 2 of them haven't decided. Fairfax and Louisville aren't done yet, but I don't know where the other 2 are. I see 8 total right now.
I think it's the BK black hole.
Ah, yes. Mr. Karen's not eligible.
So Steve and Brian Shepard have started up on F14 Tomcat. And they're playing the last match of the winner's bracket side right now. Reminder, we'll also be down in Louisville in, I guess, 2 weeks from now at the Louisville Arcade Expo. We'll be broadcasting the event live. Louisville's a really fun town to visit. We had a great time down there last year, and the Arcade Expo is amazing. If you love classic video gaming, you can't miss it.
So we're back to it. Spelling and locking.
I've noticed this game is all about cats. Is that something you did, Julie?
I can either confirm or deny.
Okay. Is that something Tiger did?
Yes.
Okay.
Who is Tiger?
That would be our cat.
Ah.
And we continue to insist the best pinball player in our household. So Steve just got caught there by something I've commented on. I don't know why I'm not seeing it more, but when shooting for that right dead-end shot, I do not know why people are not holding the right flipper, which gives you a substantially wider entrance, less chance of slamming the tip of the upper flipper, which he just did again. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but I've always had really good luck with doing that. You know, it's greatly improved my chances of hitting that right side shot. But pretty much no one else that we've been watching today has gone for that approach.
Maybe it's been knocking the ball down the right out lane.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see your point when you're saying that if you hit the tip, it comes flying back down at you like the ball Steve shot there. But otherwise, I really don't think that it improves your chances of making the actual shot. But
works for me, but I mean, for me, it's kind of like the trick on Twilight Zone with the camera. You know, those people, I think, when they're going for the camera shot, will hold up the left flipper because it opens that gap more. For me, it feels like that on Tomcat, but it might just be me. Maybe I always aim too far to the left, and so I need the extra space.
I'm certainly sure that it doesn't improve the situation like it does on the camera shot on Twilight Zone, but I mean, hey, whatever works, right?
Yep. Yeah, we're seeing continued trouble there with the post pass.
Yeah, it's not just two players; it's all the players. They're
right. Unfortunately, there's really no other way to transfer the ball if it's just sitting on the right flipper. I mean, all the other approaches involve the ball going out of control for a while before you can get it back, so it's kind of scary.
Still, you see people sticking with the idea of doing the post pass anyways. You don't see them bailing out and shooting for the upper orbit or something. Uh-oh.
Nice, nice.
And there it was again.
He held up that flipper.
I saw that.
And it worked.
You know what? I'm willing to admit that you guys got it. I admit when I'm wrong.
Although, again, we're sitting here not anymore in the tournament, so, you got to take it with a grain of salt. That was a rough outlane drain right there. It just seemed to take some odd line from the upper right blue target straight to the outlane. All right, Steve's back at it. He got well rested with his stint joining us here in the booth, commenting on games, and he's ready to knock off a few million points on this.
That's always the goal. F-14 Tomcat seems to tell me otherwise a lot of times.
Yeah, that's what it tells most people. Ugh, just made it over. That really is a crazy ramp contraption around the top part of the play field, diverting the balls to all the locks.
Oh, yeah, they must have thought about... Whoa, kill shot.
Yeah, they killed him.
I guess watching this, with two great players like Steve and Brian makes you realize how special the game that happened last game was.
Sure, yeah. I mean, what we're seeing right now so far is much more typical for what you see on F-14 Tomcat, That's why I was saying whatever Al's score was at the end of last game, 2.1 or something like that. I would take that any day. Spot me the 2.1 and,
Absolutely.
I'll put that against anyone, and whatever happens, happens. Beautiful save there. Just the right nudge on the machine. And he needed it. Starts the multi-ball. Destroy enemies. Balls flying everywhere.
Wow. My heart rate's getting pumped up just watching it. Can you imagine? That's the excitement of pinball. Like playing it. It's just such an...
Ooh. Oh, my goodness.
There was a 4-for-1 special in the middle of those flippers, and Brian...
Those balls could not get off the playfield fast enough.
They sighted those targets and they ran the other way.
It was not a safe landing, let's put it that way.
Yes.
Crash and burn.
That said, so Steve is going to get to lock, it looks like 2 balls just for free on the plunge here. So then he's going to have to light 1 more. It looks like 4 targets to do that. MCAT. And then we'll see what happens. You're watching the finals of the Fairfax Pinball Open here. Current match, Steve Bowden and Brian Shepard. I am Joe Schober with Julie Schober and John Replogle.
Steve's one of the people I've always looked up to because he was one of the first people I noticed would take his time to really get in the moment of a ball. You know, there's no, I'm going to get in after I take a couple shots with my flippers. No, I want to be in full concentration mode before I plunge this ball.
Yeah, the mental part of the game is such a big part of the game. I think people sometimes don't realize that.
But it really is. And when you think about it, there's, you know, you're playing in these things, there's dozens of strategies you need to be aware of, maybe situational based on how many points you need, and just doing techniques of, you know, post-passing and knowing when to bounce pass, knowing what skills to apply at the right time. It is a really mental game in addition to all the just the physical attributes of making your shots.
And this is the 3rd day of this event, so mentally, you know, you kind of have to pace yourself a little bit.
Well, and physically too. I mean, you get to this point, your feet are tired, your legs are tired, your arms are tired, everything's tired.
Much harder to concentrate or do what you need to do.
Okay, he just needs to put those balls in the lock.
Yep.
Ooh, right off the top of the middle bracket on the out lane.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little bit of a gift.
He's going to need that post pass now.
Yeah,
Yes.
he does. Getting himself collected. Well done. One of the better ones we've seen, but then just couldn't get that right lane. The angle is you know, it's pretty far down the flipper.
He adjusted, but too far.
Right. Woo. Oh, man.
Now he's not going to have enough bonus to catch Brian.
No, not even.
So they're going to be moving to game 2. And
I think we're actually getting fired up here for the next game on Shadow.
Alan, Chris, or
Alan, Chris, Al Tomka, and Chris Stevens. Which, if I'm remembering correctly, it's been a long while, but I think this is game 3. After Al had an epic comeback on AC/DC to squeak at a 169 to 170 million point win, and then Chris returned the favor with complete domination on F-14 Tomcat. It's going to be the decisive game between these two here on Shadow. Here with Farley mode up, you know, personally, even though it's not maximizing the points, I kind of like. Well, I like doing not that. I was going to say I like going for the power field, the battlefield,
right?
Because you want to be doing that anyway. It's good in progress towards the game and getting the 50 million and all. But every hit on those targets does count towards Farley, so you can very quickly rack up the Farley mode and get the completion on it.
And that's worth not an insignificant amount of points.
Sure.
And it looked like the last time Al was playing this game, he was focusing on doing the battlefield strategy.
Right. Yeah, we've seen that from a couple players here. I think it's, I guess, relatively manageable, although there is the downside where sometimes that kicker paddle isn't firing. It's not triggering the Opta, so that's the downside of it. I know Al, in a previous game, it completely timed out on him at least once.
I think, yeah, he was vocally appreciative of that.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, in the other match, Steve has stepped up to AC/DC. Akataka. So Chris gets his first lock and is contemplating. Now, actually, he's looking at the stars. Actually, he's thinking, what would John do? Probably not.
Maybe he's thinking, what would Brian Boitano do? You never watched South Park, do you?
Not for a while.
There's a great song to go with it. We'll try to get it queued up for future uses. I'm sure there's no royalties on it.
Well, it sort of looked like he took a direct shot from the lower flipper at the con hole, which doesn't work too well. But up into the battlefield.
Battlefield does work.
So he's using the lower flipper for the con shot and the upper flipper for the battlefield. I think if he switches those around, he'll have a little more success.
Actually, the battlefield, you can pretty much get off any flipper, which is kind of cool.
I've noticed a lot of players really taking direct shots at the battlefield from the upper flipper this weekend.
Yeah.
And I think one of the reasons is the shadow loops are pretty hard on this machine.
Are they?
There's a little bit of a flipper hop on the upper flipper, and that sets the timing on that shot for the shadow loop just off a hair.
Right. Which, in a way might be good. It might get people playing the game a little more as opposed to just seeing infinite numbers of two-way combos. That was a really skillful nudge by Chris there. He saw that the ball was just completely arcing for the out lane and gave the machine a nudge way ahead of time to get himself out of what would have been impending doom.
Also, he got his first of 3 parts of the Peking duck.
Ooh, secret laugh mode maybe in the future.
Not a very good hotel monolith, but that's okay. Do it again.
So he is going for mode start there. I think.
He thinks so too.
I think you were right, but he ends up with con, and that's
a good place to be as well. I wouldn't turn it down. Can rack up some decent points pretty fast here. Nice. He even got that one saved. Is he ready on the super?
Still needs the upper loop.
Upper loop, of course, yeah.
He's got it doubled now. So, wow, that was a really brilliant little flip up to the top there. Switches balls.
Sure, why not? Didn't like the other one. Let's try this one.
You always want to keep the balls fresh.
And jackpot's no longer doubled. You can two-stage that.
He just did.
Unfortunately, not to where you wanted it to be.
Oh, here we go.
We have
We're going to need a tech here.
So
operator.
If you can't see it, the ball is stuck right off the edge of the battlefield. And this happens on a lot of shadows that I've seen.
It does, yeah. It's somewhat sensitive to leveling.
And so Doug Polka, our head tech, is going out to probably go tilt the machine for Chris.
Fortunately, we did learn earlier that the power interlock is disabled on this machine, which it is on a lot of pop-up machines for tournaments, which is a great benefit in exactly this situation.
Right.
You can open up the coin door, take the glass off without losing the ball that's trapped on the flipper.
Well, yeah, if there wasn't an interlock on disable on this machine, you would actually be required, so you didn't gain an unfair advantage in multi-bowl, to shoot this into a hole so they could quickly open the coin door once it got into a hole.
Wow.
And that puts a lot of extra pressure on a player.
Sure. All right, control quickly reestablished. He chose to take that ball on the left flipper, which is by far the best choice here. Could do left flipper, right flipper, or plunger lane, but what he chose was certainly the right way to go.
Now, an interesting choice here would actually be to go for vengeance instead of going for that upper jackpot.
That was just pilot error.
So what would be the advantage of going for vengeance there?
Well, I think when you're starting with a 2-ball, multi-ball, and vengeance, getting your super jackpot is pretty, or to super vengeance, I should say, it's pretty easy to do. And that's an extra 100 million points, which not anything to look away from.
Yeah.
And
you
another
saw that
pilot
one
error.
coming. Still not a bad start there for Chris.
Oh, not bad at
Pretty
all.
solid. You know, one thing I have to wonder about is it seemed like he was intentionally queuing up the secret duck mode or secret laugh mode or whatever the heck it's called, which has the one slight disadvantage. Doesn't that require then, if you're trying to go for final battle, it basically wastes the start mode?
It does, but it's a pretty lucrative mode. And in general, if somebody gets to final battle, they win or lose. So, you know,
Yeah.
I would say that. I don't know if you hear the hooting in the background. That's a rare bird that we.
Is that the secret duck mode?
We only find that
kinda
bird in
like that.
Pittsburgh. It's found out towards the east side of the city. Occasionally, you see it in a social setting like a bar or a bowling alley.
That owl lane drain was one of those that, I, as just kind of a B-level player, I look at it when it's bouncing there by the owl lane, and I just know I'm doomed. And as it turned out, Al was too, but it's like so often you just see it there, and I don't know what the heck to do. It's just going to go out the owl lane. It has a 50-50 chance, which means it's guaranteed to go out the owl lane.
50-50 chance plus Murphy's Law equals uh-oh.
Equals doom.
All right, Chris gets his ball save as well.
I thought he was going to pass that ball over and light the lock.
And he took a shot at the battlefield again.
Yeah, well, that's certainly been a popular choice.
Now, I know Chris isn't even thinking about vengeance because he has his fur on the left-hand side of the machine turned the wrong
In the
way.
wrong direction, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Another one of those, you just see it coming. You can't do much about it.
I would recommend picking up Alec Baldwin and throwing him about a foot to the right and seeing what happens. Well, this is Al's tournament life on the line.
This is basically match ball for Al. This is the third game here, and Chris has a respectable lead. Certainly not insurmountable, but respectable. And yeah, that.
And that's the Al's played great pinball today.
It was a couple of fantastic games in that match. And
just like I said earlier, in match play, both the games Al put up could have won. Both the games Chris put up could have won.
Sure.
We go to a third, and somebody doesn't have a good game. But
Yep.
Meanwhile, I want to see if we can check in and see where Steve and Brian are over on their AC/DC game. It looks like they're on ball 3, and I think the scores are pretty close from what I can see right now, and I'm looking across the room to see that.
nice play, man.
Steve Bowden recently finished 4th at the Southern Pinball Festival. And, we have a special treat while we're looking at Steve Bowden play. We have Al Tonka on the microphone. And, Al, I want to say you played like $1 million today. You were playing really good pinball.
Yeah, that last Shadow game didn't really help. 2 million on F14 over the weekend was a decent score, but you
Absolutely.
know, when I ran against Trent, he bulldozed me in the first round. I felt like they were good scores there too, but sometimes good isn't good enough. And right now, with the way Chris is playing, hopefully he can be good enough to keep rolling on through. Chris Stevens is definitely very good when he's on. If he keeps playing like this, he has a good chance to just go straight through it.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
be surprised at this point.
He was hot on all 3 games in your match. I mean, you had that epic finale on ACDC there to pull that game out. That was extremely impressive to watch. But all the scores pretty much across the board in your match were, highly respectable things that anyone would be happy to have.
No, I think there's nothing to take away but pride in your performance today.
Yeah, the ACDC, I hope everyone enjoyed seeing that because I think no one knew where it was at. I did hear when I was probably at about 80, someone over from this direction say, you got to go for broke now and go for it all. And, I took Hell's Bells to try to build up that jackpot and hopefully get some doubler there. And luckily enough, when I had the double jackpots, I was able to collect both at the same time.
Which you absolutely needed. That was the difference in that game.
Yeah. It, I didn't think it was going to be enough. I heard a couple people say you have it, and I think everyone was kind of on eggshells waiting to see the scores come up.
Yeah. Those end of game displays could not scroll by fast enough.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I know game's over. Yeah, I know free play. Move on.
Show me the money.
But I've been coming to the Fairfax Pinball Open for 8 or 9 years in a row now. And in fact, my tournament play began not at the Fairfax Pinball Open, but at an FSPA event. In fact, it was back when they still had the pre-Papa. At the time,
right.
I believe it was the only tournament at that time that was supported or contributed from Papa. And I played a B division entry. It was my first tournament ever. And winning that, I won a Papa entry package that gave me a few entries into any division and, registration package. I've just continued to play in tournaments since then. That was a fun trip to remember. I actually came down at the time I had a Jeep. I rode down with Trent. I met Trent very early when I got into pinball. We took the trip together, and the whole weekend we slept in my Jeep. It was at
Nice.
It was at volleyball house. We got up in the morning, showered in volleyball house, and played pinball all weekend. And Trent was a real sport. At the time, I was having a foot stink problem, and he didn't say.
All right, we're getting into the TMI part of the interview here.
He said nothing the whole weekend until the ride home. But
All right,
that was
then. Nice talking to you, Al.
So honestly, though, Fairfax, has some great tournaments. There's great competitors down here, and the fact that this was a circuit event just really brought out all the big guns and big players, and that's what everyone that's here for the competition comes from. So it was a good time. And thanks for having me. I have a several-hour drive home. I drove by myself, so after a long weekend, I'm going to try to get home and get
some
sleep.
rest tonight.
And get ready for the next tournament, which is next weekend in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. So hopefully some of the viewers out there, instead of just watching it on TV, will get in their car and come out. There are multiple divisions. Don't be intimidated by the level of play you see.
It's only pinball.
It's only pinball. So thanks for having me, and good luck to everyone who's still in it. And talk to you later.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Al.
Great play, Al.
Hey,
Really well done.
I just wanted to. I wonder if the reason he drove by himself was because of that foot stink problem.
Yeah, you know what? That's a level of research I'm not really willing to do for this broadcast. So
I'm willing to give it all. Papa TV must.
I'm out.
So meanwhile, we're looking at ball 3 on ACDC. Steve Bowden is playing an album multi-ball. He's got 4 balls in play. He's already got his add ball. He's got a 2x playfield multiplier running, and he also has. I can't see if that's flashing or not. He definitely has a mode running right now, so he's prepping to hopefully get a 2x collect at the cannon, even though the time is running out and gone.
So this is Steve Bowden versus Brian Shepard, and on the other match going on right now, we have Trent Augenstein versus Chris Stevens. Looks like they're down on Star Trek at the moment.
Okay, just to give you, so you know where we're at in the bracket. I believe this is the last side of the losers bracket versus the and for sure the top side of the winner's bracket. Actually, no, that's not accurate. There's another piece to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, it looks like between Trent and Chris are going to face the loser of the Steve Bryan match.
Okay. Right, and then from there we'll be going on to the final set of 3 games, which will decide the ultimate winner for the Fairfax Pinball Open 2014 Circuit Event 11 of 12.
Woohoo!
Wow, I said that really well.
You were excited about it. It was good.
3 more shots for Jam, and he also has his cannon lit for a song jackpot. I'm curious to see. Nope, he's going for that cannon.
Yeah, as we've seen from many people, when all else fails, shoot ramp combos and take it from there. Get controlled feeds and work your combos and get towards multi-ball, which is now lit, and boom.
So Steve started this ball just a few million up from Brian, and now he's sort of padding that lead.
Well, as we saw in the last match with Al and Chris, I mean, the scores can ratchet up pretty quickly on AC/DC.
You could never have too much of a lead.
It's especially important for player 2. Player 2 has a big advantage because they get to know how much they have to multiply their jackpot by. And if they know that they need a 2 times or a 3 times jackpot, they know that they have to do that work during a multi-ball in order to get that multiplier going. Because hitting the bell during single ball play, it's dangerous.
Yeah, just sends it right back down the middle. And that's why in almost all cases, when given a choice of order, people will take the last position, or whatever that is, two in a 2-player game or 3 in a 3-player or whatever. There's occasionally the game where you see someone doing something else, but the information you can get from anything from how a particular machine plays and how the kickouts are working or how tilty it is, whatever, all the way through to just the details of how many points you need to win the match. All that is very important information to have in a match play situation.
But yeah, I think John's right. It's particularly on this game where there's so much balance of risk and reward with the song jackpots and the multiplier. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, knowing your target might be bigger in this game than
22 million if you can hit them both. 14 and 8. 22, 23 million points just right there. Ooh, that was a nice save. Very nicely done.
Steve is throwing down the gauntlet. He's saying that F-14 Tomcat game that he lost is behind him.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about the mental part of the game, where if something goes bad, you have a rough game, you can take a bad beat type of loss, whatever. You can't let that get to you. You just have to reset yourself and come back stronger for the next game. And my wife is glaring at me because I freely admit that's a problem I personally have. It's something I need to get better at in my league and tournament play, is not to get basically on tilt when you get a bad game or when someone else just kicks ass on you when you had a great game. So,
actually, I have sort of a weird reverse problem than that myself. If I have an opponent who's only a small percentage higher than me when I step up to a ball 3, that's some of the worst play I'll ever do in my life.
Yeah, I need one shot and I win the game, and you brick it and drain.
And my friends will probably support me in the fact that that's one of my worst pinball faults.
Yep.
Mr. Dollar Game over there. Mm-hmm.
Not that we advocate gambling around here. For entertainment only. Well, Steve walked away with an even 200 million points, and I do mean pretty much even. Very respectable score. Best I can recall seeing on AC/DC during the finals here. So Brian's got his work cut out for him.
Brian owns an AC/DC. I think he owns a premium. And
although, we've talked about that before. It's like sometimes that can be good. You know the rules of the game really well, but also this particular game undoubtedly, it's leveled a bit differently from his. The posts are a bit different, and all those just the subtle differences from game to game, they can throw you for a loop. You're expecting, you have to make that shot on this point on the flipper or a certain, angle to work out, and it's just a little bit different. It can be disconcerting if you're not on the ball.
And I think we've seen 2 misses where he's actually shot early. And that probably has to do with the grip of the flipper rubbers that are on the machine. And your muscle memory, it lasts a long time.
Absolutely, yeah. Are there super bands on this particular game?
I think there are. But, I mean, whatever flipper rubber type you have, it's always different, even if it's the same red.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can get 2 out of the same batch. It's just how much, do they have 100 plays on them or 5 plays on them?
Right.
How well screwed down is the flipper coil? Everything.
Especially as machines age, every machine gets its own
personality.
Personality, exactly. A nice little.
That was a really nice little tap over.
I don't really understand how he did it because he looks like he hit the flipper about 50 times while he did it, but the result was nice.
Still, that does lower your efficiency, points per flip.
And how
Fortunately,
much is that
we're
worth?
not grading on that.
Oh, okay.
Although, actually, with all the video that's being collected by Papa TV now, it would be kind of cool to have a, best of like flipper tricks and saves or something, just as like a video short or something, where you just accumulate all the crazy out lane saves and the little flipper passes and such that are, exceptionally pretty.
I can assure you that Mark loves it when you give him
more work.
Yeah, I mean, as I recall, we were also designing some things. Is that a gun? Oh.
I think I've been muted. Oh my God.
Back to AC/DC.
John's in timeout right now. All right, so Brian's still at it. He is in multi-ball right now. He just started his double scoring there.
Here's an important shot.
Which he
Boom.
nailed.
36 million.
Is it 36 or was it the 18 that was shown?
He has a 2x going.
Actually, no. It was
I
probably.
think it was the 18 that was displayed.
So it was 9 million times 2.
Correct. Woo. Nice save.
Uh-oh. Oh, another nice save. Good. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
And what's interesting is I didn't even see a danger flash up. It's very, very accommodating tilt on this game. And again, I think that's one of those things that once players either get a couple games in themselves or they watch other people play, you get more of a sense of just how much latitude you have in the game. Is it going to allow you to really shake it up a lot, or are you just going to insta tilt if you move the game at all? And certainly in the case here of AC/DC, players are given the opportunity to shake the game and make some impressive saves. Makes the games go longer, but you get some really impressive work out of it.
I think it's worth it. I mean, the longer the games go, the more you get to see some of the amazing skills some of these players have.
Oh, absolutely.
You get to showcase that.
Yeah, certainly. I personally am no friend of sneeze tilt. I do think nudging is part of the game.
Right.
You want there to be a reasonable tilt, where of course there's no consistent definition of reasonable, but you should be able to demonstrate your nudging ability. Well, it was a nice try by Brian there. Again, I would probably take 90 million on any game of AC/DC, but against 200, it doesn't cut it.
Well, at this top level, I'm expecting top level play, so
Yeah.
we're definitely getting that today.
Apparently, Iron Man is in the building now.
Tony Stark. What? So, meanwhile, we're going to cut over to Trent, who is currently... He has been dominating this Star Trek game all day.
And apparently he still is.
Oh, great. He has 76 million.
I wonder how many more Star Trek game picks he has left.
I'm guessing this is probably the end. So if you want to watch Trent play Star Trek, this is your chance, because no matter what happens from here, I don't think Trent's going to be picking it, and I'm doubting that any opponent will pick it against him.
No.
Absolutely.
No, not if they've seen what's been going on with them.
So looking at the condition of the game, Trent has already finished his Kobayashi Maru multi-ball, which means he's on the second stage of the modes. I'm guessing this is his second Klingon multi-ball, or maybe third.
Hard to say. I don't think there's any way to tell, but yeah, what you said.
And he has photon torpedoes saved up, so if he actually was ready for the Vengeance multi-ball again, he'd probably be using those photon torpedoes to prep it.
You mean punch it?
You know, it took me a long time to realize that that's the exact same button that they use on the AC/DC.
On AC/DC, yeah.
And you know why? Because one, you're using a VIP pass, and the other, you're punching it. And
it's a completely different experience, really.
Right. So
that was by the way, a really impressive slap save, slide save combo thing that Trent just used a second ago.
He's at warp 9.7. If he hits that ramp 2 more times, we're going to get a free ball added to play.
Which is definitely one of those bizarre Star Trek rules. It's you just get multi-ball. You're not in multi-ball in the usual sense. There's just another ball in play.
And that's actually Oh. What ball was that?
I thought it was 2, but I could be wrong.
I mean, I'd hate to think he only had 80 million some points on ball 3.
Slacker. Nope, that is ball 2, and it's actually 92 million.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So, you're walking up to the game. You're Chris Stevens. You're on your first mode. You haven't done anything. And you're looking at 92 million points.
Stop looking at the 92 million.
Yeah.
Settle in and play your game.
Okay.
I think she's exactly right. I mean, Chris knows how to play Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
He has to do his thing. Yeah, he went down a ball, but he doesn't know. I mean, Trent could easily screw up his ball 3, and then it would be no real difference, you know?
I think the difference for me would be on this first level of modes, I'm going to be trying to play those modes out. Because you're going to have to take some risks in order to build up a large enough...
Get Kobayashi Maru kicked up.
Right.
Yep.
And then, of course, you're going to have a great Kobayashi Maru. And if you do those 2 things, then you can get back in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
Unfortunately, by playing all these modes out, that would lower your probability of getting the Kobayashi Maru, especially when you only have 2 balls left. And he's going to need to hit a mode start.
There he goes.
There we
Yeah,
go.
he was having. I think he was releasing the right flipper a little bit too early there on the previous couple tries.
But definitely avoiding that left-hand shot, which we know has been giving people problems.
A lot of people love the classic Steve Ritchie feature of shooting behind the flipper to make a shot. I think Spider-Man really made that a popular shot.
Yeah, it did. We were actually talking with Lyman about that earlier when he was sitting in with us. It's a cool design, you know. It's nice to see something different like that, and especially for something as important as mode start on this game.
Yeah, it's highly important. Well, I mean, it was highly important on Spider-Man as well, but...
Yeah, sure, for Spider-Sense, but I would say arguably more important in Star Trek, because you need to keep making progress on those missions. Chris is, he's just playing smart. He's
Plugging
doing what
away.
he needs to do. It's not a very high total there on the mode so far, but
Right, he's
it's all
gonna
right.
he's gonna need to do more than just time the modes out. He's gonna need to hit some combos.
You're gonna need to punch it.
He needs to punch it.
For some reason, that graphic in the pop bumpers just amuses me.
Are those red shirts?
I guess, but they look pretty confused to me. They're just looking around like, "What's going on? Something moved. Shoot it."
Actually, I think the proper response is they look sort of orange to me.
Fair enough. All right, Trent's back.
And Trent's going to try to destroy the drill.
He's
What
gonna
the
try.
drill ever did to Trent, I don't know, but Trent's going to destroy it. Also,
Now, Trent, when we last saw him, he was up to warp 9.7, I think it was. So he's still in a situation where 2 more warp ramps should get him a ball added. Just a nice gratuitous ball to use for whatever he wants. He also has a full complement of photon torpedoes, should he wish to punch it.
apparently Trent's not a big fan of punching it.
No.
Apparently I know nothing about what Trent is a fan of. Thanks, Trent. So after punching it a whole lot and blowing a hole right through the Vengeance ship and the lockdown bar, he's ready to start Vengeance.
Now I wonder if he's going to go. He'll certainly go for those warp ramps.
There we go.
And one more is warp 9.9, warp ball added, and 2 million points. And now he might start his Vengeance.
Gosh, that is just not enough points.
I mean, he can do all sorts of stuff. He's got the lock lid on the left if he takes it. He can start Vengeance, or he can drain the other ball, which is always a popular choice.
That's one that I usually choose myself.
Yeah, me as well. And now it's only 18 warp ramp shots again to add a ball.
Yeah. So, okay, Vengeance scoring mode. You have to shoot the Vengeance 5 times while the Vengeance time, the score is counting down. A lot of players choose to time this mode out.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Trent picked up the machine, moved it back to Ohio, and now he's back playing on it again.
He is a professional machine mover, so.
Maybe that gives him special insight on how to pick up a machine.
And yeah, certainly Trent did choose to time out the Vengeance mode there, because as you say, it's unfortunate. You know, maybe that's something they'll tweak a little bit in future ROM releases. But yeah, the Vengeance multi-ball, the first Vengeance mode is definitely worthwhile. The subsequent ones, not really so much.
But the good thing is he actually has another full complement of photon torpedoes almost again.
So you're saying there may be some punching?
Looking forward to it.
I would be excited to see him punch it. Some more orange shirts. But they got the level 5. Meanwhile, the drill has been destroyed.
And
Sorry.
Klingon
Take that
multi-ball.
drill.
We've seen some truly dominant play in the scores that are being put up today.
All right, I think what we're going to do actually right now, since Trent seems to pretty solidly have this game under control, we're going to switch back on over to Tron, where Steve and Brian are playing
Game 3.
This game 3, right?
Game 3. This is for the top of the winners bracket. So whoever wins this game is going to be sitting around for a while, waiting for somebody to come challenge them at the top of the hill.
Right.
And Steve's on ball one. He's playing his light cycle multi-ball.
And Quora. He's got Quora going.
No, he's got Quora. I'm sorry.
And, of course, taking advantage of the add-a-ball on the recognizer targets, or as we like to call them, the spinny thing. Although it's not technically the spinny thing at that point, it's the shield. Just so you know. All scores double during multi-ball. It's not going to hurt matters. He can shoot the gem loop if he wants for a super jackpot, which could be quite lucrative at this point. But, of course, the gem shot's really hard to make.
And he staged his upper flipper there so he could shoot through the light cycle shot.
Yeah.
Which, that's pretty cool.
That's impressive. And right now he's all set up to stack light cycle multi-ball on top of this. And he proceeded to do so. Now, unfortunately, his double play field has run out, but he's going to accumulate some points there.
There's nothing better than starting a second multi-ball on top of your first. Then you get to flail, and flailing is awesome. $30 million points. And he is... Oh, nice slap save. He is almost up to his Sea of Simulation already.
Not bad for being in the middle ball one. Meanwhile, just to keep viewers up to date, Trent is still pounding away at Star Trek. I assume he has about 1 trillion points right now.
Well, he's probably destroyed the drill about 5 times.
Man.
Why do they keep rebuilding it? Haven't they learned?
Can't dodge the Trent. Wow, that's a big end of the line.
Yeah, that's about
6.7
million into the line, and that value is just going to keep going up. I mean, at this point in the game, there's nothing wrong if you can do it. Just shoot the upper ramp to scoop combo. It's so lucrative.
And you know, that's exactly what Steve was telling us when he was on the other side of the cameras here. That's the way to do it, and now he's executing.
He's demoing.
Money for nothing and your Quora for free.
Wow.
Well done.
And that was a small combo, and it was 3.7 million points.
Already up to 51. I think that's probably the best score we've seen on Tron this morning, but that was a great start.
Great start.
I just heard Brian say, "I gotta follow that."
So, yeah, we're seeing massive performances on this Tron. While it has the rubber on the outlane post, this Tron is playing brutally hard.
Yeah, it's this is the Tron owned by Kevin Stone, who's the tournament director here at the FPO, and we've played it at his house before, and it is just a vicious Tron. It's I don't know, he must have put like ultra bouncy rubbers on the whole thing, steeping it up. It's fast and furious and fun.
I guess there is a possibility that after tournament play over the whole weekend, it might be getting a little bit dirtier and slowing down some, which is...
Yeah, a little bit maybe. I mean, it doesn't seem too slow, but might get a little bit more manageable. All right, starting off. Yeah, realistically, just do that 3-way combo all day if you can dial in the shots. You'll eventually get to Quora multi-ball and get other stuff added in. But that happens a lot, too, where you shoot up that Quora lane and it just hits, I don't know, a particle of dust or something and bounces right back.
Yeah, Quora shot is very machine dependent. Sometimes it feels like it's a completely natural shot. Sometimes it's like near impossible. While I was playing this game this weekend, I found it to be near impossible. Oh, nice slap save.
Wow.
Get it out of trouble.
Although I suspect he wanted to maybe get some more Quora shots during that light cycle multi-ball and didn't really capitalize on that. But
he's still trying to get him, but he's having a hard time finding the shot.
Right. Well, I mean, it's just easier during multi-ball because you have that insurance of the extra ball, but that's all right. End of the line coming up. Yeah, he seems to be dialed in on that end of the line, the scoop shot off the left flipper moving.
I haven't seen him miss the scoop shot yet.
Just saw Trent Augustine and Chris Stevens appear in front of us on F14. I'm just going to wildly assume that Trent took down the Star Trek game.
Chris would have needed another hour of play, I think, to catch Trent's score.
Yeah, I think that's your
the last
your
time he looked.
confirmation there.
So one more shot to light his score. And he's getting close to accessing that disc as well.
Which does take a lot of hits to get in the disc, and then you have to hit the spinny thing, I don't know what, 7 times or something like that.
It can be extremely dangerous.
Yeah, the spin that you get on that is crazy. Quora multi-ball is lit, and
oh, he missed an end of the line.
I didn't actually even see where it went to. It seemed to vanish, but
sort of popped up towards Quora. How it got there, I don't know.
Yeah. And that's exactly how Brian meant to shoot the scoop.
Well, sometimes it's good when it falls in.
Yep. I guess that was a quick super jackpot on the gem lane. And again, Add-a-Ball's available here up on the shield and the recognizer, and there's still light cycle targets that are wishing to be hit.
Backhand, end of the line.
Nope,
light cycle,
he's just continuing
end
the
of the
combo.
line.
Oh. Extra ball for 6 because he had double scoring running. Another 4.9. Yeah, it's it adds up quickly.
And he got his ball
at a
out.
ball and just recycles the game and gets to keep it all going again.
So why, when he got his ball save on, he let all the balls drain? Did he want to get them to the upper flipper off the plunge?
Probably to shoot more than end of the line jackpots.
Right.
Yeah.
The scoring on Tron works that every time you hit an end of the line jackpot, it raises the value in that.
And in fact, every combo does, right? But I guess during multi-ball, you can't raise the value.
I did not know that. I try not to look at score displays while I'm playing machines. They usually tell me things I don't want to know.
And there's the light cycle added on. I don't know. It's possible I could be wrong about that too. We were discussing it earlier whether you could increase the end of the line value during multi-ball. One way or another, the end of the line value at the moment is quite worthwhile. So it's a good shot to keep making if possible.
He's been extending this core multi-ball out wonderfully. Which unfortunately means I just cursed Brian into probably losing the entire rest of the multi-ball. But he's been saving his Add-a-Balls for times when he's getting down there. And he's at 45 million points already. So ball 1, we're seeing scores that would have been good qualifying scores.
So just by saying someone's doing well, you can make them lose their multi-ball?
I've found that I have special powers, only in a negative way.
Do you hire yourself out for tournaments?
Unfortunately, I can't do that because whenever I play in a tournament, I am already obliged to use my powers for good.
Oh, not for awesome.
Not for awesome.
That was not scripted, believe it or not.
I believe it.
It's not scripted, but we are married, so yeah, whatever.
End of the line stage. No, he didn't stage. Now that looked like some play that I would do right there.
Meanwhile, just to quickly fill people in over on F14 Tomcat, Chris Stevens just walked away from his ball 3 with 288,000 points.
Oh.
Trent's walking up for his ball 3 with 152,000. So.
And on Tron, we just had a double drain.
this is going to be very close on Tron.
Few bonus X. Oh my goodness.
Well, I called that right.
Yeah, you're not kidding. It's too bad that wasn't the end of ball 3 because that'd have been a nice, exciting finish. But basically, both players now have to make some mapping. Looks like Steve has a few shots to go to get disc multi-ball, which will be the last he needs for Sea of Simulation.
And, over on F14 Tomcat, Trent has just eclipsed Chris. And with a 2-0 loss, that'll be
that's it, Trent.
That's the end of it.
Match.
And that means Chris Stevens, CDs, will finish in 4th place. Great tournament performance today. Nothing else to say. He put up a lot of big games.
Absolutely.
And his match versus Al Tomka was
crazy talk.
That was amazing. Actually, I'm going to see if I can get Chris on the microphone to do a quick interview here.
Meanwhile, Steve's back at it here, trying to rack up as many points as he can. You know, I just realized for some reason I thought that was ball 3, but actually it was. They're still on ball 2 right now with Steve having 60 million points right now versus 58 million points. It's just absolutely epic. And looks like we've been joined now by Chris Stevens.
Yes, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, actually.
That's, well, you should be doing all right. You've been playing some pretty epic pinball today.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the way I play, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, every game we saw you play here, you put up scores that, could easily have taken down anyone in any game of this tournament,
yep.
And some of them just didn't quite work out for you.
Yeah, that ACDC against Al Tomka really surprised me, but I knew he had it in him.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, in the end you want to see good scores, right? I mean, that's what we're all here for, is to see some really high-level play and to participate in some high-level play. So, it's, while it hurts to go down like that, at least you put up a really powerful score there.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, as I walked up to him to give him a handshake about it, I said, yeah, you got game 1, but now it looks like I have to take 2 games in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think John was talking about you guys play a lot anyway, right?
Oh, we definitely do.
Yeah. Every week at PPL?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, is there anything you would do differently if you could, different game choice or anything like that, looking back on it? Or are you pretty much satisfied with you laid down everything you could and it just turned out the way it did?
I'd say if I were to do anything differently, it would be to put in more tickets in the beginning to actually play Star Trek.
Okay.
I ended up playing against Trent on it, and that was the first time I touched it. And
Okay.
all my shots were off, and then I spent so much time trying to find those shots that once I switched from Star Trek over to F14 Tomcat, it threw my game off.
Well, I think that's the case regardless. I mean, those 2 games play so differently that if you're shifting from Star Trek or ACDC or Tron, something like that, going over to 14, you're going to get a really different feel, and it takes some getting used to, which can be a great technique, I think, to distract your opponents sometimes.
Yeah, it actually worked against Al. I told him I wanted to slow the game down a little bit and play part of my game, which is more of a controlled style.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, we were observing that you were being very cautious and deliberative in all the shots you were making and getting everything set up, and great demonstration on your part of really strong flipper skills and just really smart play throughout the whole tournament.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, props to you. Well deserved.
But yeah, we often see at the tournaments the A players will put in a top entry right away, but they keep on playing just to get a little extra practice on all the games, get a feel for everything, how the tilts are, how the shots are.
Yeah, that's where I kind of fell short in that one. I really should have put more tickets and kept playing, kept myself hot. But hey.
Still a great showing.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. How many tickets did he put in to qualify?
2.
Oh, just 2. So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah, my first ticket was my winner, and then my second ticket, I said, I'll play all the games I didn't play. But unfortunately, 3 plus 3, but does not equal 7.
Doesn't equal to 9, yeah.
9, yeah. Oh,
So
it's been
you're a
long morning.
mathematician.
I'm no Bowen, that's for sure.
Bowen would have immediately known that 3 plus 3 equals 8.
Yeah, I ended up not playing Space Station at all, and Matahari. So those are the 3: the Space Station, Matahari, and Star Trek.
Well, Space Station and Matahari, did you even end up playing those at all during the finals today?
No.
Yeah, so
We didn't see those.
Yeah, they
much.
haven't been in play much at all. I think people are tending more towards a lot of Tron, AC/DC, Star Trek, and then 14 Tomcat as well. That's been interesting to see.
He's taken a lot of time here setting this up.
Well, he wants to do it right.
Absolutely. You think he's going for that end of line?
I don't know. I would guess he wants to get the disc multi-ball going, but
I believe all he needs is disc to start his sea of stimulation.
correct.
Oh my.
Ooh.
I don't know how many more shots he needs. We'll find out in a second. 6 more. Oh, okay. Well, those are 6 dangerous shots, though.
Very. He seems to be fairly consistent on his core shot, at least.
It's the curse of the announcing booth.
Why, as soon as you say that, core will never be made again?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
We have power back here. This is definitely an epic game here. 75 million so far.
I wonder if Brian is paying attention and wondering and planning what he's going to end up doing for his final ball as well.
I'm sure he is. Depending on how much of a gap is opened up in the scoring here, it could really change his strategies.
You have any last words for us, Chris?
I'll see everyone at Louisville.
At Louisville. That's in 2 weeks, last circuit event, and I'm sure we'll see you at the circuit finals and at Pinburg as well, huh?
Oh, definitely.
Right in your
I'll be there.
Right in your backyard.
Yes.
Cool. Well, congratulations again. Really well
Thank
played
you
this
very
whole
much.
weekend. Great job, and great job on the Pennsylvania State Championship as
Oh,
well.
Thank you. It was fun.
Cool.
Take care.
Thanks. All right, getting back to it. Steve's working it.
I think he's getting a little frustrated here. He's going to take a moment, settle down, and get back to it.
Normally, I'd say Steve would be very comfortable after the huge ball one he had, but Brian said that's not that big.
Yeah, it's very impressive play here on both players' parts.
I mean, it's just ratcheting up the level of expectation for the next balls. I mean, we've seen so many 5 million point games this weekend from players, and any one of these balls could be once and done. But
great nudging there. Again, I think the players have really gotten the feel, especially in games they've played a few times here. You get the feel of how much you can get away with on each game as far as the tilt sensitivity, and when you can take advantage of big nudges to save the ball, or if you have to be more conservative.
a lot of the players have expressed that they are very happy with the levels of the tilts, that people were able to move the machines a bit. Although I was told that the Star Trek tilt was more than too liberal.
Yeah, I would agree with that from what I've seen. It'd be interesting to see if maybe the tilt bob fell off or something, if the pendulum part of it fell off, because I saw, I think it was you commenting about Trent moving the game back to Ohio and back.
Well, actually, the tournament director, Kevin, went and checked that after a game that he had seen earlier from Trent.
Really? And it looks okay?
It's there. It's set pretty loose, but it's there.
All right. Well, that's, typically you would not change that again while the tournament's in progress. So you play it as it lies, and everyone has to see it and can take advantage of it equally.
Yeah, I know from a tournament director standpoint, you really try to not change the feel of a game during a match.
Sure.
However, if the tilt had fallen off, that would be a situation where you have to put it back together and have to make it a functional tilt.
Sure, right. Quora multi-ball is lit here, which, would be big money. Steve's going to try to really quickly start that, I'm guessing, which he did, and I think it was in the grace period, right?
Yes.
Yeah, didn't see a total screen, so it should all be coming back. Crazy talk.
It shows what frame of mind you have to be in. You have to be thinking about everything, because immediately when he drained that ball, instead of reacting to it in a negative way or being unhappy, he said, okay, now I immediately need to do a post pass and put it in that scoop.
And he had about 3 seconds to do it, and he executed perfectly.
Right. I mean, so you have to make the decision. You have to execute 2 pinball moves in that period of time, and he did it.
He did it.
I sort of think when he had 2 balls caught, I think he probably made the decision at that point. He already knew, if I miss this shot, what am I going to do?
Absolutely.
So he knew if that ball drains immediately, I'm passing the ball over, and I'm going to shoot for the scoop.
That's so it's the pinball game of chess, I suppose, if you want to think of it that way. I mean,
yeah, you have to
pre-planning.
think moves ahead for sure. Whew. He gets a chance to take a breath. I mean, this has turned into quite the physical workout here, just dealing with all the balls flying around.
He was playing a lot looser and on the fly than I generally expect from Steve, but now he's going to go back to working it
with a cracep.
Yeah, a little cracep.
Gosh, that doesn't sound right.
Shout out for Steve.
It was Steve's fault.
Is that also on the new pinball dictionary?
If it's not, it will be by Tuesday.
Wow, we're getting so many new additions to it.
Yeah. Monday is and Tuesday is cracep.
Steve Bowden is the head of Fun with Bonus, which is a really cool blog and website. He also is a contributor to the Papa TV website and Papa website.
All right, so I guess back to pounding on the disc here. What's that, 5 more? And it won't happen, but...
Really good ball.
Very nice ball, about 5 million bonus.
Definitely
Good
puts
call.
the pressure on.
Yeah.
All right. 35 million, no problem, right?
Well, we just saw Steve do it, so...
Not exactly sure if that was just flipper error or if he was distracted or what, but no harm, no foul, because the ball saver was running. Kind of, I don't know, I'm guessing. Oh, well, it doesn't matter what I'm guessing, because that was just just one of those rough balls. That being the Fun with Bonus signature initials there. Woo! Oh my God! There's a castle on fire.
People have wondered how we got that shot. Well, how Mark got that shot.
It's a very cool shot.
I assume he lit a castle on fire.
Probably.
Well, actually, we took our medieval madness at Papa and, just took a flamethrower from underneath and burnt right through the whole bottom of the cabinet, and it created a really neat shot.
It wouldn't be the first time probably that somebody wanted to do that to a medieval madness.
We are at the Fairfax Pinball Open in delightful Fairfax, Virginia, a suburb of Washington, D.C. here. And we're getting pretty close to the end. Money is being waved around. Chris Stevens is waving at us. We're having a good old time here at the last gasps of the Fairfax Pinball Open, which was all weekend here. The last circuit event of the year will be in 2 weeks from now, the Louisville Arcade Expo in Louisville, Kentucky. It's your last chance if you haven't already qualified for the 2013-2014 Papa Circuit. Get on down to Louisville on March 7 to 9 and win the tournament. That's your best way in.
Keeping Louisville retro.
Since what year?
Since last year.
Ah, excellent. And go to papa.org and send Elizabeth money. T-shirts, mouse pads, towels, stuffed Altamka animals.
Oh my goodness. Have you just thought of another product line that we need? Stuffed Altamka animals.
I was thinking bobbleheads, but
I would love to get a stuffed Altamka toy. Hang it from my rearview mirror of my car, so whenever somebody cuts me off in traffic, I could just smack
Altamka's.
Smack Altamka.
The stuffed Altamka. Crush him, really. It needs to be crushable.
I can't crush Altamka. Only Altamka can crush, but I could smack Altamka.
Okay.
And we'd like to remind you to check out the Papa TV Roadshow. Episodes 1, 2, and 3 are available on the papa.org website. You can also find them on YouTube.
You guys had a lot of fun on those roadshow videos.
Oh, we sure do. Oh, the stuff we have planned is amazing. And we're interested in people's feedback. We're interested in your ideas. We're interested in what we can do to push the envelope to another level. Of course, I don't know if we can push it much more than playing a pinball machine in a river.
In a river, but it's fishtails. It was cool. and roadshow on the road trip. I mean, it's a nice touch.
Let's just say there's more things to come.
Space station, playing in outer space.
Yeah, can you get a space station up on the ISS?
Probably not too well.
I hear a new Kickstarter in the future.
Our goal for this Kickstarter is $10 trillion in order to build a shuttle to launch a space station pinball machine
into space.
Into space.
And also a gravity generator, because otherwise the balls won't actually fall down the playfield.
We'll also launch Altamka with the space station in order to play it when it's up there.
Wait, is that real Altamka or the Altamka stuffed animal?
No. Gotta definitely need a.
Those are different donation levels.
We need a Tomka that. Anyways,
I think we're getting to the giddy part of the commentating.
Meanwhile, there's a game of Twilight Zone going on, and it's sort of important.
I think this is going to be Trent and Brian, right?
Yeah, this is going to be the playoff for second and third. Well, not second and third. There's going to be a playoff for determining who's third, the loser of this match, and who goes on to face Steve Bowden
for the Grand Poobah.
Now, notably, though, if the person who wins this match beats Steve Bowden in a match, they're going to have to do it again. Steve Bowden is still
It's
in
been
double
unstoppable,
elimination.
right?
Yes.
He is undefeated on the double elimination bracket.
Yes.
That's a lot of pinball. Oh,
wow.
my word.
Did that just happen?
That did just happen. I'm pretty sure it was most of the way to the trough, and Trent just walked it right out of there, which again is telling us that the tilt on this particular Twilight Zone is obviously pretty liberal, and I'm guessing Trent knew at that time that he had no meaningful bonus, so nothing to lose there.
The tilt is not that liberal on this Twilight Zone. He just hit that perfectly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, my.
I don't know. Maybe the tilt is...
You know, I've been wrong before, and I think that was probably about 2 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to announce that I'm wrong again.
I was last wrong in 1968. I'm still recovering.
And she remembers that.
Thank you for saying it for me. Well, it looks like it's going to be the same Twilight Zone strategy we've been seeing. Just go for Powerball Mania.
Yeah, at least from Trent. That's been working for him all weekend. So if it works, why knock it? That right magnet on the power field doesn't seem to be very lively.
Well, it's probably had a lot of use over the weekend.
It
It's
has.
starting to, I don't know exactly how you wear out a magnet, but it's on its way.
It's tired. It's been magneting a lot, you know.
Trent tried for the under the camera shot while he had another ball up on the mini playfield and didn't quite make it. He bounced off the tip of the flipper.
He keeps going up there. No, the right magnet is working, so it's not dead, but it seemed to be a little lethargic there.
We're getting a lot of shots up there. And joining us on the microphone for a few minutes, we have Steve Bowden, who seems to be some sort of unstoppable force.
Don't say that.
Don't jinx him.
Steve Bowden,
jinx my boy.
who is completely beatable at any given moment.
Exact. Thank you. Yes. As my heart stops, it continues to beat. I think it started. Once I had end of line up to 3 million, that changed the game.
Oh yeah.
And then double scoring lit, that changed everything.
So that's what. But those are exactly the things you were talking about before you were there when you were sitting in the booth here earlier. Those are exactly the facets of Tron you were talking about.
Exactly. So,
I mean, how did you feel when you put up a monstrous ball one and Brian's just like, I knew
Brian could do it. No, yeah, I knew. First of all, I knew Brian could do it. I didn't think I was safe. I felt good. I was glad that I did not have a bad game on Tron because I took about 5 minutes to choose between the Shadow and Tron, and I didn't know which one I trusted more. So once I got the 50, I'm like, okay, I'm in the game. So whatever Brian does, I'm in the game.
Right.
I'm not putting up something crazy like 13 or 15 million. But once he basically tied me, I'm like, okay, hey, we're fine. I'm just gonna look at what I am, and we'll start from scratch again. So it was 0-0 basically.
I was mentioning that I thought the level of expectations when somebody matches a monstrous score on a ball one, the level of expectation suddenly just gets so much higher.
Exactly. Because I knew I needed to come back because since he had a great role and he basically copied what I did as far as score. And I knew that I was okay as far as, continuing to get it to another multi-ball. So it's not like I was really starting from scratch. He sort of was,
Right.
So I was a little ahead in status than he was.
Yep.
So when I restarted, I said, okay, just check the status report, make sure I know where I remember I was. And once I confirmed that, I'm like, okay, now I know my strategy. But ball 3 was weird. Me and Cora with one shot to go. And about 5 minutes of me missing it.
It was.
And then I trip over into the light cycle and finally light that, which I wasn't really planning. I was planning on getting Cora and then, shooting the end of line, and starting it. But once light cycle tripped over, I was like, okay, I'll just use this to help me get Cora.
Well, yeah, sometimes you just have to take whatever the machine's willing to give you at that particular moment.
That's right. Yeah.
And
and I was glad to support that score, support what I had, I was 64, and support that with another 30, a solid third ball.
Yeah, it was good.
Just to put some pressure on Brian to basically do the same thing that he did ball 1.
And that's an almost impossible feat. All these scores we've seen in the finals, especially the Chris Stevens Al Tompkin match.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
I mean, there's quality scores going up all over the place, and it makes you realize how good the top players are.
Exactly. It doesn't always seem to happen during the end of the finals. It's like no matter what happens during qualifying, people are putting up crap scores, even the top players. But then when the finals happen, all of a sudden the scores
meets the road,
going up. And it's still pinball, so you still, can expect some bad things to happen.
Oh, no.
That's safe.
Oh, my
Welcome
goodness.
to the double danger save. Oh, yeah.
Now, he did get a double danger on that.
Yes.
Unlike Trent, who shook the heck
strike?
out of it and got no warnings at all. But so Brian does have to play carefully here.
Right.
But he
is
has
still
multi-ball.
playing. Oh, stay in for him for that save.
It did,
there you go.
yeah.
It did. Take it down. Ooh, too early.
So many people we've seen having problems with that upper flipper shot to the piano. I don't know if it's
because
weak
it's not the
or
flipper, it's the way it comes
it's
off the
feed.
wall.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It feeds outside, and you're looking at a shot that's maybe 1 inch or 2 inches away from the flipper when you actually have to make contact with the ball.
Right, so it's totally different from where you think you are, where you think you need to shoot it. I mean, sometimes you use that. I don't know what you call that graphic. It looks like a fire that's leading to the leading to the organ or the piano. But you can't really use it because it's a slightly different shot the way it comes off.
Brian was taking some pretty big risks in trying to get the ball back down to his lower left flipper there.
Whoa, nice.
for the
Nice
restart.
slap save.
That's
Yeah,
it.
you're not
and
gonna
it
shake
always
that,
happens.
yeah.
You get that great slap save and then just screams out the out lane instead.
It
It's-
rewards you with nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, come on, game. I just made a good move. Help me out a little bit.
So what do you think? Which of these players would you be more afraid of to face in the finals, Steve?
Well, I guess I should give the classic sportscaster answer about it doesn't matter who I face in the finals. They're both excellent players.
Yeah, bull.
Okay.
Tell us
Well,
the truth. This is you
I
got to
honestly
expose it
don't
all.
know because I don't know if Trent has used up his Star Trek tickets. I don't know. I mean, has he?
That's a good
So
question.
is that's a factor in
Yes.
that? Okay.
I mean, because if he hasn't, then I'm going to be playing Star Trek with Trent. So.
And we've seen how that's gone for people
right.
today.
And that's 143, which I have never scored ever in life on Star Trek. So, I mean, if I did, I'd remember it. So,
now, do you have Tron picks left? And what do you want to use
I think
them?
I do have a Tron pick. I would use it, even though I just had a good game on it. I would use it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably use my last F-14 on it. Yeah. If I got to choose twice, it would be probably Tron and F-14.
You just said, even though I just had a good game on it, which makes me believe that you have a superstition that after you have a good game.
It's not a superstition. It's a fact, unfortunately. it's a so-called fact that I'm slowly breaking out of.
Okay.
Having a bad game after a good game on the same game. So I'm slowly trying to break out of that, and I'm getting more consistent in that way, but it kind of happens too many times.
Yep, you use up your mojo.
Yep.
When you're saying having a bad game,
Having a subpar game.
Okay,
I guess,
so below average.
Yeah, below average.
Okay.
Like that's 94 on the board. I mean, if I walk up and I get 25, that's comparatively bad.
Okay.
And whoever I'm facing
I'm not
in the
talking-
final is going to get more than 25 on Tron, really. So I should expect more than that.
You know,
from that person. So
you can expect more than that, but
Yeah.
we could see amazing play all the way up to the finals, and then we could see finals games.
Yeah,
Everyone's
and then
just
all of a
tired.
sudden-
and
yeah. All of a sudden, F-14 says, "Guess what, gentlemen? It's time to go home," and it just kills everybody.
Right. Nobody gets. Well, that just happened between Trent and Chris on F-14.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chris
they
ended
had,
up with
250 to 300 or something like that.
And
Wow.
Trent had to really work to
Wow.
catch him.
301 on that, and Trent
Yes.
was
288 to 438 it was. It's still up on the
It's
screen.
still up there.
Well, Trent walked up to that ball with only 150,000 points.
Mhm.
Right,
So-
right.
Wow, at that point, if it's that low, you're wishing for locks. If you had 3 locks, that's 75,000 free points. And when you start counting like that, that's when you know that's a seriously bad game, but or a close game at least.
I won the first match this morning, or first game this morning against Cruz Newsom with 32 million on Twilight Zone to 31 million.
Nice. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Come on, slingshot, pop
yes.
bumper.
Come on, slingshot. Come on, odd change for 10 million. Come on, for 8 million.
I let the ball drain because I knew I couldn't tilt if I let the ball drain,
Exactly.
and then I would collect my bonus
And
to
you
pass
leave.
him.
Right. Ooh, tilt. Okay.
Speaking of tilt.
All right. And that one wasn't as rough as the other one. I guess
I
maybe
think I
it was
summoned
still
that.
going. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still not sure how he got away with that outlane save on the last ball.
It was
Maybe-
amazing.
Yeah.
Maybe the only thing I can say is maybe it was the first major shake, and so now the tilt ball's moving, and so that not as major shake that he just did there.
So you're
was
saying
worse.
it woke up the tilt
Yeah, it
ball.
woke up. Yeah.
Okay,
Now
nice.
it's
Nice.
in the
It
game.
would really be cool if we actually had some sort of
tilt bob
camera
cam.
to
Tilt bob
Okay.
cams. Yeah,
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
since
It's like, why are you looking at me? He's like, don't look this way. No one's down here.
well, as we know, Mark Steinman really doesn't have anything else to do other
Right,
than find new
exactly.
camera rigs to do.
So
Just to satisfy our whims. What?
occasionally, if you hear me cut out, that's because Mark muted me.
It's like, where'd you go, John? What happened?
It's the whole, well, look at you now.
I'll give you a tilt bob cam right
right.
here. All right, so back to it. Brian Shepard.
Back to the ranch. Okay. The Powerball's still 2 away, and Brian, I think, still has 1 gumball. I think. You can load up another one now.
Yeah, he just locked a ball in so he can stack the other. And then once he does that, I assume he'll start
Gotta go
collecting
for
the
He's
the
gotta
gumballs.
go for it.
I'm really surprised that nobody is pursuing a lit strategy on this.
True. Well, the reason why is that upper flipper. It's not.
You can't make the piano shot, otherwise three-way combo.
Can't three-way combo all day, right? So,
has anybody tried the backhand on the slot machine?
I have not seen it. I have not seen it.
I never tried it all day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe it's because the slot machine kickout's getting a little bit wonky. Like,
speaking of which,
oh no, that was definitely in danger.
I mean, a lot of Twilight Zones you'll play and you'll see it kick out of the slot machine, which is right where that color-changing LED is on the middle of the play field. It kicks out, hits the right flipper, bounces over to the left flipper. Do what you want.
Right.
Not this machine.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the time.
Yeah, this machine has that strange little kick out where sometimes it'll hit the bottom of the right slingshot. It's about, 1 out of every 20. And then sometimes it'll give you 2 in a row, which I had in my game. And you got to be ready.
Me and
Otherwise,
Chris
you
Newsom
are
played
dead.
it. We never got it to hit the flipper. It
Oh,
always
wow.
hit the
It
slingshot.
always hit the slingshot. Wow. Okay.
So it's moving.
All right, so I think Brian's trying to post pass. He wants that Powerball Mania.
Yeah, just take the shot.
Yeah, just
plunge
take the
the 10
super
million.
skill.
And,
Exactly.
right, thank
exactly, and let it bounce
Don't mess
pass
around.
over. Or
Oh,
let
no.
it do that. All right, whatever.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He got that. He actually restarted Clock Chaos there.
Sometimes we can. It's funny to know that the players can hear what we're thinking.
Wait, were we thinking that or saying that? Now I'm losing track.
Oh,
All
no.
right, fast lock. Get it.
Fast.
And it can really destroy that clock. You just refilled the clock again.
Yeah, right now, yeah, fast lock would be good.
10 million for the power
Fast
field.
lock and kill a clock. It's still 11 million. It's still good. What is that? I guess he's not trusting the bounce pass.
Yeah, he's not. I thought he was doing that before, but he seems to have given up. Clock Chaos is over.
Yeah, it's a
Nice
nice
shot
all
there.
right.
It's
At
not
least
a
it's
not a
multi-ball.
big value, but it's a
At
multi-ball.
least it's multi-ball. Time to grind.
Yeah, unfortunately, it'd be nice if he'd had, whatever,
The
Town
clock.
Square Madness
Yeah.
or Clock Chaos. Clock Chaos just ended. Something. But, hey, it's a multi-ball. Whatever.
Yeah, hit the lock, Brian.
We got to
for the
watch how
here.
loud we say that because we don't want to be giving him any pointers. That was funny, folks. That was funny.
We
I just want you to know
we
that.
tried not to laugh, but it was too funny to not laugh, so we were unsuccessful.
Collect bonus
And,
is lit on the drain right now.
Oh, okay. Is it
Okay.
gumball time? Maybe
right.
not. It may be multi-ball time. That's his decision.
I personally like to stack up a couple gumballs if I'm on balls 2 or earlier.
I think he has 2.
He already has.
He has
he already
2
has
stacked, so I think he
So-
should be able to shoot it twice and have the Powerball pop out.
Well, okay, so it might be safer to go for multi-ball at this point rather than accidentally get one of the gumballs turned down and then give that back to your
Exactly.
your
Sure,
opponent.
You don't want to leave food on the table for your opponent
Right.
ever.
Plus, the other advantage of this is when he's done with this multi-ball, he can go back to stacking more gumballs lit on left-right ramp combos.
And a quick jackpot relight.
It's all right. You still there's a trip. That's one that just tripped into the,
I
into
didn't
the
even
piano.
see where it went in,
It
but
just
obviously
tripped in
made
there.
Well, there's
All
something
right.
to be said for just putting it
All
up there.
right. 10 seconds to get it lit.
Boom.
All right, now.
Yep.
My favorite is getting the jackpot with one ball, and then you have about 10 seconds worth of free play with the other one to get it relit before all the animation and happy celebrations end.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you can get it relit before the 10 seconds is over, and you can be ready for another jackpot.
There it is.
There it
Relight.
is. Put that one in
Then
there.
Relight again.
Now, oh,
And then
perfect
set
setup.
up.
And this will give him
And-
one shot before the balls come out. Nope. Okay.
Yeah, that's a. No one's having
That's
luck
another
with
subtle
that
thing
feed
about this
shot.
game that I love is like if you get that jackpot,
It's-
I guess that shot that sets up the jackpot, it'll wait.
It
until you give
sequences
that
it
shot.
for you. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of subtle, but in multi-ball, it tries to help you out.
Exactly.
It just shows the level of thought that was put into the programming in this game.
Absolutely. Larry DeMar, Ted Estes. Great code. Great layout.
Now he's gonna ratchet it down a notch here.
Count it.
Boom.
Nice.
10 seconds,
85
Brian.
mil. 85
All
mil.
right.
Shoots it around.
And got it.
And boom.
Perfect.
And now they'll both come back out of the slot machine together.
Of course.
That would have
was
been
close.
perfect because then he could have relit it.
Yeah, that was no fault of his. It's just that the way it's coming off that upper flipper.
Oh, last
He has
chance.
last chance.
I think he went
He
for
bet-
the
he
bank
went for-
off the post.
Which is definitely possible.
Yep.
You can say, "Yep, I did that on purpose." And
Yeah, you can do that.
sort of
Or
not lie.
well, you can make the right ramp, and it gives you the grace period, but
Right.
not with the feet that people are getting on it.
Careful. Is it collect bonus? Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
but it's
not a lot,
it's
but at least he
nothing.
does take it off the board in case the next player, might.
50 million. Oh, 79.
That's
79.
not bad.
That's all right. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
fine.
That's worth taking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you said,
Oh, right.
it does take.
It's because he has Powerball Mania ready. Well, it doesn't have it ready, but he could go get it with the 2 shots to the gumball. That's a big risk. That's a long distance risk. I mean,
that shows the
that
level of
is-
confidence he has
that
right
is-
now.
That is going all in on a long move.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. Bonus X. Okay, now he's going back to locks again. He's just not going to just because he has the advantage now. He's not going to risk getting a Powerball out and helping his opponent.
Yeah.
So just forget the gumball for right now.
Nothing wrong with that. 'Cause
Right,
you're-
I
you're-
agree.
Well, I think we've seen Trent put up 281 million in Powerball
Right.
Mania or something insane like that. So he doesn't want that. I do think though that upper left flipper, it looks really weak. It's very lethargic when the ball hits or when it hits the ball. Either way,
it is slow. I mean, you can see it. You can see every time he flips the left flipper. You can
just-
see how slow it is a delay. Yeah, that wasn't.
Yeah.
He made the shot, but you could see it sort of just said,
Yeah,
"Here, take
38 million right here, plus a cool light show.
it."
Ah, that
Lovely.
feels nice.
Love the
Yeah.
home run.
More locks.
You'll notice that when Brian catches a ball and he's trying to make it stop, he'll flip the other flipper very quickly. And actually, what he's trying to do there, just so people understand, is what is he trying to do?
Well, he's trying to deaden the ball really, because just give it a little bit of vibration so that it'll stop its path. I mean, you don't want it to go as far as traveling off the flipper. So what it does is it rattles it a little bit. So if you can do it really fast, then it'll rattle a little bit and just slow it down just enough, and it'll stay around the flipper for you most of the time.
So
If
he's
it's not
trying to
going
create
fast
more
enough.
friction.
He's trying to create friction on the play field and have the ball grab as much of the play field as possible on its way down, so that you can slow it down for a controlled shot, as opposed to having it drift off the flipper and maybe risk a tap pass or flick pass rather, and risk lobbing it to the out lane. And it works. It seems like it's a useless move. It seems like, why would that work? But it does.
It does.
Try it.
Right.
Works.
So it's just another one of the many tools in the arsenal of a professional pinball player.
Exactly. And that is a move that the Pinball Arcade and all the software programs, that's not included in there. So okay. So if you want a difference between the Pinball Arcade and Zen Pinball 2 and all that, try to flip the opposite flipper and see if the ball doesn't do exactly what it's still programmed to do. Instead of on a real table, it will slow down for you.
Right.
So it's different.
There's nothing like the real thing.
Right. So, I mean, the Zen Pinball and the Pinball Arcade are great for introducing people to the world of pinball, and I love it.
Oh, I mean,
It's great for learning the rules and everything. It's wonderful.
It's also great for just
Just
general
mess-
competition
just for
on
messing
those.
around.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I like to be able to tell a person, hey, do you know where you can play this game for real? I know a place. And they say, what? What do you mean for real?
It's
and
a
I
cool
say, no,
video
it's
game.
a physical game, like in front of you.
And I have one in my
And
basement.
here's one here right now.
Oh.
Woo. Wow. Brian takes game one
And
commandingly.
Interestingly enough, I imagine Trent was the top seed in that matchup.
Yes, he was.
Well, I think you just got your answer.
Yep.
Because if Trent still had a pick, I bet he
He
would
would
have
have picked Star Trek.
Well, and they moved over to AC/DC. I heard Trent immediately say AC/DC as soon as that was over with. We are here at the Fairfax Pinball Open. We're in the last few games of the A tournament. I am Joe Schober. I'm here with Steve Bowden and John Replogle. And we are watching a match between Trent Augenstein and Brian Shepard. Just started up on AC/DC Pro.
What did he choose? I don't recognize.
That's Highway to Hell.
That is Highway. Okay, I see the right
oh
ramp.
my
Okay.
goodness gracious! Remember how I told you he moved a game to Ohio? Well, he just
he just did it, and he got one strike. So very good. This garbage cannon. Shoot the left orbit. Thank you. Get the garbage cannon out of the way. That's done. It's only worth $1 million. I mean, I want an option to skip that one. Can I just skip this one and save it? Can I bank it for later or something?
people might be asking, how did he move it so far without tilting the game? And there actually is a science to nudging. I mean, because nudging isn't just a direct measure of the motion that you exert on the machine. It's only measured by the amount of motion you impart upon the tilt bob that's inside the machine. So you can do drastic moves to the machine, and sometimes you can get away with all of that because of either the physical location of the tilt bob or even software limitations on how often the tilt bob can register.
Right.
And it's a moment to learn, lifetime to master.
Whereas sometimes a large move will double danger you, whereas maybe a very few quick moves can tilt you out depending on how you do it.
Exactly.
So it's learning about what the tilt bob's governance is on each game.
Yeah, it's not just velocity, it's acceleration that can impact it. Yeah.
But once you know, you can use that against your opponent, and while your opponent's standing there looking at how did he make that save, you know exactly how you made that save. Right. And you knew you weren't in any danger, and you knew you were going to get 2 strikes.
Trent's a master of saving balls that are unsavable by doing moves that are unimaginable. Wow, that's a great line.
Yeah. Moves that are
T-shirt.
unimaginable.
I hear a T-shirt
Tilt
coming.
amusements. So he's jamming. And now he's double play fielding, so now business has picked up. I imagine this is ball 1. He has 1 VIP pass if he made the skill shot, so if he should choose to use it now or maybe save it for later for a bigger multi-ball, we'll see what decision he makes. Because he has to have at least all the shots done. At least.
No, he's already had his add-a-ball.
He already had the add-a-ball?
Yeah.
Well, okay, that was quite quick then. I thought he was still working on it.
Sometimes it doesn't come exactly when you want it to. Because there's a lot of times I'll hit the shot when not thinking I'm going to get the add-a-ball and just get it.
Right. Or you miscount how many shots you made or which shots you made. So, did I make that? No. So then you use it.
And he has 2
Double
times.
play field right before the song jackpot. 26. Wow.
Very nice.
That doesn't hurt.
That's how you like that. Getting double play field right before it enters the cannon.
And
combo,
nice. combo,
double combo, double combo, double combo.
Oh my gosh!
Are you the Doublemint twins?
That's
over
what
there?
it is.
He just made like 9 shots in a row during a multi-ball with quick thinking. That's pretty cool.
And pretty lucrative since he now has 76 million points.
Well, I expect the scores to just keep growing on AC/DC like they have been. This should be a 400 million to 400 million game.
Oof.
And that was off.
What am I doing?
It's like, what am I doing? I only have 83 million. Gee.
Great ball by Trent.
Wow. So now, what do you pick against that? I mean, you still go with Highway to Hell, the traditional start. Take a risk on some Thunderstruck, maybe.
The interesting thing is with the code that's in here, I don't know if there is a right move.
Right.
You know? I mean, if you're really comfortable with the ramps, you're going to pick either Highway to Hell, Rock and Roll Train, if you can combo. If you can't combo them, then you might pick...
Well,
For those about to rock.
Thunderstruck if you're missing, right? You know,
That should be like the default.
like start on that one. So in case someone plunges without knowing what the songs are, they started Thunderstruck.
There's a T-shirt for you. You can get the, I want to play Highway to Hell, but people told me that I was maybe much better off playing Thunderstruck.
Play Thunderstruck instead. Hey, it works. Nice save. That's 2 strikes. That's right.
He needed every bit of it.
He did. But yeah, I've often wondered, I'm guessing that the casual pinball player has no idea what the whole thing is with the songs and such.
But they sound cool.
Hey,
they sound cool. You just pick the music you like, right?
Right.
At the start of the game, what's AC/DC song do you want to hear? Oh, okay, Highway to Hell. Okay, sure.
And a little loop of death over and out. There was no...
just a lob. Yeah, just lobbing it out. So, song change, maybe? Song change? Now,
8 ramps, 4
occasionally
loops.
this plunger has not reached the back of the hole. Okay, that made it. That's, on my last game, I wanted to do a song
Hell's
change, and it
bells.
didn't make it.
Cash in time, I suppose.
Time to cash in. Yep. So we can assume 2 VIP passes, and then album is close.
Yeah.
So
Trent's saying
he's building the house now. He's building it up.
Oh, boy.
Nice.
Album multi-ball is lit. Center
Nice.
drain is lit.
Stay away from that. The backhand. Okay.
Really?
Is he touring? Is he want to tour as
yes,
well?
he is.
Double multi-ball.
No, he's
How far away is the status report check time? Because I think he expected it to
he's
be
two,
lit.
He's two away from a tour.
Nope.
Oh, no, yeah, he expected
He
it to be
got
lit on
another
that
one.
last one. He was like, wait a minute, what? Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
Now everything just changed again.
Because not only is he on Hell's Bells, now he has 2 multi-ball. Well, he has 1 multi-ball ready, 1 multi-ball on the doorstep, and Brian has to defend against all of that.
Well, okay.
Some of which he might not even know.
Let's put Brian out of the equation. What would you do in ball 3 in Trent's situation?
Well, he doesn't have a song chase, so he's going to keep it on. He has to keep it on Hell's Bells, which is perfect because he's going to have 3 VIP passes. So, I mean, you can get album
By itself?
Do you separate it? That's the question.
I
you
would.
still have to make a shot. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to risk that loop shot before starting album. I want to start album. By the time I come out of album, even I'll have 3x on the bell no matter what happened. And then I'll be doing tour after that. So
Okay, well, officially we're going to get to see what Trent's decision is because Brian is effectively out of the equation. Trent's looking to pile on.
Although I certainly don't think Trent's going to make the assumption that Brian's not going to come back. I mean, he has to to play as defensively as if Brian had a 50, 100 million point ball, whatever.
Actually, he might actually choose to play riskier.
Yeah, it could be.
I'd go for it. Yeah, I'd be risky. Yeah, I'd definitely be risky.
So-
now. When with 4 million, 5 million, Brian.
I mean, because the only thing Brian can do now is go big.
Sure.
Right.
It's go big or go to game 3.
Right.
So why not double up the multi-balls, get to 3 times, blow that jackpot up, and then just hope you can get like an 80 million point multi-ball.
And if
setup.
nothing else, just put some psychological pressure on Brian, just like, you can't do this. Move along.
I mean, this is what I'd like to see Trent do. Not that I would be capable of pulling that off myself, but I like the idea.
Yeah, let's start
And,
it. Yeah,
okay.
start it right now. Get control. It's just hundreds of millions of points on that one shot. Now, he took one danger to that. You might not have seen it, but it was there. I
Yeah.
don't know. Okay.
Well, you know what? Doesn't matter.
That's right.
Had to do it. There's nothing like stepping up to that machine cold, seeing the balls go out of control, and saying, "Oh my goodness, I could lose all this work I've set up."
Well, now it's business time now. 3 VIP passes. So once he gets that 2x started,
Right. He's not going to use them preferably until he does.
Right, until he does. So once he gets that started, he'll essentially have 60 seconds of at least of 2x plus some 3x. More bell. There's 2x. Here we go.
And he still has his add-a-ball to
He
use.
still has that. Now the bell's going to ring every 2 seconds with every shot.
But interestingly enough, his add-a-ball will not work from the VIP pass. He's going to have to get it naturally now.
Because he already has the bell shot? Is
Right.
that why? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so this is actually a situation where you don't have that extra ball save. You got to do it on your own.
Oh, he just did it. It's back.
I know nothing.
It's back. That's it, because I think the VIP pass counts for any other shot.
Does it figure out the shot you want most?
Yeah, figure out. I mean, I know that this is wrong. What I'm going to say. I know this is wrong. But what I use is did I hit all 5 major shots? You know, the 2 loops, the 2 ramps, and the bell. And then use the VIP passes to cover the major shots that I didn't hit. Now I know that's not it. Okay, but it works for me.
That must be different than the code I have.
All I know is that Trent just got 100 million points in the past 10 seconds.
That's not bad.
Yeah, not bad for a day's work.
I think that's exactly what I wanted him to do. And
Save.
he's not done.
That's 2 strikes, but he is still safe.
Okay.
And Tor is now ready. Yeah, that was
That was a great ball, though.
Perfect arc out, but great ball. Great ball.
I'm still shocked. I didn't think that Hell's Bells would award anything except the bell with the VIP pass while you're in multi-ball.
He entered the secret flipper code.
No, it must be a software change from what I'm used to.
Where it still just gives you any of the shots that you haven't hit. Isn't that what it usually does?
No, it usually does that on all but 3 modes.
Mm-hmm.
Thunderstruck, Hell's Bells, and one other mode, which I'm not remembering at the current time. Anyways, so you're walking up to the machine. You're down by 224 million points.
Well, here's the first step. So let's go.
Do you live with the theory that you never collect a jackpot unless it's at least doubled at this point?
All right, yeah, I have to have a multiplier. I have to be doing something with the multiplier.
Yeah, you would think so.
Because if I'm trying to collect a jackpot and I'm in single ball with that cannon, I'm going to risk death on that. No, I mean, come on. Because every cannon shot, you are risking death. The way it comes off, it's designed that way. So it's designed to make you make that decision. So I have to have at least some multiplier on there to make it worth it. And he just had to use all his VIP passes to reload the multi-ball.
Well,
that's going to take a few things off the table, off the strategy list, like Hell's Bells. Well, you might go for anyway, but...
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy.
That's taking more off the table.
Boy.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's all that art.
You kind of saw that coming. I mean, it was just...
All right.
Sometimes you get that feel.
So, so we're going on to game 3. And so many times, there hasn't been a lot of 2-0s this weekend. There's been a lot of 2-1s.
Or if they were 2-0s, they were 2 close games.
Yeah.
It wasn't like an embarrassment or anything like that. They were 2 close games.
The level of play has been amazing.
It has. So what do you think Brian's going to choose here? Ooh, really?
Yep, he did this to
He
me.
picked second.
He did this to me in our game.
Okay, so the strategy here is Trent cannot pick Star Trek.
Right. So.
And Brian's basically saying, and he can't pick AC/DC again.
Right.
So he's basically saying, all right, I'm good with any of the other games.
So, okay, Trent's going to pick a modern game or F-14 Tomcat.
Not F-14. I guess it looks like Shadow is
Shadow.
happening.
Looks like the player cam is in play.
We ran a charity tournament for our friend Barry Ausler. It's a fundraiser, and we'd like to thank Stern and Jersey Jack for providing the prizes for this charity tournament. And this weekend we raised $654 towards that tournament.
Excellent.
So thank you to all who played in the tournament and gave your donation. We really appreciate it, and we're happy to pass that money along.
Wow, that's a lot of dollar games. Is that all
That-
from
that is
dollar
a lot.
games?
Those
Is
are
that
all
all from
dollar
dollar
games.
games? Wow.
Dollar one ball
600.
games. It's been really nice to see the outpouring of support from the pinball
Exactly,
community
yeah.
between the Kickstarter campaign and there've been, I don't know, I've heard of a lot of tournaments and little side events and stuff like this all around the country for from different shows and tournaments and such. People just collecting money for Barry and his wife, who both need the help right now, and it's nice to see that outpouring of support.
Yeah. Once again, remember that we're going to be in Lions Pinball. And I even see a date on the bottom of the screen. It says we're going to be there May 16th through 18th, which is 1 week before the IFPA World Pinball Championship, which is also taking place out near Denver, Colorado. And looks like it's going to be 2 weeks of fun. I'm planning to spend the time out there with my wife, AJ, and we're going to do both events and hopefully
Very nice.
have
Very
some fun in the mountains.
Very good pinball
Very
vacation
cool.
there. Very cool.
Nice time of year too. Late May.
If you check out the first roadshow, you can see some of the cool places to visit out around the Lions area. And I'm looking forward to Estes Park. It just looks awesome.
That's what I hear.
So we have a few seconds. We have a few seconds break, and I'm waiting to get word of what our next machine choice is going to be.
Yeah, for a second it looked like it might be Shadow. They were fiddling with the Player Cam 5000, but
it looks like it's going to be
Matahari.
Well,
which is almost exactly like Shadow, except for having no similarities whatsoever.
At all. Just as evil, though.
Well, it doesn't have Alex Baldwin on it, but there is a really creepy dude there.
Okay.
I bet you didn't realize I could find the similarities between Matahari and Shadow.
That was magical.
Have we watched any Matahari this weekend so far?
I don't remember any.
I don't think so.
Let's explain the rules a little bit, just because Matahari is a really neat late 70s early solid state ballot game. And so you'll see Trent shooting the middle hole. You have to hit that hole in order to advance your bonus up to 5 times the multiplier. Then you're going to start hitting other shots, whether it be the A or B combos or the drop targets, in order to increase your bonus.
But also included in there is very subtle is that 50,000 outlane, which can actually win the game for you if you purposely drain down there.
One of the
times, 50 grand for an outlane.
One of the most, I love that outlane.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
wonderful.
It's one of those. It's one of those. If it's going out to the outlane, you might not choose to make a move to save the ball, because 50,000 points is significant.
Yep.
And especially when I'm playing against a certain other member on the Papa crew, I love seeing that 50,000 point outlane.
You feel silly if you save a ball from the out lane and then a second later you drain out the center.
Invariably, that's exactly what happens. Now, in order to get that out lane lit, you first have to hit the top hole twice.
It's at least twice, right? It's not the first time.
That sounds about right.
So, like many other ballot games of this era, score is based highly on bonus. So, people are not going to tilt unless they don't have any bonus. That flew down there.
That was a great catch that he made. And plus, this game's tilt is pretty sensitive. I mean, there's been a couple of tilt throughs on this
were there
weekend.
some tilt
I think there was
throughs?
one tilt through, I think.
We don't want to see that.
I will say the saucer there has not really been grabbing the ball. You know, on some Mataharis, I think if the wood on the play field gets a little bit more worn down, the ball just slides on into there. But on this particular machine, it seems like you really have to get a little bit of luck to get the ball to stick in the saucer.
Which is a neat aspect of the machine, and it's sort of built in to how the machine's supposed to perform. You also might have noticed there was a big smack earlier when he hit it up towards the top. Matahari, you can't see it from your top-down camera, but the edge of that hole, all the natural wood color is beveled. So if you hit a ball up there hard, it'll launch itself up into the playfield glass, and you'll hear a big smack.
Yeah, as if it were a ramp almost. Like it's it just it's
this is
in
one of the
air.
first games with ramps.
With a ramp in it, a natural ramp that gets worn in. That was what was that? An extra ball that just happened.
I don't think extra balls are on.
Extra balls turned on.
Right, 25,000 rather. Because I heard the that's I recognized
So
that
Trent has
25,000.
been off the AB
He has
lanes.
gone to A and B. If he hits the B now, it's 50 grand. Because he got the special lit. So if he can get B now,
Like
50
right there.
grand. And now he's back to 5,000 for it. But if he gets it again, I don't know if he gets to 5,000 now, will it go back to the special or make it back to the
No, I
extra
think
ball?
it's just stuck right
5,000?
now on
Okay.
5,000.
So now he's shooting for the hole still. He's because when you hit the hole, you actually get 3,000 of bonus added to your total.
Correct. Plus, it looks like he hasn't made it yet, so he has no bonus X.
No. He's
Yeah, I think right. I think he hasn't hit the 2x yet because the green light is 2x.
Okay,
Right, and he can also see down towards the bottom of the play field. None of the
Right.
arrows are lit there.
and he's getting a very high bonus total, so he needs to multiply it.
All right, so that was
Right,
his
now
2x
it's
shot. Now he
2x.
wants it 2 more times.
Next is 3x and then 5x.
Yep.
There's
And now
3.
he's getting a little bit more luck with it sticking.
Oh,
He's even got 2 targets he could accidentally hit for another 50,000, but he's not going to go for that. It's too dangerous.
No, that's
That's
There's
the 5x, so
There's maxed out.
that was a 60,000 point shot.
And I believe his bonus is actually maximized at this point. It's 29,000 times
78,000.
5.
And now he's back at the special for AB again. It looks like it's cycling between 5,000 and special. So if he hits A again, that's another 50 grand.
My word.
And they're,
Oh, no.
almost.
This is a monstrous game of Matahari.
I mean, because he's got 349 now, but he's got what coming to him? 29 times 5 when he leaves?
150
About
grand.
He's got
150
100.
roughly.
And
There's 50. 50 more. So now he can just cycle between 5,000 and 50,000. That's what he's going to do, AB.
and hope it goes out the outlane eventually.
And get another 50. There it
And
is.
there it is.
It did,
And there
yeah.
it is.
So that's a 600,000 points after ball 2. Wow.
Well, Brian,
The highest score of the weekend was 920-something thousand by Jason Werdrick, I believe. So Trent's 2/3 of the way there with 2/3 of his balls gone.
that's one of the best balls in Matahari I've ever seen.
Amazing.
It was a good one.
The fact that he was able to max out the bonus and then switch to the AB strategy and cash that in enough times. Usually once you get that far, you start going AB and then things start going out of control. And you don't really make it to the 5,000 and 50,000 alternating awards. But he did that twice at least that I remember. So not only does Brian need to max out his bonus, he needs to do that and get AB a whole mess of times, even after that, in order to catch up.
Well, what's step one? I mean,
step 1 is do it. Step 2 is
Step
do
2
it
is,
again.
and step 3 is
and
profit.
3 is do it again. Yeah, it just does not want to go in there for him. All right. Any advancement is good.
yep. But really, what he needs to focus on first is getting that 5 times, because no matter what happens on this particular ball, he needs to have a starting point with which to attack Trent on ball 3 and hope that Trent has a bad ball.
Right. And one more shot will do it. I
Right.
think he's at 3x right now.
And he's already over 10,000 points of bonus. He's at
Right,
now at
there's
20. So this is actually approaching a pretty decent ball right now.
There's
And there it
five.
is.
Okay.
Okay, so now reset.
So now AB now? Yeah. Because you get bonus count anyway from the AB. So now he's maxed out. So now AB
Now he
all
can work on
day.
the ABs.
Take down A.
He hasn't quite found the shot yet, but He's close.
Oh, that almost made it.
Yeah,
There it
they
is.
all kind of got some help. The around the world doesn't seem to be going that well right now. Gets caught up in the bumpers.
Oh, the bumpers tried to help him.
There it is.
There it
Nice
is.
shot.
Okay, now he's up to 5,000. So 2 more completions for his first special at 50 grand. All right, around the world.
All right.
One more B for this extra ball, rather. He's got to pass the extra ball first. That's right. So the extra ball is 25,000.
25, I think. Yeah.
And then he'll start working on the 50s. Whoa,
Ooh.
no.
Yeah, he doesn't need the 50,000 yet.
Not now. Yeah, nice
Nice
save.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, he wanted to take
He
a break
wanted
there.
right.
Oh.
Oh, really? Okay. Ah. Well,
Now that was
At
that was
200.
actually a very good quality ball from which he could attack Trent on ball 3.
as long as Trent has a subpar ball here
Well, yeah,
to keep the match
step
in play.
step 1, Trent's going to have to
Right.
get housed.
Right. And then at that point,
Step 2, Brian's going
Brian
to have to
does
be
the same thing
the
he did.
house.
Right. He's going to have to build the entire house.
That was almost step
That
1.
almost happened. We got a little silent there because we were both looking at it like, wait a minute, will
What's
it actually
gonna
happen? Wait a minute.
Yeah, and he's getting a little bit of luck with the saucer there.
Either that or Trent's finally found the shot.
Well,
Oh,
first of all, it hasn't kicked out of the sauce and gone down the middle one time yet, as I try to jinx it, because it hasn't happened yet.
yeah, but that one came pretty close to that. Oh, look at that, off the tip. Took a little off of it. Okay, he's now at 5 times. Trent is almost putting this out of reach. Trent would be happy to see this go out the out lane. And
there it is. Not even an attempt to save that.
No,
Understandably,
this
because
take
give me
his
that
extra
50.
100,000.
Yep.
and Trent's got to look at that
Yeah,
smile.
look at
on
that
Trent's
grin. Yeah,
face.
that's
Trent's like, come get me.
that's an $800,000 grin right there. Right, it's 800,000 point right. 71. Not quite the $1 million smile, but it's definitely.
How harsh is this? Brian could get half a
like,
million
you let
points
me
on this
pick
ball.
Matahari, you fool. I'd like to mention that Brian's 256,000 point score that he has right now isn't bad.
It's not
No,
at
it's
all.
a very
It's
solid
very
score.
good. Especially on Matahari, which can sting you at any time.
All right, you're going to need those ABs, so might as well get them. You know what? Actually, I actually have a suggestion here. Not to shoot for the center hole.
And just AB it.
You have to,
And get-
and
and you got
you'll get
to
the center
anyway.
hole by mistake
Right.
because
It's
if
not
he doesn't
sticking.
have, if
It'll
no,
Yeah, because if
no.
you make the shot, it'll bounce off a bumper anyway and possibly go up and
you
hole.
only
Yeah.
need the center hole 3 times, which is going to happen if
Sooner or
you
later.
get
Yeah.
15 ABs.
Right. At some point, it will. You're right. No. Nice.
Oh,
nice.
my
very
Good
nice.
shake. That was gone if he didn't do that.
And there's another AB.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay. Now
No.
he's up to 5,000.
Nope.
And
Uh,
now take the AB now. No.
No, he hasn't. It's probably not that intuitive when you're walking up to it. You're just like,
No,
I just
no.
got to have an
I
amazing
just gotta
ball.
have the 5.
Oh.
Okay. Well.
that was a good match. Those were some really solid games between Trent and Brian there.
Brian once again played pretty amazingly. We're actually going to kick Steve off the microphone so he can go play some pinball.
Hi.
And I'd really like to get Brian on here to do a little exit interview. I guess you only do exit interviews when you fire someone.
Right. Well, I guess we're firing Brian.
So we'd like to show you once again the upcoming circuit schedule. Next, we're down in Louisville. Then we're at Pinburg, which is pretty much the largest tournament in the world at this point. That's pretty scary. We're bringing over Brian Shepard, who just finished up the tournament in 3rd place. Like so many other competitors today, there's been no situation where I thought the player just played poorly and ended up getting wiped out. Brian crushed it just like Al Tomka and Chris Stevens before him. Every player has really been playing at the top of their game today, and it's shown. Like, everybody who's finished in the top 8 here, they've just been. It's not like they messed up. They got beat, and they got beat by really good play and good play on their part. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty hard, especially with the loose tilts. It's a lot of work. Unfortunately, I ran out of gas.
You ran out of gas?
Yeah, during ACDC, I was starting a little tired, and it's just, Trent, it's just hard.
Okay. I got to say, your score on Matahari was actually a good score. And one thing I was thinking of right near the end of it, when you plunged ball 3, I was saying, okay, you need to start by not shooting the hole.
Why is that?
Okay. In order to get your 5 times bonus in that and catch Trent, you only need to shoot the hole 3 times. You also needed about 14 to 15 AB shots.
Mm-hmm.
So I was figuring if you started by shooting the AB, you would eventually you would accidentally get the whole shot on the way.
That's true. I mean, I was just basically just shooting up. It was a safe kick out, so I just playing loose and how I've been playing it. So
okay.
I mean,
hey, I mean,
the problem with Matahari is if you have a house ball, you're kind of done. It's so hard to catch up.
Yeah, especially when the other player's just putting the gas pedal on every single ball.
Yeah, I was hoping he was going to pick Shadow, but he went back to the laptop and saw my 870 on qualifying. And
why did you let him have the pick?
Because honestly, all the games play great and pretty liberal in the tilt, so I was happy to play second, even on Matahari. It was a risk.
Okay.
I mean, he could have easily had house balls just like my first ball.
Absolutely.
Well, my house ball wasn't really a house ball, but it was not good, obviously. But it didn't matter which one we played. And
you wanted to play reactionary.
Yeah, and with the tournament format where we can only choose the game 3 times, I couldn't pick Star Trek, and that's what I would have gone to. Even though he's been playing it good.
Would you really?
So you guys couldn't pick Star Trek, either one of you then?
No, he could pick it, but he was saving it in case he made it to the finals, because he's going to pick it against Steve here in a second.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, so it's going to be a long match probably.
I have an appointment on Monday morning. I'm not sure I have time to handle the Star Trek game between those two.
Well, sorry. You better make the call.
Yeah, it was... I mean, I figured Twilight and AC/DC was going to pick, and I was happy with those. I just was out of it on AC/DC, and
well, AC/DC, you had a mountain to climb, and
on that game, it's unlike Matahari. I think it's within the realm, just getting the groove. I did it before, so
absolutely. And when you know what you have to chase, you have to. You suddenly get the opinion of, oh, I can't collect these 10 million point jackpots unless they're tripled. I got to collect big.
Yeah, and the big problem was I had nothing done. I had no tour shots. I had no album, and it was just basically, I probably stuck to jam more. Like, it's usually what I do on these pros is, more jam multi-ball. But
yeah, I understand exactly what you're talking about. It's hard when you're sort of down in a hole to climb your way back out of it.
Yeah, I was, I was seriously considering if on the third game to take F14, but I'm happy to get third, honestly.
So the finals are about to start then. What do you think, Brian?
We're going to be here a while.
You think?
Oh yeah.
You think Trent's taking him to a second match?
I don't know. Steve has been on fire.
I want to get some predictions. Let's see. What do you say, Steve or Trent in match 1? Tie. Okay.
1.5 games.
I got one vote for a tie. Catastrophic Failure was the other producer pick. Obviously, I'm never asking their picks again because there's a reason we don't let them on the microphones. What do you say, Joe?
I'll boldly go for Steve here. He is on fire, and Trent has used up a lot of his mojo in the like that past round with Brian. So I'll say Steve's a little fresher, and he'll take it through.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on what Star Trek is. I don't think. Well, it's Twilight out now. It's off now. I see that.
Well, there's your starts. Trent went out with basically nothing on ball one.
That's a whole lot lower than his average.
Yes.
I mean, he put up 71 million in one of the games on ball one.
Right.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see him do it. Of course, Steve knows that Trent has put up 71.
Oh, yeah.
And Trent just put up 140 million?
Something like that, yeah.
He was in near 150.
But who's counting?
That's pretty good.
Yeah. They're both capable, so it's a coin flip in my opinion.
Yeah, at this point... Yeah, I mean, Steve, obviously can't relax at this point just because Trent had kind of a housey ball one.
Yeah, I think one of the keys of this is, I don't know, I haven't played it the last few rounds, is how the kickout's going to be on the left if they decide to go for it or not. During qualifying, it was pretty good. It went right to the left flipper, but...
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
All right, so they both had a house ball one, so I guess... Trent's coming back, and it's like we have a fresh game, a fresh two-ball game. I mean, like, how do you feel, Brian? If you lay down an egg like Trent did to start, and then your opponent with the door wide open does the same thing, does that empower you? It's like, hey, I got a reprieve, or what's your thought there?
Oh yeah, for me, it really is. It feels like I have a chance, especially when you play, Trent and Steve and Andy. It's if they give you a gift, you have to take it.
You have to take advantage of it, right?
Yes.
And in that case, Steve did not take advantage of the gift he was handed by Trent. And in fact, Trent almost just had another house ball, to be honest, but the ball saver was still flashing. So. We still,
Is there I can't, it's like cutting in and out like crazy. Yeah.
So, actually, Trent basically had essentially another house ball again. So, I mean, he's really leaving the door wide open here. No telling, we'll see what Steve does. He could walk up and lay down 50 million, or he might lay down another egg. And, could be, both players at this point. It's, what is it? It's pushing 6 o'clock Eastern time right now. We started this right around 10 a.m. this morning. So both players have been in very high stress competitive matches for pretty much 8 hours nonstop here.
Yeah, and there hasn't been very many, just, quickie games. It's all been... a lot of long, difficult games.
Right. But you can see right there, I mean, even though the ball savers did the same thing, I mean, Steve was flail, out lane. So, flail, out lane, and now the ball's hung up in the pop bumper somewhere.
Yeah, it'll get it in a second.
Yeah, ball search if nothing else. So, both players kind of need to get into a rhythm, to be honest. And if they don't, we might be in and out of here really fast. Little woo.
He's got to be careful. This kick out's gotten really nasty today.
Yeah, we've noticed it's been bouncing off the slingshot there a bit.
Wow. That was a quick one.
So it looks like Julie's back in the booth. Welcome back, Julie.
Hello.
How you doing? You been enjoying the matches so far?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, some crazy play. So, okay, Steve makes a shot there to lock a ball. I mean, he needs to get in the flow, It's both players so far have just been kind of flail. That was a nice backhand to the start mission shot there. But right now, I think both players just need to kind of get a little bit into the rhythm and start racking up some points.
Yeah, on this, it's kind of funny. It feels like when you get the Vengeance, that's kind of where the groove starts, because you get a multi-ball going, you can get victory laps, and that's where it really starts hitting home.
Right. Yeah, if you can get to the that was almost a technical error. If you can get to the victory laps, obviously those can be worth Mongo points.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're just defeating Vengeance on a combo shot alone, it could be big points. 10 million. And there's a Klingon multi-ball.
I'm not sure how much time he has left on his mode.
Yeah, not sure. It'll probably complete somewhere in the middle of this multi-ball. But the nice thing is it will rack up decent mode points as well, and that'll also contribute towards his super ramp value, assuming he completes Prime Directive a little later.
Well, it's huge in Kobayashi, especially this one, which is I think the right ramp during Kobayashi. So it's a good doubler.
That was a little tough there, but it happens. It's all right. He still has 2 balls.
He seems to be getting a little more into the rhythm.
Yeah,
of
he's
the
getting a little
game.
more in the flow. Exactly. Nice Cracep.
A little surprised he didn't shoot that ball to try to get the doubler off the the right ramp or something.
Sure, yeah. Just taking it really easy. I think he's really is trying to get that flipper separation. And he's taking his time to do it, thoughtfully, carefully.
Yeah, it's important to be patient. It's been a really long day. It's been a really long weekend, and he needs to settle in and really get whatever focus he still has. He needs to get in the game and be patient and do what he needs to do.
Right. Yeah, he was fortunate enough to be able to backhand that into the little saucer on the left, and now he has the flipper separation I think he was looking for. And yeah, starting to make some shots, get some combos. It's too bad the multi-ball ended there, and I guess he might be going into Vengeance there. Any did you have a prediction there, Brian, on who you thought was going to take this match?
I think Trent's going to win the first round, but Steve's going to ultimately win it.
Okay, fair enough. Any other last words for us before we send you off to happy retirement home?
No, except it's thanks for holding the tournament. It was a lot of fun, and
well, really glad you were able to come down here to Virginia and make the trip, and you really played magnificently. I mean, you have nothing to be ashamed about or unhappy about at all, because you played great, and I mean, there's just a lot of great players and a lot of great scores were put up. So you did fantastic, and get them next time.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Bye.
See you later, Brian. All right. Well, Steve didn't really make everything he wanted of that Vengeance, but he's getting points. I mean, the good thing is he's keeping the ball in play. He's just about to start Prime Directive, which will eventually get him his. Oh my goodness. Well, that was an interesting choice. I can't say I was expecting that. He chose instead to start Save the Enterprise 2, the level 2 mode of Save the Enterprise. I'll confess I'm not entirely sure what he's thinking there. I don't know if he's going ultimately for the shot doubler he would get by completing all 3 of the Save the Enterprise shots, or...
Yeah, I really expected him to go to Prime Directive and finish off and get his 3 in a row, get his super ramps.
Right. But not. So okay. Well, that was an interesting choice. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. So Steve's got 20 million points, which is certainly not bad after the whatever it was, 1 million or something he started that ball with. And we'll see if Trent's had a chance to walk off his jitters or whatever you want to call it from the first 2 balls.
I don't think Trent gets jitters.
Well, whatever you want to call it. He was out of rhythm,
Certainly.
Happens to everyone. Happens to the best players.
Especially after you've been playing pinball
for 8 hours in high intensity.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's absolutely, just the question is, how do you deal with, whether you want to call it jitters or tiredness or whatever, how do you deal with that? How do you recover from it?
I usually can't. When I get the jitters, I'm in for a bad day of pinball.
Right.
Or it's going to take me surviving some matches that I probably don't deserve to win.
Right. Sure. I wonder a little. Okay, he finished that mode, got a 3 in a row. I wonder if we're going to see him punching it a little bit here to get himself into. Well, okay, so that was actually Klingon multi-ball. He just started. I was going to ask if he was going to punch it to get the Vengeance multi-ball lit, but obviously that won't happen quite yet.
First thing he's going to do when he comes out of Klingon is to get another mode running, and then we might see a lot of punching.
He was fortunate there that the ball saver was still flashing when those balls drained, so got the extra ball, which is, 2.5 or something.
Skillfully draining.
Excellent. So, as quick as it is, Trent has just caught up basically to the deficit, because I think Steve had right around 20 million, and that's right around where Trent's already at 23, so you can see how quickly things can change on these games.
Yeah, he's a really explosive player.
He is explosive.
And the great thing about the combo system on Star Trek is that, if you start getting a combo set running on these jackpots, you can build these jackpots up and erase almost any deficit really quickly.
Right.
So is that a plus or a minus, do you think?
Oh, I think it rewards flow play as opposed to trying to repeat the same shot over and over again.
Or just constantly trap the balls or whatever. Yeah, you have to keep it moving.
I mean, even with that, you'll see people trapping a lot on this game. If they didn't have the combo, it would be...
Yeah. Punching has happened.
Yeah, it was punched.
And he's not bringing a mode in.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that as well, but...
Oh,
maybe he just figures, let's just
no.
Take
This is ball 3. He's trying to get some points.
Yeah. Wasn't getting too greedy. In fact, he is in the lead right now because Steve said about 20 million or so.
Okay.
So let's for people who might not have been watching for the past 8 hours straight or whatever, or following the brackets online. Assuming I say this right, situation we're in right now is a final match here between Steve Bowden and Trent Augenstein. Steve is still on the double elimination bracket. He's basically been untouched today. Whereas Trent is not in that situation. So pretty much how this goes down, this is the first of 3 games here between Steve and Trent. If Steve wins the best of 3, it's all over. And he'll be crowned the ultimate champion of the A division of Fairfax Pinball Open.
Will there be an actual crown?
There will be a crown. It might be made out of the Papa Circuit's belt, but there will be a crown of some sort.
Okay.
And if Trent ends up winning this best of 3, then because Steve was still in the winner's bracket, basically, they'll have to do it all over again. There'll be another best of 3 series. So.
After they get flogged by the producers and the announcers.
Yeah, probably that. The good thing is, at that point, I think the only game choice they'll have left to make is, I don't know,
Space Station.
8-ball, Stay Station.
Yeah, it's interesting how since both these players have picked so many games, they're going to get down to games they might not even want to play.
Right.
So you might see more situations like with what happened with Brian Shepard, where he doesn't have his favorite game to pick anymore.
Yeah, for anyone who wasn't following, the unusual rule here in the Fairfax Pinball Open is in the finals round, even if you have the game pick, you can only pick the same machine a total of 3 times in the entire tournament. So these players now have played, I think, approximately 3 million games this afternoon and morning. And so they've had a lot of game picks, and they've used up a lot of their favorite game picks along that time period. So now late in the tournament, they're getting to a point where they may not have the option to pick their favorite game, and they have to go down to their second or third choice.
Sort of like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it brings even a new level of strategy. I know Trent said in an early round he played against an opponent, DJ, and he knew DJ had just purchased a Star Trek recently and loved the game. So he actually passed, and DJ picked Star Trek, which was Trent's hope.
Right. And Trent got to play second.
Right.
Yeah.
So you get to play second, you get to save a pick, and you get to feel smug while you're doing it because you made the right choice.
Right. Oh, much punching just happened.
So Trent's going to time out 3 modes?
Yeah, I guess.
Actually, I think he's going to wait until he has final shot lit.
Which is now, it looks like. The left ramp is flashing red-green, and that's that. And yep, he can start the next mode at his convenience, or not.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, that's one way to start a mode.
He better destroy that drill. I bet he hasn't done that already today.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that drill is broken.
It is starting to seem like a personal vendetta.
These guys have been falling forever. Look at them.
It's important. The first step to destroying drills is, in fact, falling.
These are valuable life lessons that we learn from pinball.
So yeah, Trent is clearly just timing out all these modes. Final shot, made it, and now start missions lit again. He lowered that right flipper a little too early. There he goes. And this will be the 6th mode to finish the pyramid for him.
So he's not going to play this mode at all.
Nope. I really do wonder, though. We saw.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and of course, you make a great save, and then
After timing out all those modes,
Yeah.
and then he didn't get there, so we'll see if that ends up costing him.
but still 54-ish million points. That's very solid. Now, here Steve's in Safety Enterprise too. It'll be interesting to ask him later what his thought was to take that approach, but anyway.
Okay, Steve's gonna have to.
I mean,
he's gonna have to go down.
He's got a ways to go.
Right. And he momentarily had a stuck ball up at the top. He didn't really get much at all off of his ball save. So he's.
Nice little slap there. All right, lock is lit, but that's just lock 1 is lit. So he did play a Klingon multi-ball previously, so he has to crawl his way back through locking 3 balls if he wants to get there again.
And I gotta say that I don't think Steve looks entirely comfortable right now.
No, he looks very out of rhythm right now.
He held up his flipper after he hit that warp ramp. I think he was hoping to get it to go into the lock. The lock targets, I should say.
Yeah, that might be, and I don't know. That might not be a bad idea. All right, is he really going to go for saving the Enterprise again or whatever? No. Run directive.
And he's timing it out.
Timing this out?
Okay.
I'm a little bit confused here as to.
Okay, he wants
is
his
he
super
really
ramps.
Well, yeah, he'll get super ramps and then go for multi-ball.
So the value of the super ramps is based on the value of the other 2 modes, and I'm starting. I actually have a theory here that why he did the second deep maybe it adds that to the value of the super ramps. His performance in-
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Now, we'll see what the value is, because I think it maxes at 1 million points. Okay, super ramps are lit.
Won't tell you the value until he actually shoots one.
Now,
but he didn't really do anything in any of the modes, so...
Yeah, he's going to need more than just a naked trip to Kobayashi Maru here.
Yeah, for sure.
And what I mean by that is, when I say naked trip, if you just sat here and...
Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
But if you sat there and timed out all the modes, your Kobayashi Maru multi-ball wouldn't be worth that many points.
Right. Which is a fun aspect of the game. You actually have to play through the modes to crank up the value of the super features and the mini wizard modes. All right, so Trent is up 1-0 on the best of 3 of this match.
Trent is currently in 8th place, and let's see where Steve is.
You're talking about the overall circuit standings.
Overall circuit standings. And Steve is currently tied in for 13th place.
13th place, so they're both going to get nice jumps upwards. Let's see. They're both wandering around. I guess it's 7th inning stretch. Dinner time.
They're thinking about it right now.
Maybe they're trying to figure out which game picks they actually have left.
That might be a valid concern at this point.
The only game left to pick is Dragon. The rest of the tournament will be played on Dragon.
Wow.
Bow.
Or Target Pool.
That would at least save us some time.
You know, I could see some positive reasons for moving to that.
Did you know that Classic Game Room is new, improved, and shiny?
I did not know that.
It is.
But I can see that by looking at it now.
Yeah. I mean, look at the shiny little M&M thing on the shop CGR
That
logo.
is one happy dot.
That is one happy Frisbee? Sun?
Pac-Man?
That is definitely not a Pac-Man.
Well, maybe he's just not hungry right now.
He's not packing?
Right.
Right. And it looks like we're going to Tron.
So I'm guessing that Steve picked this because...
He's going first.
He's going first.
So if you're Steve in this position, you're 1 game down, you know you have a whole nother match to go if you need it. Do you blow out your game pick, possibly your last game pick on Tron to try to win this round when you're already down 1-0, or do you save it?
Wow, I don't know. Was this Steve's last game pick is really what the question becomes.
I don't know. I don't think we have any way to tell that, unfortunately.
We'd have to get the tournament director to come over and help us with that, but he appears to be...
He's packing up the place.
Directing a tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my answer would be, at this point, I would try to win. So if I would do whatever game pick I thought I needed to try to win. Although, I mean, I guess the downside is he has to win 2 in a row, is I guess what you're getting at.
Yes.
Yeah.
My thought process would be, actually, I would pass.
You pass and
you would take
choose second?
You would take second, and then in case you... No, hold it. That doesn't work either. I'm trying to figure out a way to beat Trent. And
Trent is standing right in front of us, staring at us, staring us down while we talk about him.
He's taking a peek at the circuit champion belt over here, I think.
Nice socks, Trent.
I think Trent was actually coming over here hoping for some advice, but we're not willing to give him any advice.
Shoot the flashing shot.
Or you, Steve.
I'll give my standard advice. Shoot the flashing shot, don't drain. Works on every game.
True that. Oh, my goodness
rough
gracious.
start.
Okay, it's
All right,
a 2-ball game.
2-ball game. Of course, that's how Star Trek started. Both players had 2 house balls, essentially, to start off, and look how that turned out.
Well, they're just trying to feel each other up. They don't want to make a move until the other person goes first.
Did you say they're trying to feel each other up?
Feel each other out, I said.
Okay.
Even if I did say up. All right. So we've seen some big games from Steve earlier, and it only takes one ball. He put up 60 million points on one ball. So, of course, I think I saw Trent put up like 90 million points earlier in the in the playoffs.
I'm sure we did. We've who was that? Was that Trent against Brian Shepard? I think.
I was Trent against Al.
Trent against Al. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
One danger? Two
Okay.
dangers?
Well, at least he was nice enough to put the machine back.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, on the video, it doesn't really represent the true impact of how far that game really moved. It was impressive.
So, just so everybody knows what's on the line here. First of all, there's a prize pool. You get cash if you win the event. If you don't win the event, you get taken out back and we kill you. Sorry, Trent, I don't have any better advice for you. Trent just came over and asked for some more advice, and I keep telling Trent that's better than I'd play it. Anyways, first place in this Papa Circuit event is $1,250. Second place, $940. Third place, $600. Fourth, $300. Fifth through eighth get $100, and 9 through 16th get $50. The top qualifier also received a $100 bonus, and that was Lyman Sheets. Also, the winner gets a guaranteed trip to the circuit final, which is going to be played at Pinburg this year on Thursday before the tournament starts.
What about Whopper points?
I believe there is Whopper points, WPPR points, World Pinball Player Ranking points, just so in case somebody thinks we're talking about a sandwich or something.
They can be traded in for fine hamburger cuisine.
I think we're going to pay for that remark from Josh. Okay, so
all right. So this is basically a one-ball game for both of these guys. I mean, technically, Steve is in the lead by 4x, but really that doesn't matter. So they both need to just get something going, set up a multi-ball maybe, get the light cycle going here, something.
And this game is moving so much faster than Star Trek. It's just,
yep.
It's hard to make that adjustment sometimes, and maybe that's exactly what happened. Post pass to the scoop. Steve did
you
that
called it
effortlessly before, but
right.
There was effort involved that time.
All right, so this should get Steve in the rhythm. He'll be able to play a little bit. He knows what to do here. He's going to want to be shooting for that core, the green flashing lane. He just got double score going, so all of his scores are going to be doubled for the next 20 seconds or whatever it is. He also has a frenzy going, so he's got a lot of stuff working out here. He just has to capitalize on it a little bit. And like I said, I would expect he's going to start with that by trying to shoot the core lane or by shooting the light cycle there. Either way.
So Steve actually purposely, when he had two balls cradled on his left flipper, he was banking the balls up into the Tron targets to start a super spinners mode. Because if he finishes the super spinners mode, then he can start going for the bumpers and then the double scoring.
Ooh.
In no particular order. However, here we are back to single ball play with 9 million points. Uh-oh.
Which, yep, no, he's all right. Disc battle's ready. That's still going to need, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 hits on the spinny thing in order to start that.
It looks like he's going to post pass and go for Quora if he gets control.
Or into the line jackpot. Yep. Which is just the base value right now, but, yeah, hey. Take the points when you can get them. Could be another end of the line. Nope. there you got that shot. 1.75 for that.
And it grows.
It does keep growing. So
And
that
he's
does.
getting in a rhythm now. You know, he's finding his shots,
He is,
making his
yeah.
shots.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if he can get in the rhythm of doing that Cora to the ramp to the scoop, that just keeps getting more and more worthwhile.
Well, that's
Well,
a good
nice
save there.
nice nudging.
That ball was headed right for the out lane, and he saw it way ahead of time.
2.1.
And one more Cora shot.
So he's getting in the flow here.
Post pass.
Yeah, post pass for the Cora. And if he hits that three-way again, that'll probably be, besides starting Cora multi-ball, that would be, I don't know, 275 or something on the end of the line.
But more importantly, I think the
Cora multi-ball, of course. There's that. Did not get the 3 in a row. Well, still mine.
Oh, but wait.
Yeah, look at that. 2.45 if he gets it.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy. All right, that's fine.
Out of control. He's trying to slow it down.
Yeah, I mean, he really needed to. There he goes. Now he's got control. Nice shot. He gets the extra ball for $3 million and starts Cora multi-ball. That was well played. He got a little out of control there, but he made it work.
Yeah, this is really going to open this game up.
Yeah.
The most important thing, and sometimes the hardest thing, seems to be getting that first atta-ball in Cora multi-ball. It seems like if you get over that, I want to say hump, you're probably good for getting a couple more.
Yeah. And he just did it at the perfect time because he was just about to drain that ball, so he gets them both back, the new one plus the one that was draining at the time.
And a few more moments of ball save, which
Yep.
he's taking advantage of. How many shots do you have to hit to get the atta ball?
I think it's 3.
It changes each time. The first time you have to hit 2, then you have to hit 3.
Oh, okay.
Or no, 3 and 4. Blah, blah. No, it doesn't change each time. I have no idea.
Okay,
You
we
ha-
can
you have
take
to
that
hit
to the bank.
You hit the spitty thingy between 1 and 100 times.
Great.
I'm writing the rule sheet for the game, and that's what I put in it. And I'm pretty sure it's true. No one can really argue it.
I'd like to remind our listeners that at one time I actually knew some pinball knowledge, but that time appears to have come and gone.
$30 million for Steve Bowden there. It's a respectable score. It's not a monster score. We've seen a lot better than that, but Trent hasn't gotten in the rhythm in this game yet, so he just needs to get something going. He needs to hit a few light cycle shots, get that moving, and see if he can basically duplicate what Steve just did. And again, to remind folks, if Steve wins this game, they're going to move on to Game 3 of this match. If Trent wins it, then by virtue of his earlier victory on Star Trek, they will move to another match. They get another match because Steve is on the double elimination side of the bracket still. So Steve has to fade 2 losses before he gets knocked down.
Well, Trent got exactly what he wanted, a way to start playing.
Balls.
Yeah.
Balls good.
More than one ball.
Yes, ball's good. That's also in my roll sheet.
Seems like a really good roll sheet.
It is. I'm not making any promises about execution on it, but the suggestions are all excellent.
And unfortunately, I thought he might get that ball back, but he did not. And another big save.
That was a beautiful save. He's going to take a break here and let that tilt bob settle down.
Yeah, because that thing is probably moving.
Yeah, even on this machine, that seems to be pretty liberal that way, but that was some serious action on the machine.
It appears as if Trent... Okay, so He's about to start trying to shoot for Quora when he has it on the right flipper, and he's going to shoot for the disc when he has it on the left. And he is borrowing time.
He really is. It feels like one of these situations where it's about to drain, and you're just kind of waiting for the ultimate shot. But who knows? Maybe he'll get himself reset here.
Well, the only way you can pay it back is if you win. So,
yeah,
better borrow that time.
Yeah. 5 more of those risky shots to start disc multi-ball, but maybe that'll turn out to be his better choice there. 4, 3.
Now he's just going to go for a disc from both flippers.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. You know, if you make the Quora shot, or if you attempt the Quora shot, 5, 6 times and don't make it, you finally just say, all right, let's do something else that does work. And he has playfield doubler now and disc multi-ball. So this can add up pretty quickly. He's probably got about another 10 seconds of double playfield, something like that.
And just that quick, he's back in the game.
Yep.
Another nice save. Big slap save.
All right, he can restart by shooting the spinny thing again.
Oh.
Very nice.
Okay, so now the restart is only a 2-ball multi-ball. Oh, he tried to stage, but he got a little bit squirrely. Oh, he has an extra ball left.
That's
That's
extra ball left. That's 3
points.
million right there. That would basically put the game away at this point, and I think he knows it. But
maybe not.
I'm not sure.
Don't think so.
There it is.
There it is.
Yep, that is
he
the
figured
game.
it out.
All right, so that's just it. So they're going to be going on to a finally for reals final match.
I don't think Trent didn't know he had it.
No, but the crowd's applauding, which is,
well, it's over. So.
Yeah, it's over. Letting him know he can walk away, which he does. All right. That was a great comeback there. What did he start that with? 1 million or something?
Insignificant points.
Right.
And
right.
insignificant progress as well.
We've seen some great comebacks today. That was definitely one of them.
It was. All right. It's down to the last best of 3.
I never made my prediction earlier. And I just wanted to reserve it to see if String survived.
You were going to wait until after the last game was over and then make it with 100% certainty?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure when the next 3 games are done, I could pick the winner accurately.
I'm guessing so. And if you can do that, I'm taking you to a casino and doing a little roulette action.
I can probably tell you what's going to roll on the roulette wheel after it's been spun.
Nice.
And stopped. So they're going to move on to one final set of best of 3. Trent is also the owner of Tilt Amusements, which sponsors Pop-Up TV, and we thank Tilt and Trent for their sponsorship. We'd like to remind you that you can also contact us if you would like to sponsor Pop-Up TV. Get in contact us at papa.org. And it looks like they're going to do Matahari for game 1 of the second match.
Wow. Well, that should be fun. It's quite a change of pace from the Star Trek and Tron action we've just been having. But again, I think we're probably getting down where a lot of those games we've been seeing a lot of today are the game picks have been used up, so they will no longer be in play, and we'll be going to some of the other choices. Hopefully we'll get some crazy stuff. Like I wouldn't mind seeing a little space station action just for variety here.
Well, Trent has picked Star Trek the maximum amount of times allowed. So we're not going to see that again because I'm almost positive that Steve would not pick into him.
I agree.
Tron is always a possibility to see another game of.
Yep.
I don't expect Space Station to show up here.
Aw, come on.
It would be. It would be. It would be cool just because you don't get to see many tournament games on Space Station.
It would be a nice change of pace.
It would be a fun wild card game for if they get to the game 3 of 3. Just, all right, shaking it up. It's all Space Station all the time.
Okay.
So they are on Matahari, and so I guess Trent picked that, and he's already been spotted 500 points. So,
No wonder he picked it.
Uh-huh. Oh, and they're actually doing the right thing, shutting off the power just to make sure nice, clean start to the game. At least Kevin Stone, tournament director, is trying to find the power switch down there. So if you're just joining us, this is the For Reals final in the A division of the Fairfax Pinball Open. Trent Augenstein versus Steve Bowden now. Steve was in the winner's side of the double elimination bracket, but just lost 2 games to Trent Augenstein, who was in the single elimination side of things. So basically, at this point, both Steve and Trent have absorbed a loss in the bracket. So now it is down to sudden death in the best of 3, or a sudden death best of 3 match between the two of them. And because of the interesting machine pick rules here at the FPO, several of the games they've been playing all day are no longer eligible for picking again. You can only pick the same machine 3 times in the entire tournament, which is why now we're not seeing Star Trek. We are seeing Matahari for the first game between these gentlemen.
Trent has been playing Matahari very well. He put up the last game we just saw. He put up a score that was pretty close to the highest score we saw all weekend.
Yeah, it was probably about a number 2 or number 3. The weekend was, 600 and something.
That being said, you can't really count on doing that every game. And as Trent just found out, Matahari sometimes likes to say no. And Matahari said no to Trent right there.
Well, we've been seeing the saucer, which is so important in Matahari because it advances your bonus X. It's not grabbing balls. Some Mataharis, the wood's worn down, and the ball just eases right on into there. On this Matahari, you need a little bit more luck. And Steve's had a couple fortunate shots there when it's gone up and settled into the hole, but we've seen plenty of people shooting that, and it just bounces right out.
And Steve also has that 50,000 point outlandlet on either side of the playfield. So going out, not that bad of a thing.
Yeah, center drain is the bad thing right now. Outlane would not be that bad.
And just that quick, 5 times bonus.
Yep.
Got to build that bonus now.
Yeah, he can do that. Right now, I would say definitely the AB lanes. Those do raise the bonus 1,000 at a time and also advance the AB value. So no reason not to shoot those. He'll max his bonus out at 29,000 before too long.
And he got an around the world.
Yeah, it's been a rare one here. It's been getting caught up in the bumper area, but that one went around. Yeah, Steve does not want that center drain.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, he's actually getting good around the world action now.
And he has his... You'll probably notice there's a light that's moving across the center of the playfield to the right every time he completes A and B. And that is the amount you score when you complete A and B. Okay.
It was a drain, but he got that 50,000 on the out lane, which in itself is huge, plus his maximized bonus of basically 150,000. So that was a solid start for Steve.
Very solid. And it's sort of intimidating to your opponent to just watch all that bonus slowly counting down.
Listen to the chimes go. Matahari's interesting. It's one of the handful of games that was actually produced in both electromechanical and solid-state versions. This is the solid-state version, but it has old-style EM chimes in the cabinet. Ooh! So when it makes its little ding 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 sound, those are actually little, what do you want to call them, xylophone things?
Yeah, literally, that's pretty much what they are. Do you happen to have any idea what the production numbers are?
Not off the top of my head.
Or
I
which
go to
version?
IPDB for that kind of thing.
And that's IPDB?
That would be the Internet Pinball Database,
Oh.
ipdb.org. It's an absolutely invaluable resource for learning lots of things about your favorite games. Who made them, how many of them were made, what their features are, pictures, rule sheets sometimes.
Seems
All
like
sorts of
they made
goodness.
a lot of Mataharis. You see them a lot.
Certainly the solid-state ones, yeah. I think the EMs, they only made a few relatively.
I think I've only seen one EM. And I think it was for sale and it was very expensive.
Second ago, a great out lane save by Trent there. And the ball was really wanting to go in the right out lane, and he gave it a little slap because at this point he has nothing to lose. It's ball 3, so he needs to put up a good ball.
And he's going to need it to go in that hole.
Get in your hole.
That's not your line.
I stole it.
He won't mind.
No, but he may charge me a commission on it.
Uh-oh. He's probably already figuring out the sums.
And the interest compounded minutely.
Oh, my goodness. Trent's
Just
putting
no
some
luck
big.
with that.
He's putting big moves on the machine, though.
Yeah, I think he's using.
Oh, he's done.
Oh, well, that's it. I think he was going for the strategy you had suggested, John. Of at that point, just do the AB. You got to do it anyway, and sooner or later it'll catch a pop bumper and maybe bounce up to the saucer.
Yeah, but Trent wasn't nearly as far behind as Brian Shepard was when I was suggesting that strategy.
Still, it's not a bad approach.
Yeah. And that quick, we were moving on to AC/DC right next door. Trent says, I want to get that out of my mind, and he goes ahead and plunges away. So we'd like to thank you for watching. Remind you to check out our sponsors and remind you to check out papa.org. And you can see all the Papa TV road shows. You can see some of the past broadcasts we've done. Papa TV has been made possible by a Kickstarter grant from people who are watching now. And we'd like to thank you for your support. We couldn't have done it without you. And we hope you're happy with what you're seeing. And I'll stop being serious now, and we'll watch some AC/DC and make fun of Trent. But once again, thank you very much.
Well, I think Trent's back in his element here. He's been pretty crisp here on these ramps.
Trent's a stern guy.
He is.
Of course, he's good at pretty much everything, but
that's also true. But yeah, I definitely think he's in his element here, just shooting ramp combos and doing what he needs to do.
Of course, maybe rather than Highway to Hell, he should have picked Thunderstruck. He's been hitting a lot of. He's taken his time adjusting back, and I don't know what that shot was. Did he just switch to going for loops?
Maybe. Would be strange, but maybe trying to work on the stack.
I'm not sure. Seems a little early in the game to work on the stack. Okay, he
Well,
just switched.
Yeah, he switched. Definitely.
Normally, if you were going to shoot the loops, you'd want a different mode rather than Highway to Hell. And just, I'm sure it's been said already, but Highway to Hell is based on shooting the right ramp, and that lights your other shots for adding to the
For
jackpot
stuff.
and for points.
Yeah.
Right now, while he's shooting that left orbit repeatedly, since he hasn't re-cleared the board by shooting the right ramp, he's not getting anything except spinner value. Oh, boy.
One loop to late tour multi-ball, though. And what's he going to do? Hell's bells.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Trent is attacking
hard.
Trent's not going for any save points. He's saying, I know you're going to get the save points. I'm going for... Okay, I don't know what Trent's doing.
You thought he was going to go for the left ramp shot there?
No, I thought he was going to try to stack the multi-balls up. Yeah, I thought he was going to go left ramp and at least get a 2-stack on the multi-balls.
Right, I thought the same thing, but I don't know. Well, we'll see how this works out.
I would really love to ask Trent exactly what his thought process was.
I'm guessing he'll get that opportunity.
Yeah. And he chose not to use his VIP pass to extend the bell. Of course, I don't know if it would have given them bell, because I thought it only gave the bell, and I was wrong on that earlier.
Yeah, I had thought the logic was just to give you the most, whatever was the most helpful thing at that particular moment, but I do not by any means pretend to be an AC/DC expert.
Nor do I.
I'll pretend to be one.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Well, what's
ahead.
the VIP pass do?
It does all kinds of really cool things.
Ooh, cool things. I like cool things.
Sometimes it awards you things, and other times it gives you things.
I hadn't thought of that. But in this case, he used said pass to get more balls, extend his multi-ball.
So was that an award or was that given?
That was given.
All right.
You gave him an extra ball. Well, unlike the previous few games, he is laying down a score on this first ball here.
Yeah, it's certainly a good start for him, despite the kind of strange starts to how he did it.
Yeah, it's once again, I'm really excited to hear what his thought process was.
Oh, look, Jam multi-balls led.
So, okay. All right. Now I think I'm starting to understand. Okay, it took me a little while to figure it out. He wanted to set up both multi-balls close to ready so he could build a nice big song jackpot with 2 separate multi-balls and then collect the song jackpot after he finishes those 2
After all the
multi-balls.
multi-balls are done, and then just cash out the whole mess.
Okay, and the
which is
reason
already 21.5 before doubling.
And the reason he wanted to do it in the order he did, which is really cool, he did tour first because you're going to be shooting loops during tour multi-ball. And by shooting ramps in the second multi-ball during the jam multi-ball, you can use that to get your fire lanes. And his strategy sort of fell apart from the fact that he had to double drain there and wasn't able to get his ATA ball and start building and be able to collect his jackpot. But
not that 55 mil is a bad start, but yeah, I mean, it could have been a lot more with just a small change.
Right. It could have doubled that score very quickly with about 4 shots.
Right.
But with all the loops, why did he choose Highway to Hell?
I have no idea why he started with Highway to Hell.
You know, he wasn't having luck with the ramp shots. Maybe he changed strategies midstream.
I mean, the only reason I figure he might have, well, that's possible, but
it actually seemed like he was doing okay with the ramps. I mean, he was flowing a few combos when he started, but
no, I'm pretty sure I'm right on the idea that he was trying to stack both multi-balls up so they were ready for each other, so he could, sort of segue one into the other and keep the ball alive rather than put it in a risk.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I agree. That looks right,
but I agree. He also might have wanted to start with War Machine if he was going to be shooting the left orbit so many times.
But sometimes we see the same strategy on Spider-Man, where even though you get more points in the multi-balls by stacking the multi-balls, sometimes it's better to play one and work on the other one while you're playing the first one, and then when the balls go away and you're left with one, you're ready already to start the next one.
Right. The difference between Spider-Man and AC/DC, though, is you can't work on the progress towards the other multi-balls while you're in. So, like, if you get a jam multi-ball by hitting the ramps, you can't
then shoot orbits
during the multi-ball because you're not going to get any progress towards it. So, but if you set them up so you're only one more shot away from lighting that multi-ball, then you can rather safely segue between the 2 multi-balls and put your song jackpot at less risk because you want to collect it when it's after the second multi-ball.
Exactly. You string the multi-balls. It's like getting 5 balls instead of 3 balls, basically.
Right.
Doing. Which song is he in right now?
Hell's Bells. Which is pretty recognizable by the fact that the bell will ring every time you hit a shot that's lit.
Ah, right.
Okay, he has the song jackpot lit. It's not for a huge amount of points by any means, but he's going to try to get a doubler going before he tries to collect it. So I expect him to shoot for the bell here. Of course, what do I know? He might also shoot for the right orbit to get his atta-ball. And he's trying to decide.
Is he waiting for a status display or something like that? Does he want to know what his song jackpot is?
I'm thinking he is. And he would. But it doesn't look like it's coming up, so...
That's interesting. It's usually if you... Oh,
so...
Maybe if you hold both flippers, you don't get instant info? Who knows?
Okay, so he actually chose not to collect the song jackpot of $5 million because he wants more.
He wants more.
Okay, he used his VIP passes in order to
restart the multi-ball.
Yeah, I mean, you go from 1 ball back to a 3-ball multi-ball now.
Sure, and he has double play field going right now.
So now he's going to have to spell fire 3 times while keeping the double play field going. And that's probably not going to happen now that he's
out of multi-ball.
So, oh my
nice
goodness.
Nice bump. And only a single danger for that.
So you could see that it didn't look like the machine moved that much, but the ball popped way up.
Uh-oh. Where is the ball?
I believe the ball is right to the right of the axe lanes on the top.
Well, that was fun.
And actually, this is a smart idea. Now, Trent might be able to nudge the ball loose from up there, but he would prefer to see the ball on a flipper.
Absolutely.
So he can take a controlled shot at something.
So tournament director Kevin Stone is over here and hopefully getting the ball out for him.
And
I'll say one thing. I don't think AC/DC has the power interlock disabled, so thankfully this is not a situation where that's a problem. Well, actually, it might be if he's trying to get the ball back in the flipper.
Actually, I just learned that the interlock is not disabled on this particular machine, so he's not going to be able to get the ball back in the flipper.
So it'll go into the plunger lane instead.
Right. So they're going to try to get the ball out without scoring him any points, but then it's going to go into the plunger lane. Or they might actually dump it in the trough so it launches back. But
I don't know. I know it's supposed to work that way with the coin door saver, but I personally would feel more comfortable putting in the plunger.
Absolutely. But it does have the shoot again light flashing right now,
right,
which is an indication that the coin door saver setting is installed.
And don't slam tilt.
And meanwhile, we get to listen to some great AC/DC.
Absolutely. All right. Crisis averted.
And there he has the ball on the flipper.
Exactly.
It's almost it was meant to be.
Trent's demoing some really nice nudging there on the out lanes. He's had some good saves, and
he's getting every second of ball time he can out of this.
Oh yeah, $13.5 million on the song jackpot. I think he's just going to try to cash that in.
I think he's going to try to get this jam, multiply it, cash it. Oh my God!
Again.
Or not.
There was no nudge in the.
No, it was a power slam.
Tool belt for that.
No. All right. Well, Steve's essentially just on a 2-ball game here, so.
It's no problem for Steve.
No.
Steve is very good at AC/DC. And Trent knows this, so I'm sort of surprised.
It's presumably why Trent is attacking so aggressively, as he's worried that Steve will just quickly come and throw down 100 million points or 200 million points or whatever.
Oh.
Ooh, nice nudging.
That was a good nudge because that ball had a trajectory to go right out the out lane.
Yeah. And now what?
Now the cannon
is not seated properly. Oh,
the cannon,
lovely.
Oh
my God. That presumably is a major malfunction.
I don't believe it is. I believe that's pinball because the ball was there and you're required to wait for a ball search.
Right. Yeah.
And you're responsible for.
Yeah.
That's pinball.
We just got confirmation. The ruling is we're sorry.
Yeah.
Still, that's a really harsh break.
Okay. Well, Steve now has a 1-ball game, and it's a rough break, but. There's no compensation in the book for it. And once again, that's one of the hard things about being a tournament director, and Mark's mentioned this to me many times. Like, you can't...
You hate to make that call.
You hate to make the call because what just happened is rough. There's many rougher calls than that, that tournament directors make. But
yeah, we have that all the time in league play, of course. It was hundreds of games being played every night in league, and inevitably there's some machine malfunction or someone plays out of turn or something, and that's by far the worst part of being a tournament or a league director is having to tell someone, well, I got bad news for you.
Yeah, I mean, and while every situation where you have to make a ruling in pinball is different, if you handle things on a case-by-case basis, it's going to become all too easily to create a disparity.
Oh, absolutely. Just because some is the right answer doesn't mean it makes it any easier to deliver the message to the person who's on the bad side of it.
They should hire an assistant tournament director for that job.
Oh, bad cop.
Yes.
I think they have that. His initials are DP. Oh, my goodness gracious. Trent, this is the third or fourth time we've seen it where it looked like it hit the target, but it did not.
Just hit another target, yeah.
Or either that or it didn't register. And once again, the target seems to be working fine, so that's pinball, but...
Ouch. All right. Steve, it's all on the line. Steve's basically got a 1-ball game and basically nothing accumulated, so...
But fortunately, Steve won the first game,
yep.
So Steve could put it away if he can get 100 million points on this ball. Oh.
That was almost ugly. And if Steve doesn't win, it's going to be like, a trillion games of pinball going down to one single game tiebreaker.
Yep. wipe the slate clean. It's all about one pinball game if Steve doesn't catch Trent here. But Steve's not thinking about that game.
Steve wants to win this game and just get it over with.
This game is winnable right now.
If you're just joining us, this is the A finals at the Fairfax Pinball Open. We're down to
one game.
This was a best of 3 finals match between Steve Bowden and Trent Augenstein. Steve won the first game. Trent just won the second game there on ACDC. So the best of 3 basically becomes a best of 1 for all the marbles. Steve, by virtue of having lost that, will get choice of choice. He'll either be able to pick a machine or pick a choice of order, although his machine choices will be somewhat restricted by virtue of the fact FPO only allows you to pick the same machine 3 times in the entire finals. So I don't have a current tally on what machines are still left for picking, but I think it's down to maybe half the bank here.
It looks like their choices are F-14 Tomcat, the Shadow, Space Station would be exciting. Tron
Steve doesn't
or
think it would be
Indianapolis
that
500. Steve doesn't like Indianapolis 500, so that door is closed.
He was thinking Tron, or he could go for Shadow with the Flipper Can 5000.
Or F-14.
Or F-14.
F-14 Tomcat.
So all the marbles in this tournament.
And Steve just said, I need some randomness. Okay, well, that means Steve is saying Trent is an unstoppable force. And Steve needs some randomness.
So it boils down to this. I'm sure Steve will be playing first because he chose the machine. Hasn't been decided, but it is going to just be one game between these two gentlemen for the Grand Poobah Trophy of A Division at the Fairfax Pinball Open. After, what is this, about 9 hours of basically nonstop play.
Well, actually, it's a lot longer than that because the finals started last night with a 64-person bracket. The top half of that bracket was double elimination. The bottom half was single elim. So we've gone down from 64 players down to 2, and now we're going to go down to 1. The person who doesn't win gets to deal with me. The person who wins gets all the money.
2 players go in, 1 player comes out.
Wow.
Celebrity pinball deathmatch.
Yeah, you just added a little extra pressure to this game here, John.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
Good luck, guys.
So F-14's been playing tough. If you haven't watched
it always does.
We've seen some really good games on it today, and we've seen some really low-scoring games. As a matter of fact, Chris Stevens put up over $4 million earlier today, and then actually had a game soon afterwards where he only put up $200,000.
I guess that's the randomness that he was talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, you know, on F-14, there are no controlled feeds to the flipper. There's no ramp you can shoot just to get the ball down the in lane. There aren't even really any orbits to speak of. Both orbits are dead-end shots. There's no ramps. It's fast and chaotic.
I mean, the only safe shot is shooting up the right side, and if you fail to make that shot, you're out of control, and anything could happen.
Trent's looks like he's looking for a little food to fuel him through this last game.
I don't know. Trent's
foraging.
Yeah, we have some 5-hour-old French fries. All right, so what both of these guys are going to be trying to do is spell Tomcat, complete the 3 red Tom targets, the 3 blue cat targets. That lights your locks. You lock 4 balls, or really you lock 3, and then hit a release, however you want to call it.
Beautiful save.
That was a beautiful save, and right to that lock we were talking about on the right side. Do it for 4 balls total. You get a 4-ball multi-ball, and on multi-ball you're again just going for that right-hand side shot. So there's no complex strategy here. You just got to execute.
Oh my!
I thought
That ball
one might
balanced
come
on the
back.
side and said, "Trent, not this ball. Maybe you can do it next ball, but not this ball." And Trent asked me, "Do what?" And the answer is win.
Boom.
All right, Steve's going back to work on those upper targets again. Oh gosh, there's a kill shot.
Ooh.
Followed by a ball that was going to the center, and he pushed it a little bit too hard. I don't know if it was a savable ball. I mean, anybody's guess on that.
For the lock? No, for tilting the lock.
Does tilting reset your progress?
I don't know. Reset his progress. I had no progress.
Okay.
And they released the ball. In that case, he has to pick it up.
Okay, so interestingly enough, they're just bringing up a point that whenever you lock the ball in F-14 Tomcat, you get a bonus of 25,000 points. When Steve tilted the ball off there, it released the balls from the lock. So Trent's going to get a free lock for 25,000 more points. I'm sure Trent doesn't mind.
No, not at all. Although, frankly, Trent's probably just happier at the his progress versus what Steve's had so far, and there's only one ball to go for Steve. So,
and meanwhile, Trent's eating all my pretzels instead of playing pinball. He's trying to take some of the pressure off because you can see that he feels it.
I feel it.
Also, Trent's waiting for that tilt pendulum to stop swinging.
What are you paying Dylan for playing
Alrighty, back to it. He is getting that ball lock there. And yes, as promised, 25,000 points. Yahoo.
One more letter to go, and
you can just shoot that right eject that spots the letter and does the lock.
Okay, so he has 2 locks done. He needs to get Tomcat spelled one more time. So he needs to basically hit 5 of the letters at the top. There's 1.
And the safe shot here is just to go for the right dead end. And hey, Trent's listening to me at least. He held the right flipper up when he went for that shot because it makes for a wider entrance, says me.
Okay, now he doesn't even need to hit these targets, although he probably will anyways. Okay, he needs to hit the landing zone once more, and he will be in a multi-ball.
But not yet.
Not yet.
All right, down by 700,000. Ball 3. Extra ball is still not available. No fear.
So we're coming to the end of a long journey here.
Survival is everything.
Don't touch the door.
Looks like he's taking a moment to just listen to the music, kind of get back in the flow of the game, and get ready.
Yeah, he had specifically talked about that when he was in the booth, about just letting, getting in the flow of the machine, getting the rhythm of the music. Good start. Get one locked up.
It all starts with 1.
That's right.
Looks like he's fighting with it a little here, but
Yeah,
so far so
he
good.
got to recover in school. One more. All right, he has another lock lit. That Al-Lane saver is critical.
Okay,
and is now used up.
All right, he is now 2 shots away from 3 shots away from a multi-ball.
Oh, wow.
1. He doesn't need any more letters. He needs to survive. Man,
Great job getting control of that ball again.
Yeah, right, because now if he shoots the right, it'll spot the last Tomcat letter and lock the ball.
Okay, here we go. 3 balls locked. He's going to have his release lit.
So one more time in that left shot.
Oh, boy.
Nice awareness of what was going to happen. I feel a post pass coming on.
Not necessarily.
There were problems with the post pass in this game earlier. It was not working smoothly.
Oh, my goodness.
Just like
that'll
that.
do it. I don't think it's technically
Actually,
done yet.
this game is not over yet.
It's not technically done. Steve has a slight edge right now. I don't think it's quite enough. They wave off the handshake.
Steve said I did just shake her hand.
I have never seen someone unshake a hand before.
And that already might be it, especially with bonus and miscellaneous points.
And Trent wants to do this for real. Because you never know if that bonus just doesn't work.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Nice game, nice match.
And we have a winner. Trent Augustine, Tilt Amusements, wins the Fairfax Pinball Open.
Woo.
And we'd like to take a second to thank you all for tuning in for this rather long broadcast of Papa TV. We will join you next time from Louisville. And we're gonna before we go, we're gonna actually bring Trent over to ask him how he feels after
a grueling tournament.
They started the finals last night at 6:00, and it went until almost 2 a.m. from there, and then they started again early this morning at 9:30. So I'm too tired to do the math, but that's a lot of hours.
It's a lot of hours. It's basically about a 16-hour playoff.
Well, congratulations to all our Final Four. Chris Stevens took 4th place. Brian Shepard took 3rd. Steve Bowden took 2nd place. And Trent Augustine took 1st.
Epic.
It has been an epic event. We'd like to thank all our crew. Doug Polka, Mark Steinman, Elizabeth Cromwell. Joe, you've been doing a marathon session today.
It's been long, but it's been great fun. It's been nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
I love talking about pinball.
I do too. It's disturbingly fun to be here. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Trent. Trent, you want to have a seat with us? Well, then we're going to get some pictures first.
Thanks everybody for coming out. Especially thanks for Papa TV. And all the Pittsburgh players. I'm going to thank all the local players as well, especially our heavy lifters moving the games in and out. They've been doing this all day trying to get the rest of the games out. Now, unless we have 9 left. Thank you, everybody. Anybody else? Oh, that too. Yeah. Let me get out of the way. So you can get that. 940 for 2nd place.
We're getting the pictures going on here of all the finalists with tournament director Kevin Stone in the yellow shirt there. This is his first time running the Fairfax Pinball Open, and he's done a great job of it. It's there's a million things to figure out, preparation, everything from the venue to getting machines in and out, and keeping everything flowing. He did a great job.
If you're thinking of being a tournament director, do it. But just remember, it's not going to be a picnic. There's nothing easy about running a tournament. But if you love what you do, it's fun too. So, Trent, how you doing?
Well, I'm good at this point.
Were you feeling a little nervous coming down to the end?
Well, I suppose.
You suppose?
Well, I guess I wasn't too nervous. No.
No. You seem to handle the pressure of high stakes tournaments pretty well.
Well, yeah. We've been doing enough of them.
Well, and you had to get through 2 matches there with Steve at the end, which, he was playing well. He was hot through the entire tournament.
Yeah,
So
very well.
that was tough. But very well done. Lots of grace under pressure. Lots of nice saves and big plays under pressure.
What was your hardest match over the weekend?
Well, I don't know if it was the toughest match, but probably the one with Al was the one I was looking forward to.
You just like playing Al?
Well, I just like beating Al.
Al brings out the best in people.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think you didn't just beat Al. You pretty much crushed Al that time.
Yeah, that was a good start to the day.
Well, I enjoy beating Al as well. But I don't get to do that nearly as often as you do. So we have about a minute left. So once again, congratulations, Trent. Great job on winning a Papa Circuit event. You have a free ticket now to the Papa Circuit Finals. And
all right.
Maybe a chance to win this belt.
The belt of happiness.
You want to stand up and hold this up for so the people at home can see what it would look like if you had it, or is that a bad jinx?
Oh, I don't know. Where am I supposed to stand?
No, just right in front.
Right here. It's upside down, Trent. Are you sure? Yeah. There you go. Oh yeah, this fits.
It fits?
It fits. Okay.
It's nice.
Well,
It's subtle.
Now we know. Well,
It's
from all of
low-key.
us here at Papa TV, we'd like to thank you for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you in Louisville at our next tournament. Take care. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.
Night, folks.